Apparently this is going to go well today. We don't even need a gavel to get going in the morning. Good morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. We are ready to jump into agenda item C3, the Trolleyem analysis. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Anna Henry Council staff here to present C3 Trolleyem for final review. I also have Maggie Chan and Melanie Rickett from the Alaska Regional Office of NPFMC here, and Daryl Brannon will be presenting as well. So for our presentation, I will first go through an introduction kind of to remind everyone where we are at with this action and some of the history of it. We'll go through aspects of the analysis focusing on updates since you saw this in June for initial review, and end with some of the outstanding policy decisions. So the Trolleyem started in 2018 when the Trolleyem committee was formed, and some pilot projects were initiated. The program has been going as an exempted fishing permit since 2020 through current times. We had initial review in June, and here we're at October final review with the goal of implementing a regulatory program in January of 2024. So I have the purpose and need here just for reference, but this is an EM program for compliance purposes on pelagic pollock trawl catcher vessels and tenders, both delivering to shoreside processors, will obtain necessary information for quality accounting for catch, including bycatch and salmon PSC in a cost-effective manner, and provide reliable data for compliance monitoring of a no discard requirement for salmon PSC. And this Trolleyem program has the potential to advance cost efficiency and compliance monitoring through improved salmon accounting and reduced monitoring costs. And a reminder of the structure of the alternatives. Alternative 1 is no action. Alternative 2, which the council selected in June as the preliminary preferred alternative, would implement electronic monitoring on vessels, both catcher vessels and tenders in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. Then there's also alternative 3, which would implement electronic monitoring on only catcher vessels delivering to shoreside processors, so it would not apply to tenders, and an option for just the Bering Sea, and option 2 for the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And this is a voluntary program. So in June, the council motion identified alternative 2 as that preliminary preferred alternative, and also recommended that we include some information in the analysis on a couple elements to help guide this final policy decisions. So the first is the use of the partial coverage 1.65% fee, and if that should pay for EM equipment service and maintenance costs for vessels that do not participate in other trawl catch share programs with an EM option. So this would apply to vessels that only participate in the Gulf. And then also the potential for using that partial coverage fee to cover housing and food for shoreside observers during deployments at processors to monitor partial coverage directed pelagic pollock deliveries from vessels that are using EM. Additionally, there was a request for additional analysis of a threshold approach where vessels that opt into the EM program would be required to participate in the EM program for the range of 25% to 100% of all pollock fishing trips in the Gulf during a calendar year. And then a request for some additional information regarding the structure for incentive plans that provide incentives to meet specific goals to avoid exceeding maximum retainable amounts and GOA pollock trip limits. And with that, I'll hand it over to Maggie.
Good morning. For the record, Maggie Chan, NOAA Fisheries. I'm going to provide a few slides on the overview of the Trolleyem program and then jump into specifics of the analysis. So we're operating under an exempted fishing permit, EFP, that spans both partial and full coverage and covers pollock pelagic trawl vessels. We've been operating under this EFP since 2020. In year 1, 2020, we had 47 catcher vessels, and in year 2, we had 70 catcher vessels. The primary objective of this program is for compliance monitoring. So we have observers at the processing plants that randomly sample deliveries to collect catch and biological data. And the cameras collect video for compliance monitoring on board the vessel. The video monitoring is to ensure maximized retention, and the vessels choose to have EM on their boats instead of at sea observers. This program is voluntary, and vessels request to enter the program every year. Vessels who are not in the Trolleyem program remain in the full or partial coverage program and remain in the observer selection pool to carry an at-sea observer. All video in this program is reviewed at 100%. This program operates for compliance monitoring, so we're operating under maximized retention rules. All catch is delivered for delivery with a few exceptions, including marine mammals, sharks, jellyfish, discards necessary for vessel stability and safety. Most trips have no discard events, and if discards do happen, all the discards are reported in logbook and e-landings. The cameras record all hulls, and all hulls are subsequently reviewed by a video reviewer to verify logbook and e-landings data. So the vessel logbook data, verified later through EM, is what's used for catch accounting. Again, the cameras are recording 100% of EM trips in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. The video review occurs at 100% in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. Once the unsorted catch is delivered onshore, the shoreside observer samples catcher vessels and tenders at 100% rate in the Bering Sea. And during the EFP, the sampling rate has been set as 30% of EM trips in the Gulf of Alaska, although under a proposed regulatory program, this would be set annually through the annual deployment plan, excuse me. Jumping into the threshold analysis requested by the council. To set some background, this applies only to the Gulf. And under the EFP, vessels could opt into EM on a trip-by-trip basis during the fishing season. So vessels would indicate an odds if they're going on a Trolleyem trip or an observer selection trip. In June, NIMS recommended an annual opt-in in a proposed regulatory program. And the council requested analysis on a threshold approach for opt-in for Gulf catcher vessels, where vessels would have to opt in for a threshold amount of trips where their trips would be EM, and with the threshold range of 25 to 100% of all pollock fishing trips in the Gulf during the calendar year. As a reminder, related to this opt-in threshold analysis, the council we're expecting various council policy decisions related to this. So as a reminder, vessels request to enter the Trolleyem program through odds by November 15th in order to be considered in the upcoming year. This is necessary for programming and planning for our staff. The first policy call is whether the program would take an annual opt-in approach or a threshold approach. You'll note that the annual opt-in revised, we've proposed a revised version of the annual opt-in that I'm going to explain in the next few slides. If a threshold approach is selected, then how the threshold is summed would have to be determined, whether it's across the calendar year or summed seasonally. The third policy call, if the threshold approach is selected, is the mechanism and the frequency for changes to the threshold. And if the threshold is selected, the fourth policy call would be the initial threshold amount. We're presenting a revised version of the annual opt-in that is similar to how the EFP has operated. We arrived at this approach based on conversations with industry and internally at the agency, and we believe this revision strikes a balance between vessel flexibility and the implementation aspects the agency needs to manage this program. The annual opt-in revised would be an annual opt-in with EM for trips using only pelagic trawl gear, where multi-gear trips are in the observer selection pool and not an EM. Again, this is similar to how the EFP has operated. How this would work is that vessels request to enter the Trolleyem program by the November 15th deadline. If accepted into the program, the vessel logs their trip in odds. And a question they could be asked would be something similar to, will you deploy non-pelagic trawl gear during this trip? If the answer is no, then the trip is EM. And if the answer is yes, then the trip is in the observer selection pool. Essentially, this means that trips using only pelagic trawl gear are in EM and multi-gear trips are in the observer selection pool.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chan. I appreciate you going through this revision that you've incorporated into the version of the analysis. And I recognize you just said that the question, will you deploy non-pelagic trawl gear during this trip, is an example of something that could be asked. And I guess not to get too picky about words, but I think what I heard directly from some fishery participants is sometimes we don't know when we leave for the trip. And so could it, in those cases, if the question is something like this displayed on the slide, would it be advisable? It seems like it would be advisable if there's a potential for the vessel to use non-pelagic trawl gear during that trip, that they should probably answer yes to that question, however it's worded.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, we expect vessels to log in odds to the best of their ability, what they expect their trips to look like. But yes, if they are sure that it's only pelagic trawl gear, then they would answer yes, no, and the trip would go into the EM selection pool. If there is a chance that they will deploy multi-gear trips, then most likely they would answer yes, and the trip would be in the observer selection pool. At this point, we just don't have any data on how often that might happen and the circumstances, so we don't have a good scale of understanding of the scale of how often that might occur.
Thank you for that. And just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. And since this is an approach similar to what was in place under the EFP, I'm not remembering how exactly that worked. Is there any information from those, the results from pelagic versus pelagic and non-pelagic trips from that could possibly inform your planning purposes for that?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, the main difference between this annual opt-in revised and how we've been operating under the EFP is where pelagic trawl gear would land. So under this revised option, all pelagic trawl gear trips would be in the EM selection. And in the EFP, under the trip-by-trip flexibility, vessels could choose to have their pelagic trawl gear trips be in the observer selection pool. So there is a reduction of flexibility for vessels related to pelagic trawl gear trips. We have talked with industry, and we believe that we can move forward with this annual opt-in revised approach. And in the threshold analysis, I do have some data that might inform our indication of how many vessels are participating, using multi-gear trips, but because it's an individual vessel selection, it's slightly different. The data would be slightly different, and while it would inform our idea of how this would occur under the annual opt-in, it's not exactly the same.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chan. I have similar questions about this just because we're just seeing it for the first time, and I appreciate the vetting through the meeting process to get this to us. But correct me if I'm wrong, this means a vessel would need to say by November 15th, I'm in the EM program for all of my pelagic trips. So is that correct?
Correct. They would have to opt into the Trolleyem program by November 15th. And then under the Trolleyem program, pelagic trawl trips would be in the EM, would be under EM.
So the additional, through the chair, flexibility is really on a trip-by-trip basis in odds, selecting what type of gear you're going to use.
Yes, vessels would have to declare in odds what their expected gear type would be for that trip.
Follow up too. And then if under Ms. Baker's scenario, if someone goes out and decides,
well, there's a lot of cod here. I decide I want to deploy non-pelagic trawl gear. And they haven't selected to be in the observer selection pool because their intent was pollock. Is that an enforcement action? What are we expecting out of that?
Those are some, I guess, more implementation details that we would have a discussion certainly with. I think how we've been operating under the EFP is that we've had a collaborative working process, and right now we still just don't know how frequently this would occur. I think enforcement certainly takes a look at cases on a case-by-case basis, and if it's a matter of vessel safety or stability, of course, they would take that into account. I think what we really would like to know is how often this would occur, and if it's a matter of, one trip that it occurs or every single trip that a vessel takes, and we just don't have that data right now.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate those responses. It seems if the council went forward with this, it would just be on us and the agency to try to explain and do some outreach to describe the difference between the EFP and the final program in this instance. That seems very important.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that comment. And I think one thing to note is that we already have some of that collaborative working process in place. And many of the same vessels that have been operating in the EFP we're expecting to join under a proposed regulatory program. So we have some of that working relationship in place, and we hope to be able to communicate this clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This seemed like the appropriate time to ask a question about the threshold approach that you mentioned in your slide 11, I believe it was. How does that fit into the picture here? We just had the conversation about you could opt in, but how does the threshold approach fit into that
So
program?
this proposed annual opt-in revised version would be, if the council selected this, then the threshold approach would no longer be applicable.
Okay.
So it's either the threshold approach or this annual opt-in revised version.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Please continue.
So going into the threshold analysis that was requested by the council, this looks at EFP data from 2020 through 2022 A season, and it pulled data for Gulf trips where pelagic trawl gear was used and pollock was harvested. During the EFP, multi-gear trips were required to be in the observer selection pool, and data from the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program are excluded. It also excludes data from EFP vessels that did not harvest pollock using pelagic trawl gear in the calendar year. So these vessels logged no trips in EM or the observer selection pool. And I just wanted to put that in there. Even though the data is excluded, we do see that there were 3 vessels in 2020 and 3 vessels in 2021 that were in the program, but did not log any trips in EM or the observer selection pool. So first, we're going to look at the annual approach for the threshold. Again, if the threshold was selected, then vessels would have to log a certain percentage of their trips to be EM for the calendar year. So the first bullet point looks at, again, this looks at EFP data. And if the first bullet point, if the council had selected 25% threshold for 2020, then 2 of the 33 vessels participating would not have met a 25% threshold. In 2021, 5 of the participating vessels would not have met a 25% threshold. And you can see the various threshold amounts listed here, but the major point I wanted to make is that the majority of the Gulf catcher vessels used EM on 100% of the trips. So if we look at the last bullet point, if the council had selected 100% threshold, then 9 vessels would not have met the threshold. And in 2020 and in 2021, that would have been 11 vessels. Next is the seasonal approach to the threshold. Again, vessels would have to decide by November 15th deadline whether they would participate in the Trolleyem program for the A season and or the B season of the upcoming year. Vessels could participate in one or both seasons, but they would have to decide by November 15th. And there are a lot of numbers on this slide, but we're looking at 50% threshold During this various seasons that the EFP has operated, these number of vessels would not have met the threshold. And I just put this in here mainly to show that there is variability across seasons and how vessels participate. How some vessels participate, some vessels only fish in one season, some vessels only participated in one season for the Trolleyem program. So there is a bit of variability between seasons. But if we look across the seasons, the majority of Gulf catcher vessels used EM on 100% of trips, except for the most recent 2022 A season. And this is my last slide on this part of the analysis. So we looked at some pros and cons versus the two decisions in front of you, the annual opt-in revised version and a threshold approach. So for vessel flexibility, we recognize that the annual opt-in revised approach would be reduced flexibility for vessels. All pelagic trawl gears trips would be an EM, and all multi-gear trips would be an observer pool. Whereas under the threshold approach, vessels can choose which trips are EM as long as they meet the minimum threshold for the year. In terms of cost efficiency and ADB planning, we believe that the annual opt-in revised version would provide more predictability and therefore a more efficient allocation of budget. Under the threshold approach, there's less flexibility, less predictability because vessels can choose which trips are EM, and therefore we would have to budget and plan across a range of threshold scenarios. In terms of enforcement, we believe the annual opt-in revise would be easier to determine vessel status because it would be based on their declaration of gear type and odds. And so therefore, fewer challenges with Atsy and dockside enforcement. Under the threshold approach, the flexibility where vessels can choose which trips are EM could make it harder to determine vessel status, so which trips would be EM. Therefore, potentially more challenges with Atsy and dockside enforcement. For regulation complexity, the annual opt-in revise is simpler and easier to understand. And then for implementation and management, the annual opt-in revise has a clear determination of which trips are EM based on the declared gear type. And for threshold approach, this may pose challenges with which trips count towards EM, count towards the threshold, particularly in a race for fish environment. So that's my last slide on the threshold approach.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks much, Ms. Chan. Two questions that sort of key off this slide. One is, as I look at as how you characterize the threshold approach, I think it's very consistent with what I've heard from stakeholders and as well saw in the analysis. But except I have a question about the one box under flexibility where you show the plus. It seemed to me we were hearing from some stakeholders, particularly some of the multi-species operations in the Central Gulf, that they were very concerned that there was a real loss of flexibility with the threshold approach. And so while it seems more flexible for a lot, there's that, if I heard correctly, there's at least one group, important group where it wasn't. And I'm wondering, you sort of touched on that, but I'm wondering if you could go into that in a little more detail.
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think part of the flexibility and whether one would characterize the threshold approach as more or less flexible depends on the actual percentage selected. So if the threshold was at 100%, we would actually see reduced flexibility. But if it was set at 25%, then potentially depending on the characteristics of a fishing operation, then it could be flexible. One of the constraining factors is that vessels would have to meet the minimum threshold, and that would be potentially constraining for vessels depending on how they choose to operate.
Thanks. That fits with what I understand. It's sort of a conditional green plus, not a clear, necessarily a clear green plus, whereas all the red minuses there under threshold approach were pretty clear, I think. So, and then the second question I had is, was there any part as you, as the annual opt-in revised approach really became coalesced through discussions, Were there any parts of developing that where you felt like the analysis was inadequate to really describe the effects of it, the draft analysis that we were working with? Or I'll leave it at that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We believe the analysis covers the annual opt-in approach because of the revised version, because this revision is really sort of a hybrid between the various approaches that have been already analyzed. It's similar to how the EFP has already operated and as a hybrid between how the EFP has operated and the previous version of the annual opt-in that we have previously proposed. So we believe this is a hybrid approach that fits within the analysis.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we leave this, I know we'll hear public testimony, but it seems like no matter which approach we use, we really are improving our data, our monitoring, our sampling. But the cost efficiency portion of this is really reliant upon people participating, like a big portion, if not the entire portion of the eligible fleets participating in EM. So is there anything that the agencies, discovered? I see your slides that say most vessels have been using EM on 100% of their trips. But is there anything that would let us think that this would be a disincentive, this annual opt-in revised approach to vessels participating? Because the only reason we want to create a program is to have vessels voluntarily use EM on their boats and do all the sampling at the plant. So if you have any insight on that as you've gone through this process at this meeting, that would be very helpful.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think you make a really good point that this is a voluntary program. The annual opt-in revised functions most similarly to how the EFP has operated. And our indication from our check-in meetings and conversations with industry is that the participants seem pretty pleased with how the Trolleyem program has been operating under the EFP and think that they can still operate under the annual revised opt-in option. I think some challenges with the threshold approach are exactly what the implementation details would look like and the threshold percentage that was selected and whether it really does provide the flexibility that it was intended to. I think there's some constraining factors to the threshold approach that might make it, as Mr. Twite mentioned, less flexible for vessels. So under the annual opt-in revise, we believe that the vessels that have been operating in the EFP would likely continue to join the program.
Any further questions before we continue?
Thank you through the chair. For the record, my name is Melanie Rickett and I am with National Marine Fisheries Service. I'm going to change gears a little bit and talk about MRAs and incentive plans. So the Trolleyem program requires maximized retention to allow shoreside observers to sample unsorted catch, making it necessary to exempt catcher vessels that participate in the Trolleyem program from regulations that require discarding, such as MRA and pollock trip limits. In the Gulf of Alaska, vessels operating outside the EM program will be held to these regulations as they will be operating under the partial coverage. National Marine Fisheries Service recommends the use of incentive plans to limit changes in vessel behavior and encourage vessels to operate in the spirit of MRAs and Gulf of Alaska pollock trip limits, while allowing flexibility to operate in a maximized retention program. Incentive plans used under the EFP help limit vessel behavior changes by including disincentives such as forfeiting value of overages and increasing fines until the potential removal from the EFP. The incentive plan developed in this program leverages the success of other incentive plans to develop on adaptive tools to meet the council goals of limiting changes in fishing behavior after these limits are removed. The incentive plans under the EFP have proven to be an effective tool to manage changes in catcher vessel behavior. However, implementing similar performance metrics through regulations may present some difficulty due to limitations on MSA authority to collect the value of fish in excess of limit. The analysis addresses two options to approach MRA and trip limits under the regulated program. Both options would exempt participating Trolleyem vessels from MRAs and trip limit regulations. Under option 2, a regulation would require participating Trolleyem vessels to join an incentive plan ran by an industry group and approved by National Marine Fisheries Services. The incentive plan can function similar to the performance metrics system in the EFP, and this would allow for a flexible approach to maintain goals of limiting changes in vessel behavior. In June of 2022, the council motion specified that the final review should provide additional information on option number 2, specifically on exempting participating Trolleyem vessels from MRAs and trip limit regulation. NMFS proposes that incentive plans are specific to a federal management plan, and therefore incentive plans would be specific to either the Bering Sea or the Gulf of Alaska. Incentive plans must be submitted annually and approved by NMFS. These incentive plan submissions must include the name and contact information for the plan representative, a description of the incentive and disincentives that the plan imposes on vessel operators to avoid exceeding MRA and Gulf of Alaska pollock trip limits. Additionally, the plan would include a written statement that all parties to the incentive plan agree to comply with all provisions in the incentive plan. In order to maintain transparency of the incentive plans, NMFS will publish all approved incentive plans and a list of participants to the public on the NMFS Alaska Regional website. In the Bering Sea, National Marine Fisheries may approve incentive plans to be incorporated into AFA cooperative agreements. Bering Sea incentive plans for Trolleyem would not be added, Trolleyem would not be added element to existing incentive plans for salmon, so that we may avoid potential disruption of salmon performance standards. Trolleyem incentive plans may be implemented into the inter-co-op so that all vessels are managed consistently and should give the co-ops the flexibility to design the most effective plans. Incentive plans must be submitted by an incentive plan representative annually and approved by National Marine Fisheries. The due date of these incentive plans will be determined by regulations. The named industry representative of the incentive plan will monitor vessel performance throughout the fishing year, hold vessels accountable to these plans, and report on poor performers annually. The agency will also review the impacts of the incentive plans on an annual basis and incorporate information into the end of the year in-season management report to the council if any issues where overages may impact the fisheries management. National Marine Fisheries will be able to remove poor performers from the Trolleyem program upon annual review. Vessels that operate in both the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea will be held accountable to MRA and pollock trip limits via NMFS approved incentive plans for the fisheries management plan area they are actively operating. So an example is some of the Western Gulf of Alaska vessels will operate in both the Gulf of Alaska and in the Bering Sea. So they will be part of 2 incentive plans.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Rickett, for that. On the previous slide, I just appreciate the text in bold at the end in terms of how the agency will monitor the incentive plan performance. And so just to make sure I understand in terms of NMFS monitoring MRA and trip limit overages. So essentially the council and the public will see in the December NMFS annual in-season report if overage increase and start to impact management, things like this. So we'll see a new item just to kind of prepare us for how we're going to get this information so we know to pay attention to it.
Yes, through the chair, thank you for the question. As far as timeline, I would like to confirm the timeline with Josh Keaton. But yes, what will happen is the incentive plans will be reviewed by the industry representative, and they will submit in writing how the vessels are performing. So you'll see that. And then as far as the NIMS in-season management review, if there are any poor performers or any sort of impact on the fishery, it will be reported at that time.
Thank you. And I'm not asking for a specific meeting. I was just trying to get a sense of, it seems like this will be incorporated into a normal reporting process. I just wanted to, sorry if my question wasn't clear. And I consider the annual in-season report the one in December, but if that's not how that works out, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand how we will see this information and essentially give the public also a heads up that this will be something new to look for.
Sure. Through the chair, and for the record, my name is Josh Keaton, and I work for Sustainable Fisheries in Alaska region. And Ms. Baker, thank you for your question. You know, some of these are the implementation details, but when we mention this in the bold here, we're talking about if we saw changes in vessel behavior that became problematic for management, we would be able to indicate that in the in-season management report. Along with these plans comes with a requirement to report back to the council annually as well, to describe how these incentive plans limited changes in vessel behavior, to allow the council some oversight and guidance in the formation of those incentive plans to the industry should they be warranted. In other words, if we saw significant changes in vessel behavior, we want the council to have the opportunity to ask questions to the industry and maybe incentivize them to do a little bit better of a job, for lack of a better word.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this point, and thank you for that, Mr. Keaton, another way in the fixed gear EM program, when a vessel has not been in compliance, we have provided, or the agency has provided notice to that vessel to say, we need you to do better at cleaning your camera, things like that. And then we see that in the annual observer report as well through both of our committee processes. Is that another opportunity for the council to see whether there are some vessels that are poor performers in terms of MRAs or other opportunities? And my lead on question with that is, will we operate similar to the fixed gear program where we would be able to say to folks, you're not doing so well at this, do better, or you're not an EM anymore? Do we have some comparability with those two programs?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, and through the chair. Yes, the agency intends to continue to monitor how these changes in vessel behavior, and a large change in how we designed the Trolleyem program is learning from the lessons that we learned from the fixed gear program. We are not implementing a program that is an opt-in and always in program. This is an annual review, as you heard Ms. Chan mention earlier. So we will be reviewing their plans every year, and should there be lack of compliance with incentive plans or impacts to management, then those vessels that are creating those issues, right, could be removed by the agency. Of course, we would work through education and outreach before we brought the hammer to bear on limiting their opportunity in Trolleyem. However, we are cognizant of the fact that incentive plans are a risk. But because of the nature of Trolleyem, and we have to remove those limits of regulatory discards, right? So we intend to track this, and should we have problems with specific vessels exceeding polyp trip limits or MRAs. And I should step back, where really the goal is to limit changes in vessel behavior. The tool that the industry has chosen to limit those changes in vessel behavior are to maintain the spirit of those MRAs and polyp trip limits, which the agency is comfortable with, and it has shown effective throughout the EFP. Should that not occur, we would address those management concerns as appropriate through the annual approval of the entry into Trolleyem.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First off, just a quick comment on that last discussion. I get the point that Mr. Keaton was making, that when we're talking about it in this context, we're using MRA and trip limit as sort of shorthand for the kind of behavior that we're expecting the co-op incentive plans to basically be targeting. And so hopefully stakeholders aren't confused. There won't be enforceable MRAs. There will be, however, behavior that will produce exactly the same results or even better. At least that's my hope for the program. And we'll have the opportunity through the reporting process to see that. And I know there's been some confusion about that, but I did have a couple of questions about the incentive plans. Maybe we've been touching briefly on one, but what are the kinds of concerns the agency might have about this approach of removing them from regulation and instead implementing these incentive plans for the same, to achieve the same result? Are there some sort of lingering concerns the agency has?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Dwight, and through the chair. We're moving these limits were imposed for a reason, right? And it was to control fishing behavior. However, as we've learned through how pelagic trawl fishing has occurred, when it comes to MRAs and with the nature of the revised annual opt-in, when you're in pelagic trawl, you're always in pelagic trawl. There's very limited catch with pelagic trawl gear only. We're really MRAs are targeted towards those top off fisheries, deploying your non-pelagic trawl gear to top off on cod or whatever. Those would be prohibited if the council was to select the revised annual opt-in. MRAs are less of a concern with the agency. Pollock trip limits maintain an overall cap, and that with it comes, stellar sea lion protection measures and stuff like that relate to, the pollock trip limits. And so, we would have to analyze how these maintain the spirit of that. What we've seen throughout the EFP is that they very clearly maintain the spirit of maintaining those 300,000 pound trip limits with an adaptable tool that can react to changes. At this point in time, speaking as an in-season manager with many years of experience, I am not that concerned of them exceeding pollock trip limits underneath this incentive plan, because we have multiple years of an EFP that proves it works. We also, I also would like to remind that many of the participants that would be under this program are used to using incentive plans from using them in, for the incentive plans for avoidance of Chinook salmon in the Bering Sea under the Amendment 91 program. So these vessels are familiar with working under the guidelines of an incentive plan. They have proven over a decade that they have the capability to do this. So, taking into account, if we were to implement a revised annual opt-in with an incentive plan, most of any negative impacts to management are mitigated. And just a reminder, we just talked with Ms. Kimball about the agencies would still maintain the ability, should those concerns become warranted, to remove non-compliant vessels from the Trolleyem program. And they would be then back into the partial coverage program with MRAs and pollock trip limits in place.
Thank you. And that sort of partially answers my second question, but I'll go ahead and pitch it to both you, Mr. Keaton, and Ms. Rickett. As we sort of think about these, what are the analogs of these incentive plans that we're already familiar with, that we're seeing operating now? What kinds of, in your mind, what sorts of programs do we have going right now that are useful analog for how we expect these incentive plans to work?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twait, and through the chair. I briefly mentioned that the incentive plans that the council implemented during Amendment 91 and then further revised under Amendment 110 with Chinook salmon avoidance, that provided an incentive for vessels to have a higher Chinook salmon cap if they agreed to several goals that the council had established, including using hotspot avoidance programs, enhanced communication, avoidance of Chinook salmon to the extent practical. And that was that program has proven to be very effective in reducing, enhancing communication among the fleet and allowing them to move faster than the agency could react related to that. So as I mentioned, most of these vessels are familiar with incentive plans. They've proven that they can work. Other examples of incentive plans that we've had is, just in our day-to-day in-season management, sometimes we form, agreements with the fleet on how to operate a fishery effectively to allow for precise management, right? Stand downs or other things. And the incentive is that the agency is going to have precise management if they agree to those conditions. Those are more informal and ad hoc, and they've been proven very effective. So this is building on the collaborative environment, the cooperation that we have with the fleet, and maintaining, what the council establishes as the goals. And through the formation of this incentive plan, we would be able to approve and assess whether those may meet the goals that the council established of limiting changes to vessel behavior. And should those goals not be met, the council can revisit that every year, and the agency still retains the right to, remove vessels from the program should this become a management concern.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Back to you, Ms. Rickett.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to switch gears and discuss some of the funding for Trolleyem video review. The Gulf of Alaska Trolleyem video review can be funded through the partial coverage fees, but in the Bering Sea, there's no similar fee mechanism to support the Trolleyem video review. So NIMS proposes the implementation of a Bering Sea Aleutian Island EM review fee. Due to timing of the fee and collection and availability to the agency, the EM review fee would be collected based on the actual landings from the previous year, with billings occurring in the spring. Failure to pay the fee could result in removal from the Trolleyem program in the following year. The use of catch history and the timeline for billing was confirmed as a preferred approach through conversations with industry groups in August of 2022. This approach removes many of the complexities related to implementing the fee as part of the e-landing system, who collects the fees, and calculations of X vessel value. It also allows for a different fee timeline to support additional efficiency and improve transparency in the collection and use of the fee to support Trolleyem in the Bering Sea. In June, I discussed the catch monitoring and control plans. So just as a reminder, these catch monitoring and control plans have been used successfully in both AFA and the rockfish programs. They enable observer sampling and ensure that the monitoring goals are achieved, while also providing flexibility for each plant to define how they will comply with standards set forth by regulation. In June of 2022, a request was made to the agency staff to visit the Kodiak Shoreside processing plants, as there were concerns regarding potential increased costs in developing a catch monitoring control plan. The CMCPs are guides that are submitted by industry to NIMS for approval on an annual basis that help outline how the plants and the observers will work together in communicating and accommodating reliable observer data collection. These plans are like roadmaps or cliff notes that help ensure plants are meeting the monitoring requirements and allowing the observers to collect unbiased data at the shoreside processor. In August of 2022, staff from both the Alaska Regional Office and Fisheries Monitoring and Analysis Division, along with industry personnel, were able to walk through the Kodiak processing plants together. Some of the topics that were covered included information that observers require at the time of offload in order to conduct sampling. Also, some discussion about what kind of platforms observers would need at the processing plants. The visit was well received and all parties walked away with a better understanding of the other side's needs and concerns. This visit was able to address some of the concerns related to cost implementation for the Kodiak shoreside processing plants. There are still some cost concerns with the Western Gulf of Alaska shoreside plants, and the agency is anticipating doing some outreach to those plants as well. And this outreach is anticipated to occur prior to implementation.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that. I can't emphasize enough how important the actual walkthroughs were in the Kodiak plants, as I understand, in trying to develop what would look like a CMCP for this program. Is the outreach that you just mentioned also entail walkthroughs? Is it being on location, or is it just discussions with Western Gulf plants?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. We would love to do in-person walkthroughs. It's yet to be determined if it will be in-person walkthroughs or intense collaboration through telephone calls and emails, but ideally, we would like to do walkthroughs, and we are in discussions trying to see if we can make that happen.
Please continue.
And this is my final slide. This is just a reminder that under the proposed regulatory program, it is anticipated that the PSC accounting will be more precise with the introduction of pollock CMCPs in the Gulf of Alaska. There will now also be full enumeration of halibut in addition to the shoreside observers collecting salmon retention data. If time and tasking allows, observers may be able to verify crab enumeration as they are counted by the shoreside processors, but the observers do see what is being landed and they are able to confirm what is reported on fish tickets. And that is the last slide I have.
Thank you, Ms. Rickett.
All right, Anna Henry, council staff. So that moves us into the regulatory impact review section of the analysis. And Daryl Brannon here will join me to help present this. And we're going to focus mostly on updates since you saw this in June for initial review. But just a reminder of the uncertainties and challenges associated with estimating costs of monitoring and EM and observer programs. So you did see this in June, but this kind of sets the stage for the approach that we took in the cost analysis. So some of the uncertainties associated with estimating monitoring costs are that in the EFP, providers have not tracked costs in ways that allow parsing by the alternatives and options as they're structured. So Bering Sea versus Gulf costs or costs of CVs versus tenders. Also in the EFP, vessels have participated in multiple programs. So some participants also operate in the West Coast whiting fishery, some operate in the Bering Sea and the Gulf. So costs are often spread across different areas. But we also have some vessels that participate in just one single area. Additionally, there's proprietary information with less than 3 service providers. So this requires rolling up to larger categories and combining to overall costs. And this applies to both EM and observer costs. And different companies have different structures and cost models and nuances to how they define each cost category. So these are kind of some of the uncertainties that affect the tracking and reporting of costs. But then there's also uncertainties associated with future program costs, because differing levels of participation, effort, scope, and program design will entail different cost structures. This will impact both the range of individual costs as well as those average costs per unit. We're also working with different fishery operations. So there's a rationalized program, there's a race to fish, we've got CVs delivering shoreside and tenders, as well as unknown future effort levels based on changes in tax and future changes in management. Additionally, for EM, technology changes change how costs will change in the future. Some costs will decrease as technology improves and some costs increase. And then throughout the EFP or earlier in the EFP, COVID has had some impacts on costs as well. So that leads to some uncertainty regarding future program costs. So these kind of all of these uncertainties can be kind of boiled down to uncertainties in the characteristics of the fishery, uncertainties associated with the future program design of an EM program, as well as some external costs that we just can't predict. So because of those uncertainties and challenges, We took this approach to the cost analysis, and this approach has not changed since June, but just reminding our approach. We used the effort and participation and program design from the 2021 EMEFP. And using that as our baseline, we estimated a range of costs for Atsy observers for that fishing effort in the 2021 EMEFP. So this would be kind of a proxy to alternative one. And this was using sea day costs that are reported in the observer program's annual report. Then we also estimated a range of costs for that 2021 EMEFP. So this would be a proxy for alternative two. And this includes EM costs that were reported by providers in cost categories that were identified in a cost reporting subgroup, as well as shoreside observer costs that were estimated based on discussions with providers. And then we qualitatively describe and compare how these costs may change with a potential regulated program. So for the Atsy observer costs, this approach has not changed since June. We estimated the observer days that would have been associated with the 2021 EMEFP trips and then multiplied that by the sea day cost of an Atsy observer. So from the annual report, we used a full coverage sea day of $378 to $415. A partial coverage sea day would be $1,309 to $1,383 per day. But what has changed since June is the way that we estimated these observer days that would have been associated with the 2021 EMEFP. So the agency helped us with this, and they used the pelagic trawl pollock trips made between 2017 and 2019 for vessels that then later participated in the EMEFP. And they compared the observer days deployed to observer days fished on those trips to come up with an expansion ratio. So basically around, for every fishing day, there's around 1.3 observer days. So then we use that expansion ratio to estimate the number of observer days deployed that would have been for those trawl EMEFP trips in 2021, multiplying the days fished in the EMEFP by that expansion ratio, then by the observer coverage rate, which would be 100% in full coverage. In the partial coverage fishery, we used a range of 20% to 30%. And that gets us at the estimated observer days deployed that would have been associated with that trawl EMEFP effort. So using that, these are the estimated costs for the Atsy observer costs. I will note that the partial coverage costs on this table are revised from those that you see in the document. The ones in the document did not include that 1.31 expansion ratio. We also include the actual EM costs of the 2021 EMEFP, and these were provided by service providers. We do include estimates of average per unit costs by vessel, trip, and day. However, we do want to caution anyone from using these average per unit costs and extrapolating out to some future program. These really are just appropriate to apply to the 2021 EMEFP and a program with that participation and that scale and scope. So we did not attempt to parse out costs by area based on discussions with service providers and the way that they track EM costs. There was no single metric that we could kind of back calculate what the costs would have been in each area. But because each cost category kind of scales differently based on specific variables of participation and effort. But we do include this table describing the participation and effort by area as just kind of a guidance for how those costs could potentially be distributed, but we did not specifically parse them out based on this effort or participation because each cost variable could scale differently.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Daryl Brannon. I'm going to walk you through some of the shoreside costs and kind of the incentives for joining the program. I'm going to begin by talking about shoreside costs for the AFA. AFA shoreside plants located in the Bering Sea or Aleutian Islands will realize increased costs related to the increase in the number of observer plant days that will be required under the EFP. The increase in number is directly related to the not having support from the vessel observer coming off the vessel, entering the shore plant and helping do enumeration and whatever sampling needs to be done inside the plant. It'd be strictly the shore plant observers that are doing that, because there is no observer on the catcher vessel, of course, under the EM program. AFA plants in Sandpoint and perhaps King Cove could be impacted by how they are treated on days they only take Gulf of Alaska deliveries. And I'm going to discuss that in more detail later, but I just mentioned it here. AFA still the plants will still be required to pay their portion of the partial coverage fee on pollock harvested from the Gulf of Alaska. And so I'll talk about this a little bit more also, but if they're in full coverage, they're directly paying for their shoreside observer coverage. They will also have to pay the 1.65% fee for any deliveries that are taken from the Gulf of Alaska. We talk about ranges of potential increases in the number of observers that would be required in both the Gulf of Alaska plants and the Bering Sea plants. However, we note in the analysis that the specific number of observers will not be defined in regulation to allow NIMS the flexibility to adjust coverage as needed to meet the specified sampling needs at the plant. As I said, the increase in the number of plant observers is expected to increase cost of the plant operators. There will be a corresponding decrease to the Atsy component of the fleet. What we don't do in the analysis is try to parse out exactly how those changes in costs are going to be negotiated between the Atsy and the shoreside sectors. I do note in the analysis that, especially in the Bering Sea where this is going to occur, they have a long history of working together. I think that in many cases they operate under a more formulaic calculation on how the ex-vessel costs are determined and how costs are divided up between the two sectors. Based on the understanding that there will be an increase in cost for the shoreside plants, Table 5-42, using the 2021 Bering Sea costs for plant observers, and these were derived from discussions with members of industry and from the observer deployment days that were reported in the annual observer report. We used a low, mid, and high range of costs that range from $380 per day to $430 per day, and estimated that the shoreside costs would range between $608,000 to $688,000. This would replace the at-sea costs that ranged between about 1.9 million and 2.1 million. And so you can see that while there'd be increased shoreside costs, there would be potentially substantial savings in the at-sea costs. For the
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brannon. Are those the shoreside costs shown in that table and in table 5-42? Are those additional costs as a result of the program? Do they accommodate, you know what I mean, like the net additional costs? Do they accommodate the fact that shoreside plants in the AFA program already have 2 observers? I just don't understand what that table's telling me.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, sorry for not being clear. In the first bullet, we used the EM shoreside observer days. And so we were trying to parse out exactly how many days were attributed to EM versus that would occur without the EM program. And so I would view these as additional days. And so it's kind of the net savings for the EM program. And so the change in shoreside costs would be, if you had an EM program in place, you're going to have additional observers. This is our estimate based on what occurred in 2021 of the 1,599 EM shoreside observer days, not just observer days that would have occurred with if EM hadn't been in place. And so I think the way you described it is net change, and I think that's the accurate interpretation of this. And for the Atsy cost, this is assuming that all the Atsy observer days went away for vessels that had EM. And so this would be the Atsy is essentially the cost savings. The shoreside cost is the increase in cost that would be realized by having additional observers at shore plants.
Thank you. And is there a table that, or is this the best table to assess those costs compared to status quo?
For this, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, for the specific focus of just the AFA side of things, this is probably the best table to assess those costs. There's an overall summary table that we'll get to in a little bit that provides additional information on overall program cost changes, and I'll get to that shortly.
Thank you. One more, and then on the, I just didn't hear on the low, medium, high, is that based, that's just based on the dollars per day, or does that accommodate for the fact that there could be some new number of additional observers? You said there was a varying number of additional observers needed in these plants, but that can change each year with the new deployment plan. What number of new observers have we accommodated for in this table?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't calculate to accommodate for the number of observers, because as I indicated, that can vary based on the annual deployment plan. How these numbers were estimated was based on the 2021 Bering Sea plants. This excludes the AFA plants in King Cove and Sandpoint because I lumped them in with the Kodiak plants just for confidentiality reasons. For the Bering Sea plants, it was estimated that there were 1,599 additional shore plant observer days at the Bering Sea plants. I did not try to back calculate and figure out how many additional observer positions that equated to. We simply used the number of increase days.
Thank you. And I think it's kind of important. It's a big change for these plants. I can't find it in the analysis right now, but is the estimate an additional, I realize you just said you didn't do it that way, but somewhere in the analysis, it said the number of additional observers that we might expect. Could you give me that range again? Is it 3 to 5? Is it 2 to 3? Josh is nodding.
Yes, I apologize. I don't have the page number in front of me.
I don't either. That's
but,
right.
But we do talk about, and please correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like there were it's 3 to 5 observers, because there has to be Josh could have told you that. I didn't have to. Because there has to be an observer available for each shift, 2 observers to account for all the sampling, salmon, accounting for all the catch, doing all that, all the additional sorting and biological sampling that had occurred at sea now is transferred to the shore plant. And so it's estimated that there will have to be 3 to 5 observers for the Bering Sea plants. That's a lower number for the Gulf of Alaska plants because of fewer fish going through. But for each 12-hour shift, there has to be 2 observers available. And I think that gives some flexibility. Having up to 5 observers is the estimate, to have a person that can rotate in and out, because an observer can't work all day, every day.
In each plant. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Brandon.
Moving to the shoreside costs for non-AFA plants in the Gulf of Alaska. Non-AFA shore plants that take deliveries of Gulf of Alaska pollock will continue to pay their portion of the partial coverage fee, the 1.65% observer fee that's currently in place, to cover the cost of shoreside observers. The council has decision points on how the cost of food and housing will be paid. And this was a question that came up at the June meeting, and you requested additional information, and I will talk about that shortly. And options for when King Cove and Sandpoint primarily will be in the full or partial coverage category. As you recall, when we presented in June, we kind of used the term that AFA trumps all in terms of whether you're in the full or partial coverage. And since the King Cove and Sand Point plants are AFA plants, it was described as they would always be in the full coverage category. They would always contract directly for their shoreside observer providers. We include in the analysis some additional discussion of that on potential options, perhaps to allow them to be in partial coverage categories on days that they're only taking deliveries from the Gulf of Alaska, to prevent situations that I believe occurred under the EFP, where they were required, particularly in Sandpoint, to have an observer in place when they knew they weren't going to be taking Bering Sea deliveries for an extended period of time. As with the AFA plants, the specific number of observers for each plant will not be defined in regulation to allow NIMS to adjust coverage to meet sampling needs as they may change over time. And because the partial coverage for plants, the cost for observers is paid for the partial coverage fee, they will not realize the same increase in cost that's realized by the Bering Sea plants that are paying directly for their shoreside plant coverage. This slide again shows a range of low and high cost per day for shoreside observer coverage. And again, this comes from the ADP and discussions with observer providers. You'll recall that in June, I had a low and high range that was 500, and it increased in $550 increments. So the high range was $1,600 per day. After discussions with the council, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and others, I opted in this analysis to use the mid-range considered for the high amount, because it was determined that probably the high range was unrealistic. And so that's the change why $1,550 is started in this analysis. I also note that the coverage rate is always 30%. That's what was used in the under the current EFP. Again, that will be determined annually in the annual deployment plan, but we've always used 30%. So I just used that in this analysis, where Ms. Henry used the range of 20 to 30% because that was what was realized for at-sea vessels under the deployment plans for the last several years. And so based on that, the partial coverage cost would range from about $274,000 to $575,000 for shoreside plants. And recall that under the status quo, there is not shoreside observers in the Gulf of Alaska. So this would be increase in costs that would be funded by the partial coverage fee. As I indicated earlier, there was some discussion at the June meeting of how to treat plants in the Western Gulf that had been defined simply as AFA plants and would be in the full coverage category all the time, and how we may treat them differently. And as part of that discussion, we included this table in the analysis. It's table 5-33. And it simply shows when a vessel is taking either pollock or Bering Sea deliveries or both, what coverage category they would be in that day, how that fee would be paid, and the process of responsibility for fee payment. I would note that, as part of this, if a vessel or if a processor is going to be taking Gulf and Bering Sea pollock deliveries, and just assume it's the Sandpoint plant, that they would have to notify the National Marine Fisheries Service that they would only be taking Gulf of Alaska deliveries, and they wouldn't be required, so that they could have an observer available if they were selected for the partial coverage, assume 30% rate that for that day. Otherwise, they would be in the full coverage category. And so this table was simply presented to provide an additional option that wasn't discussed at the June meeting that the council could consider. The other issue that the council asked for some additional information on was the partial coverage plant and how observers' food and lodging would be paid for. There were two options considered, paid for with a partial coverage fee, or the power processor would pay those costs directly in addition to the partial coverage fee. For the analysis, we simply looked at the Kodiak plants and assumed that all the costs occurred at Kodiak. That's an oversimplification because there are, King Cove and Sandpoint plants. But because they would be compensated at the per diem rates under current regulations, we used the Kodiak regulations for 2022 for food, housing, and incidentals. We used the differential rates for housing based on the time period, because housing rates change in Kodiak during the summer and versus the winter. And we went back and looked at the catch accounting system data and determined that about 80% of the trips were in the October through April period. Using all that information and the 548 shore plant observer days, it came out to about a cost of $136,000. Given the daily cost for the partial coverage that Ms. Henry presented earlier, that ranged from about $1,300 to $1,400 per day, that equates to about 100 Atsy observer days that would be then funded by the partial coverage fee that wouldn't be available to fund Atsy observer days for other fleets in the partial coverage sector. And Mr. Chairman, the next slide is kind of the summary of overall costs. And I believe this was a question that Ms. Kimball alluded to earlier about what are the kind of the total costs of the program. If you look at, some of what I feel are, of course, the important comparisons are the total bottom line. But if you look through that slide, you'll see that the majority of the savings and costs are coming in the Bering Sea, where cost savings could be well over $1 million potentially by using EM if all the vessels switched over to EM versus having at-sea observers. In the Gulf of Alaska, under alternative 2, you can see how the cost would change under the EFP based on 2021 participation. You can compare those numbers. And as I said, most of those savings are going to come in the Bering Sea. There's much less certainty about whether there will be actual cost savings in the partial coverage fishery, in the Gulf of Alaska fishery. And if you look at the change in at-sea observer coverage under the first option in the Gulf of Alaska, it ranges from about 357,000 to 570,000. The change in shoreside partial coverage in the Gulf of Alaska is very similar to that range when you look at the low and high. So whether there will be savings in the Gulf in terms of costs will be highly dependent on many of the variables and unknowns that Ms. Henry talked about in the opening of her presentation. And we really clearly can't say exactly how much savings, if any, will occur as a result of EM in terms of costs in the Gulf. And this is kind of a summary of what I just said. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going over this slide. We kind of talked about it as we went through the previous slide, but there is, expected cost savings in the Bering Sea. In the partial coverage, there's a lot less certainty, and for the various reasons we described. The last set of slides I want to go over is a request that came through the council. It was also requested by the advisory panel and the SSC at the last meeting in terms of what are the incentives to participate in this program by the various sectors. And we broke out each sector and provided a very brief discussion as a summary table. There's a whole section in the analysis that provides more detail, but this was our attempt to try and summarize those costs. And, we already talked about the cost for the catcher vessels, the cost of processors, the cost of tenders. In the Bering Sea, there's been very little tender activity. I think in some years there might have been one tender vessel that was active. So we wouldn't expect much change in cost for tender vessels. In the the Western Gulf, there could be some increase, but again, realize that the intent is probably that the equipment and many of the fees will be paid for by the partial coverage. So, well, there could be some increase in cost to tender vessels as a result of having EM costs. There's probably not a large increase. And they didn't have a shoreside or they didn't have observers before. So any increase in cost through EM will be the cost they realize. We've covered overall costs. Observer access, it typically hasn't been a problem in the program, but if in the observer program, but if you're operating under an EM system and you're unable to access an observer, you don't have to wait at shore for an observer to come aboard if you're picked under the odds program for partial coverage. And so that could be a potential benefit. Could be a benefit for observer and crew interactions. If you don't have the observer on the vessel, it reduces the potential for conflicts between crew members and observers at sea. We've gone over trip limits and MRAs in a fair amount of detail. We've discussed the changes in trip gross revenue already in the presentation and the other partial coverage sectors. And I think, again, the bottom line is that there's a lot of still uncertainty in what the change in partial coverage is going to be in terms of cost savings under EM versus the current program. And depending on how those relative costs change, there could potentially be additional funding available for additional at-sea days for other sectors in the partial coverage. If the costs of this program are higher, on the higher end of what we anticipate, then there may not be those cost savings realized. We also provide information on observer providers, and I think probably the bottom line in this is that observer providers that provide observers for the full coverage category in the Bering Sea, the assumption is that probably most of the vessels that are operating in the Bering Sea will opt to use the EM program. There'll be a loss of observer days that the observer provider can bill. Observer providers that operate under both EM and provide observers are likely to be less impacted. Observer providers that opt only to provide at-sea observers or shoreside observers could be the most impacted under this program because they won't be generating any additional revenue by participating in providing services under the EM portion of the program. And if there are no questions, Mr. Chairman, I will turn it back over to Ms. Henry.
Not so fast, Mr. Brandon. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I was looking through, I had a couple of questions actually on the summary of estimated costs. I didn't see where we break out the cost of the EM review. I assume that's incorporated in your summary table on slide 41, but we mentioned briefly a new, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands EM review fee. Can you remind me what we expect that fee to be for folks?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we do not provide an estimate of what that specific fee is likely to be. In table 536 on page 181 of the analysis shows the EM costs and broken out into those categories, and those are estimates for the overall 2021 EFP. So you'd see number 5, data review. That line would be the overall costs of that for the 2021 EFP. I believe data transmittal, data review, data processing, and storage would all be covered by that new BSAI EM review fee. But we don't have specific costs for the Bering Sea portion of that review cost. Because of the way costs were tracked in the EFP, it was just very difficult to parse out between Gulf and Bering Sea costs. They weren't tracked that way. And the service providers cautioned us from using any kind of effort metrics to try to back calculate that. So we provide the overall cost estimates, but not specific to the Bering Sea. And again, those are just for the effort, scale, and scope of the 2021 EM EFP. In a future regulated program, participation rates may change, so those costs may change as well.
I have a couple follow-up then on, and participation in the 2021 EFP was higher, the highest we'd seen. Is that correct? It's
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, participation in 2021 EFP was higher than the previous year of the EFP. In discussions with the industry under a regulated program, it's likely that participation would increase as well from those 2021 numbers.
Can I keep going? So on table 536, 5-36, those are the total data review, processing and storage costs. And what I can understand from that is the total, but the Bering Sea plants would have an EM review fee and the Gulf would have the data review covered by our existing 1.65 observer fee. So somewhere in this is the amount that would be charged to the Bering Sea.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, under the effort and scale of the 2021 EFP, these overall costs for data review, a portion would be covered by that 1.65% fee for the partial coverage for the Gulf video review. The portion that's not covered by that partial coverage fee, because it's part of the Bering Sea video review, would be covered by this new fee. However, this new fee will apply to a regulated program with likely different participation rates than under these EFP estimates. So we don't have a specific projected cost for what that fee will be in the future, but it would cover the Bering Sea portion of the review costs.
Thank you. It's a different question than on the incentives to participate. It seems like there are very strong incentives for vessels to participate in terms of cost savings. It's only new additional costs to processors and tenders in this table. I didn't see anything in terms of positive incentives for processors and tenders to participate unless you added to this table the improvement in data quality, salmon accounting, and support for the fleet that wants to use EM. Are those incentives then and the only incentives for the other stakeholders to participate?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, in terms of cost incentives for the Bering Sea full coverage shore plants, I would characterize that as the primary incentives for them to participate in the program in order to get better accounting of catch, to ensure that everything comes to shore and is accounted for without having basket sample estimates of at-sea discards. Ensure full accounting of salmon, which basically already occurs in the Bering Sea. But it's basically the overall cost savings. And that's why I hesitated to try and attribute how those cost savings would be distributed between the shore plants and the catcher vessel fleet. Given that I project there'll probably be over $1 million in savings for the fleet in general, it seems that the working relationship that the Bering Sea polyp fleet has developed over many years of working closely together, they would come up with some sort of solution where the shore processors probably wouldn't bear that entire cost, but I didn't have any information on how exactly those costs would be distributed. So in terms of what we can actually quantify and say, yeah, this is going to occur, I think it's how you laid it out in terms of providing support for the fleet to do something they want to, better accounting of catch, with more of a question mark on what the actual costs will be to the various sector and how that cost savings will be divided.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, just a quick reminder to the public, if you want to testify on this agenda item, please sign up prior to the end of the AP report, which is coming up soon. Ms. Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these summary slides at the end here provide kind of the outstanding policy decisions for the council that we would like guidance on. And you've heard these throughout the presentation, but the first would be the opt-in approach for vessels in the Gulf of Alaska. The options that we've discussed in the presentation is the annual opt-in that was originally in the document, which would be if a vessel opts in every trip where pelagic gear is deployed and pollock is harvested would be EM for the calendar year. We have what we're calling the annual opt-in that's been revised, which would be if a vessel opts in trips using only pelagic trawl gear are EM, while multi-gear trips are in the partial coverage observer selection pool. And then we have the threshold approach, which would be if a vessel opts in, a certain percentage of their trips would be required to be EM. If this approach were taken, there's a decision whether this threshold would apply annually or seasonally, and if that threshold would be defined in regulation or as part of the annual deployment process and assessed annually. The next policy decision would be related to the partial coverage fee and whether or not that should pay for the food and lodging costs for shoreside observers. Use of the partial coverage fee would be consistent with the way it's applied in the fixed gear EM program. And if not, if the partial coverage fee did not cover it, then processors would pay both their portion of that fee and the direct costs of that food and lodging. And then whether the partial coverage fee should cover EM equipment and service. And the use of the partial coverage fee would be consistent with the way it's applied in the fixed gear EM program. And then this final slide is other council considerations. These aren't as much policy calls, but points that we would like council input on or affirmation that the way we've described them in the document is appropriate. First would be regarding the MRA and trip limit incentive plans. If the council has any specific guidance for what they would like to see in those annual reports, we'd like information on that. Again, just affirming that the BSAI EM review fee as described in the document and in our presentation it should be implemented. And then the council, it's not the council's purview to speak to the direct vehicle like contract or grant with which the agency would use to distribute funds. But if there are priorities for that the council would like to see, such as prioritizing cost efficiency or encouraging competition, the council could speak to those. And then finally, just kind of a point of clarification that the document refers to Bering Sea and Gulf pollock, but that if CDQ or AI pollock were prosecuted by CVs, the EM program could apply to them. And with that, I would like to close by thanking all of the contributors and persons consulted for this document. The whole Trawl EM program has been a very collaborative process with a lot of involvement from stakeholders, the Trolleyem committee, the EFP group, especially the PIs on the EFP. It's required a lot of work from a lot of folks in the agency and the industry, and it's been a really collaborative process. So I do want to thank and recognize everyone who has been involved in this.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Any final questions? Thank you very much. That will bring us to our advisory panel report. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I think I'm on my own this morning.
Looks like it.
For the record, Ruth Christensen here to give the advisory panel. Oh, hold on. Okay. On C3. All right. How do I? Oh, hold on. Now we're ready. Okay. The AP recommends the council select alternative 2, electronic monitoring implemented on pelagic trawl pollock catcher vessels and tenders delivering to shoreside processors in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska as its preferred alternative for final action. The AP also supports the following elements as final policy decisions for the program. use of the partial coverage 1.65% fee to pay for EM costs for those vessels that only participate in the GOA pollock fishery. Use of the partial coverage 1.65% fee to pay for housing and food for shoreside observers during deployments at processors to monitor partial coverage pollock deliveries from Gulf of Alaska vessels using EM. Implementation of industry-managed incentive plans that provide a framework to meet the goal of avoiding exceedance of maximum retainable amounts and the Gulf of Alaska pollock trip limit, and adoption of the revised hybrid annual opt-in approach as presented by analysts that allows for maximum flexibility for Gulf of Alaska vessels participating in the EM program. You should have rationale attached to your minutes.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Christensen. On the last bullet, I know what you mean when you're talking about the revised hybrid annual opt-in approach that was just presented to us. It was presented to us as having less flexibility for Gulf vessels participating in the EM program. So I just wanted to hear the AP's take on support for that hybrid opt-in approach.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that clarifying question. It's flexibility in comparison to the threshold approach that was added in for analysis. So yes, thank you for that clarification. It is in comparison to the threshold approach.
Not to the EFP. Thank you.
Correct.
Any further questions? Thank you. That will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 5 signed up to testify. First up is Julie Bonney, Chelsea Riddell, and Ruth Christensen. Welcome back.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, my name is Julie Bonney. I'm the excuse me, Executive Director of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank and one of the 3 PIs that were involved in the exempted fishing permit testing the pelagic pollock EM program.
My name is Chelsea Riddell, and prior to joining Julia AGDB, I was also an EFP plan observer, EM data reviewer, and worked with the Western Gulf Fleet on the implementation of this project.
Yes, and for the record, Ruth Christensen with United Catcher Boats and also one of the PIs for the EFP.
We support the AP's motion for trawl electronic monitoring final action, including the revised annual opt-in option proposed by the agency this week. Alaska Groundfish Data Bank held a member meeting on Thursday of this week, and the fleet is in support of this option. We would like to testify to some particular successes of this program. It certainly wasn't easy, especially that very first year in the Gulf where processors hadn't had plan observers in 8 years, and there's so many nuances due to our management structure and short seasons. We all had a lot of challenges and learning curves, including navigating a global pandemic. So much has improved since then. The Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska fleets wanted trawl EM, and from the beginning, our processing partners in both areas have graciously taken on the challenge and worked incredibly hard to make this program possible. Prior to trawl EM, the under 60 fleet in the Western Gulf hadn't been required to maintain logbooks. Not only did they work exceptionally hard at remembering to record hull information and discards completely incorrectly for the first time, but they now have e-log and an automatic salmon hotspot reporting. Implementing trawl EM on the Western Gulf fleet, including their tender vessels, drastically improves their Chinook accounting. Across the board, EM improves data quality, but this is an achievement worth noting and applauding, particularly for the Gulf vessels. An aspect of fisheries that I think sometimes gets lost in rooms like this is how hard our captains, crews, and processors work on very little sleep and often dangerous conditions. Fishing doesn't stop. It's around the clock for the majority of the year, piecing together multiple fisheries, all with different rules and requirements. Not to mention trying to get everyone home safe and well provided for. It's easy to say it's their job to know the rules, but the reality is that's not easy in practice. Successfully implementing a program of this scope and scale across the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska takes two things: incredible commitment from the vessels that want it, and consistent communication between all stakeholders. We are incredibly proud of the dedication of the Trolleyem vessels and the collaboration with all of our partners. Through the adaptive EFP process, we have fostered a culture of accountability and self-reporting, which provides us with sound data to manage our fisheries. This is a significant milestone in the modernization of fisheries management, in the largest fishery in the United States by volume. We must savor this moment and remember that we got here today because of a commitment to strong science, perseverance, and communication between all stakeholders, including the permit holders, agency partners, council members and staff, the Trolleyem committee, EM and observer service providers, vessel captains and crews, shoreside processors, data reviewers, and observers. And I list all of those just to impress upon you how many people were truly involved in this. Thank you to everyone who made this program possible. Going forward, may we continue to approach our program designs with the same level of commitment and collaboration. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you greatly to Ms. Sorry, lost my train of thought there for a second. Ms. Christensen, Ms. Bonnie, and Ms. Riddell, thanks a lot. Also to Ms. Levy, who I hope is listening in. The train of thought that I lost but came back is it's kind of the eternal question when something this momentous, and I think your testimony really described well, has been pulled together and is nearing completion. You always kind of look down the road from that and go, well, what else could we improve? And so my question to you at this point is, what's next? We know in the Gulf that this only covers some of the trawl operations. And I'm sure there's remaining things in the Bering Sea as well as the Gulf with the processors. And I'm wondering what you're thinking about tackling.
I'll start with that question. So there's two elements that in terms of electronic monitoring, that will improve data and reduce costs. So one of the main ones that we're hoping will move forward relatively quickly is getting observers off the lines and processing plants to monitor all the Chinook salmon during an offload and actually use camera systems to verify that and be allowed to use processor labor counts. And that way those observers can be spending their time doing biological collections versus standing on a belt for 12 hours. There's two projects moving forward right now for that. One is through saltwater, and the other one is with Craig Rose. Both are in the field today. One is in Kodiak working with Craig Rose, APS. And then there's a saltwater project moving forward at Trident Seafoods with Kodiak using a shoot can for salmon identification. That's number one. Number two is Alaska Groundfish Data Bank submitted a NIFWIP a proposal to start looking at developing EM in the rockfish program, which is 100% observer coverage. Under that proposal, we'll start looking at how to develop electronic monitoring in non-pelagic fisheries for catcher vessels. So those are two.
No, I think the only thing that I would add through the chair, Mr. Twite, is, we have a brand new COD program that's going to be coming online, and this is thinking very long-term out. This isn't going to happen within the next few years, but knowing we have that program and then now have the capability, and many of those vessels are the same, we can look to the future and possibly give EM consideration for the cod fishery.
Any further questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, all of you, for all your work on this program, and Ms. Levy, who's not here. As we transition, if this passes to a regulated program, having been the PIs and the contacts and the kind of the bridge to outreach with the fleet and the plants, who has that role going forward, especially in, if you heard my previous questions, and trying to distinguish for folks the differences in this program versus what they're very used to in the EFP. Do you ladies still have that role? Is that an agency role? How do you see that progressing?
And I'll take the first stab of that. Julie Bonnie with Alaska Groundfish. Right now, my shop does all of that anyway, in terms of we have processing plants call us on regulations. We have vessels calling us about what on the grounds issues that they need help with. So assuming we end up with the incentive plan or one of the incentive plans, I think all of that brings a nexus back to us to be kind of take questions and help communicate with all the stakeholders in the central Gulf of Alaska.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, while I'm not going anywhere, so I would just say, while our roles may not be as formalized as an identified PI, the relationships and everything will continue. And so I very much anticipate remaining a point of contact for our vessels, for our processors, for EM service providers. And especially, for vessels that will be new coming in under a regulated program and not the EFP. So our roles will continue, if not as, formally designated.
One more, Mr. Chair, and just on kind of on that point, Ms. Christensen, on the ability of this program to provide cost efficiency and consistency with their improved data is getting everybody to volunteer and be an EM. So I saw the increased participation in 2021. I didn't know if you had anything else to add on how we intend to get more vessels to participate such that we could have near or the whole fleet in all three areas participating. Are there ideas on the horizon, or is there something we should know prior to taking final action that would increase incentives for people to volunteer to be in the EM program?
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, for the Bering Sea, I can tell you that for those vessels that are currently not in the EFP, which is not actually very many, we do have a good chunk of the Bering Sea pollock vessels participating. But for those that are not currently under the EFP, they are anxious for a regulated program. We have had to limit vessel participation in the EFP. So we have had wanted vessels, to be part of this program. So they are anxious. So for the Bering Sea, we will get the majority of pollock vessels utilizing EM.
Through the chair, I think one of the key things she just said is we froze the footprint in 2021 just because we couldn't keep asking for the amount of money through NIFWIT. But and then if you really drill down into the different areas, I would guess that 90 to 95% of those vessels that fish in the Western Gulf are already in the EFP. So really in terms of the Gulf side, I would guess it's probably 50% that are, Kodiak centric. And one of the biggest incentives that I could see for them to start using cameras would be the ability to use it in the pelagic pollock and then also in the 100% rockfish program.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Next up is Philip Powell. Not seeing Mr. Powell. Okay, we can circle back. Rebecca Skinner and Patty O'Donnell. morning.
Good morning. Rebecca Skinner and Patty O'Donnell with Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. We do support the AP motion, and I had submitted a comment letter that outlined a number of concerns that AWTA had with the proposal that was outlined in the analysis. And since I submitted my letter, the alternative opt-in approach was developed, and that addressed all of the concerns that were articulated in the letter. And I just wanted to note that AWTA members do see the value of the EM program, and we really do appreciate the last minute flurry of activity that everyone undertook to develop this workable kind of trip by trip opt-in that's now on the table. And I think we're available to answer any questions that you have, particularly from an operational standpoint or a fleet understanding standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for providing testimony today. And now I can set aside your letter that you said that, but I'd like to ask Patty how a camera is working on his vessel.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. We've had, how it's working operationally, we've had very little problems. The hydraulic sensors, we had some issues at the beginning with that. And we had one camera malfunction, but other than that, operationally, it works well. We fished in 610 for B season, and we had 3 trips logged into odds and the non-EM, and we were notified that we could use them trips for the 610 fishery, which we did because we had them logged, and then from there we went into EM. So it's been working good. I mean, I think the change up you've seen between 21 and 22 had to do with the for the Kodiak vessels that rely on mixed trips. Was, I guess, part of that was the low value of pollock and the increased value in cod fishing, and the fact that we didn't have a directed cod fishery. We actually choose not to fish so that we could be on an incidental catch allowance and not put cod in PSC. So I think functionally it works all the way around, and I'm looking forward to see what happens. I mean, a member Noah years ago came to me and said, what do you think about putting a camera on your boat? And I said, yeah, I'll do it as soon as you put a camera in your office, and I can watch you for a while and see how you like it. But today, I didn't think I'd be here, but I see the benefit of it. I have 2 sets of cameras on the boat, the one for EM. I just installed a set myself so that I can watch the boat, which I try not to do because it leads to sleepless nights. But anyhow, it works good. I think it's very good.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patty.
Further questions, Mr. Dwight?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Ms. Skinner and Mr. O'Donnell. Ms. Skinner, you characterized the revised opt-in as essentially a last minute sort of thing. And I think that's great. That's one of the outcomes of receiving letters like yours and thinking about it and solving problems. Sometimes the problem with last minute things is we don't always fully understand them. And in this case, I'd like to know if from your perspective, given the analysis in front of us, given the kind of information we've heard in the staff presentations, both at the AP and here, do you feel like you really do fully understand how the revised alternative will work?
Thank you for the question to the chair. Yes, with a caveat. I think that because the alternative, while it's structured differently than the EM EFP as far as what you're opting in too. So there's an annual opt-in, but then you do have a trip on a choice by choice basis. In the current proposal, in the EMEFP, you are actually opting in on a trip by trip basis. So the structure is different, but the end result is the same in that at a vessel level, you do have to make the choice and log a trip before you leave the dock. So in that regard, the vessel should be accustomed to that. I think that because of that similarity, we do have a good understanding of how that works because the EMEFP has worked that way. From a participant perspective, I guess the biggest questions that we have are around enforcement, particularly if you've logged a trip that you've indicated as a mixed trip. So at that point, you're not in the EM program, you're covered under odds. You get out onto the grounds and for what could be very good reasons, you can't deploy your bottom gear, either because the weather came up, maybe the plant has recalled you to do a delivery, maybe you have a medical issue. Well, for whatever reason, you can't deploy the bottom gear that you thought you were going to deploy. How is that going to be handled on an enforcement basis? What we've been, so the conversation again, in this kind of last minute working toward a solution is that with, I think similarly to other new regulated programs, there is going to be a learning curve. And it sounds like everybody's on the same page that there is going to be a learning curve. There's going to be discussions and that OLE will take all of the facts and circumstances into account. And I think this would be maybe a question better addressed to Patty. I mean, I think for where we are, I'm comfortable with that. But Patty might have a different perspective as a boat owner and a boat operator. But I do think that the analysis includes all of the information that describes how this would work, even though it is technically structured a little differently. I think the way it works is very similar.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Gretar Goodmanson. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. What I'd like to testify here in this morning is the accounting of the PSC from this. Quoting Mr. Twite, this is a momentous action. I'd like to get it right the first time instead of going back and changing it. And what I'd like to see is the priority of crab come up with the rest of the species. And I tried to find it this morning. I can't. I saw a slide in the AP where it shows salmon, crab, and halibut, and the wording in the crab was different from the other two. And I think it needs to be equitable and equal for all those species, raise the priority of crab in this action. And basically, crab is kind of treated like the orphan child on the side, and it's a different prioritization for crab. I've spoken with staff. Last year, I think there was 27 crab caught total for the year. Everyone gets accounted for as it is today. But that's a difference. There's a night and day difference between May and shell. Currently, it's May. I would like to have it be mandatory or say shell and equal with halibut and salmon and treat it that way. So should there something come up, then, well, that's easier, but we don't have to do that one. But like I say, currently it's very little crab from all the paperwork, and it is all counted for. I get that, but I would like it to be crab be prioritized equal to the rest of them. Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thanks. Thank you. Corey Lesher. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, once again, I'm Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're a trade association that represents a majority of harvesters that fish in the Bering Sea for king, snow, and Variability crab with pot gear in the crab rationalization program. Don't have a lot to say today, but kind of want to speak to more of what Greta was speaking to. Whoop, and my computer just died. Okay, winging it. First off, I'd just really like to acknowledge the time that went into the analysis and the EFP in general. And the work went into that, I think, is really important. And Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers supports this analysis and moving into final action. I have a few concerns with some of the language in the analysis and how crab are being enumerated and fully accounted for at the plants. I think the implementation of cameras and the full retention is definitely an improvement in the catch accounting process. So Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers appreciates these efforts and acknowledges that improvement. However, when we see halibut and salmon having a priority because they're biological samples that are really important to take for those species at the plants, and crab are left to be counted by the plant personnel, we would like to see that prioritization be elevated for crab, especially if there aren't very many crab that are being landed in this sector. The prioritization to have a NMFS trained observer separate and speciate these crab, whether it's parts and pieces or full crab. Many of you know probably Caenorhabditis species look really similar, Variability, snow crab, and then there's hybrids now. So when I say proper catch accounting, just ensuring that NMFS trained observers are the ones that who speciate and enumerate these. As it states here in the analysis, that the observer can spot check or verify when the plant personnel separate out these crab. And they can verify the counts and or weights. That's what it states in the analysis. And we just want to make sure that they're also verifying the correct species. So I guess that's my concerns. And so I'm hoping that you guys will consider that. Crab have been in decline, and this is a really important time to make sure that that we do have proper and correct prohibited species catch accounting for crab, along with salmon and halibut. So that's all I have, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I just have a quick question. I'm just wondering if the hybrid crabs are easy to identify. Can a plant personnel look at one and go, that's a hybrid, or is it something that requires somebody with a background, a scientific background, to be able to determine the difference between a hybrid and one of the other two species?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thank you. I think that's a really important question. I think that plant personnel could be trained and identify the difference between an OP, a Variability, and a hybrid. There's a lot of key characteristics visually that you can have printouts at a plant or something, and folks can refer to that, and sometimes that's what they'll use to identify OPs or Variability, and then in between. And oftentimes you have to look at three or four different characteristics, because the nature of hybrids, they might have one or two from each species. So to answer your question, yes, I do think that plant personnel could be trained And I still think it's important that a NIMS trained observer be doing that verification.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. As I listen to your comments and Mr. Goodmanson's before you, I'm trying to understand if your concern, which I get, is specific to EM and this new program, or if this is an issue that would be better suited through our annual deployment process that we go through with the Observer Program.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. The AP asked this the same question when I gave testimony over there. And, you know, I want to acknowledge that we're trying to testify to specific agenda items. I do think that this is broader and not just specific to EM deliveries. And I think that we can carry this conversation out, you know, to the broader scale. And I'm trying to, you know, focus my my testimony, my efforts to this specific agenda item. But I think there's a lot of overlap, as you'll see from item to item, and this is something that I believe is important, not just in EM deliveries.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you. And follow up to that then, Mr. Lesher, and I don't know if everyone's aware, but those that attend the observer monitoring committees are aware that the agency has a process by which, at least internally for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, they discuss sampling changes or changes that they want for the whole observer protocol. Our committees have asked, our partial coverage committee at least has asked to be made aware of what those changes are so that they could weigh in if there are additional changes that, like you said, apply more generally than this program. Is that maybe an appropriate and probably quicker discussion and resolution to what you're asking for?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think so. I've had several conversations in the hallway with some of the folks sitting behind me, you know, just to get clarification. I'm not fully aware of how, you know, plant procedures work. And so I'm still learning, and to change procedures for the observers and the plant personnel. I think it would be great to have, you know, the council have this discussion too. Alaska Bering Sea crabbers could make this request, and I'm sure there's other avenues that we could go to try and make these changes or see if it's something that agency would be interested in adapting to. And I'm here in front of the council today to also ask for your guys' support through this in the action that's in front of us today.
Any further questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Lesher. Has Alaska Bering Sea crabbers thought much about making use of the results of this EFP in terms of the suite of monitoring tools that the crabbers could be employing?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, are you referencing electronic monitoring? I'm sure there have been maybe some conversations or considerations, but I haven't been part of those, and I'm not aware of any decisions that have come of that.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Lesher.
Thank you.
All right, last up will be Philip Powell. Philip Powell. Good morning. Just get your mic.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I missed my first name called. My name is Philip Powell. I'm a general counsel for Global Seas and AFA Trawl Vessel Company. I'm here to voice my support for the final action on this particular program. One of our vessels participated in the EFP, and we found it to be a really good program. So first, I'd like to thank Ruth Christian's Christensen, NIMS staff, the Observer Program staff, and everybody else involved in the execution of the EFP. Like I said, it worked out very well for us, and we're excited about moving on to the next part of this program. Now, three aspects about the EFP that we found of value would be safety, sustainability, and then the efficiency and flexibility. With respect to safety, it's one less person on the vessel, one less person kind of exposed to the elements, one less person creating conditions, or one less person subject to conditions on the vessel. It's very clear that the less bodies on the boat, the less bodies in the environment, the less chance of injury there's going to be. In terms of sustainability, the cameras don't sleep. It's 100% retention, and it's all accounted for. So I think that the EM program benefits sustainability insofar as it's able to take a total census of everything caught rather than a sampling. Now, finally, with respect to efficiency and flexibility, it costs us less, which benefits us directly. There's more options for service providers, and we haven't found ourselves waiting for at the dock for an observer to show up when there's been a shortage. I think, for all these reasons, it's important that we move this forward through to final action. And I want, again, thank everybody that was involved in the EFP and the program, and say that we're excited to participate when it does move to final regulatory action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, that concludes public testimony. I think we should probably take a break. Come back in 15 minutes at 10:25. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready for action on agenda item C3. What are the council's wishes? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion on C3 and I'll wait. There it is. My motion is the council recommends alternative 2 as its preferred alternative and includes the following additional clarifications on implementation. First, reading alternative 2. Electronic monitoring is implemented on pelagic trawl pollock catcher vessels and tenders delivering to shoreside processors in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska as the preferred alternative. Opt-in approach in the GOA. The council recommends the revised annual opt-in approach for vessels in the GOA. Under this approach, vessels participating in the Trawl EM program will be required to use EM on all trips using only pelagic trawl gear. All trips using multiple gear types will remain in the partial coverage observer selection pool. Partial coverage fee. The partial coverage 1.65% fee will be used to pay for EM equipment, service, and maintenance costs for vessels that do not participate in trawl catch share programs with an EM option. Additionally, the fee should be used to pay for housing and food for shoreside observers during deployments at processors to monitor partial coverage directed pelagic pollock deliveries from vessels using EM. Incentive plans. Implement industry managed incentive plans that provide a framework to meet annual performance standards to limit changes in fishing behavior due to the removal of MRA and pollock trip limits for vessels participating in the Trawl EM program. BSAI EM fee. Implement a BSAI EM fee for video review. Each vessel participating in the BSAI Trawl EM program will pay a fee covering the costs of EM video review calculated as the annual cost of EM review, data storage and transmission for the prior year, divided by the proportion of actual annual pollock harvested in the prior year by each vessel that participates in the BSAI Trawl EM program. CDQ and AI pollock fisheries. This clarification that should CDQ or Aleutian Island pollock fisheries be open and prosecuted with catcher vessels, they would not be precluded from the opportunity to participate in the Trawl EM program. Mr. Chair, that's my motion. With a second, I'd be happy to speak to it.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the second. This program improves overall cost efficiency of monitoring, particularly in the Bering Sea, and improves monitoring data and PSC accounting. As others have noted, EM is a monitoring tool that is robust to many circumstances. A great example in this case is even the COVID shutdowns did not detract from the success of this EFP. The council appreciates the approach taken by the agency and council staff that maximizes the use of non-regulatory tools such as the ADP, VMPs, CMCPs, and incentive plan agreements, and the quality of the analysis, reflecting all the work of the Trolleyem committee and the extensive collaboration and involvement of the EFP team, particularly the principal investigators, Julie Bonney, Ruth Christensen, and Charlotte Levy. I recognize that this action will shift some impacts, costs, and responsibilities from the harvest sector to the onshore processing sector, and will expand the use of CMCPs in processing plants. I encourage NIMS to prioritize outreach to the remaining processors to make sure they understand the critical role they will play in making this action successful, and that problems are collaboratively identified and addressed. Relative to the opt-in provision that we've discussed extensively here today, there is broad stakeholder support for the annual opt-in approach as revised. All vessels in the GOA and the Bering Sea will still request to enter the Trawl EM program by November 15. If accepted into the program, GOA vessels, when logging trips and odds, will be asked to declare their gear type, which will determine whether it's an EM or an observer trip. This option provides the most flexibility to vessels while providing clear criteria for the agency to plan partial coverage observer and EM deployments efficiently. This is an example of the cost versus flexibility question that comes before us frequently. In this case, increased flexibility comes at a cost, and the revised opt-in approach balances these two concerns. I appreciate the agency and industry working together during initial review of this action to develop an approach that is amenable to stakeholders and is a more straightforward approach for implementation and enforcement. While this is a new approach that was not specifically described in the analysis, as staff has described, it falls within the ranges of approaches that have been analyzed between the most flexible trip-by-trip opt-in and the original annual opt-in approach. Relative to the partial coverage fee, this program will cover EM equipment and service included to provide equitable treatment across partial coverage fishery participants, fixed and trawl gear EM participants. So the GOA trawl participants that do not participate in other trawl catch share fisheries with an EM option are not financially burdened when other partial coverage participants are not so burdened. GOA processors currently contribute half of the 1.65 partial observage coverage fee and will continue to do so under a regulated program. These same processors are also making substantial investments into monitoring costs through the existing fee, complying with CMCP requirements and observer sampling stations. The approach I'm recommending provides the greatest amount of equity then in the distribution of these costs. Incentive plans. Incentive plans are flexible tools that are adaptable and can be readily revised. They take advantage of collaborative partnerships with industry and are preferable to creating new, complicated regulations which are time-consuming and costly to implement, enforce, and modify. Incentive plans ensure that vessels operate under the spirit of the MRAs and Gulf pollock trip limits while allowing the flexibility required to function in a maximized retention program. The agency and the council will have oversight over vessel performance through the agency's annual in-season report, as well as an annual written report by the incentive plan representatives. The final analysis describes the specific reporting elements the council needs to monitor whether performance is being achieved by the incentive plans, comparable to the goals of the existing tools of MRAs and trip limits. Relative to the EM review fee for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, using the fee authority under Section 313 of the MSA, NIMS would develop a new BSAI EM review fee to cover the costs of data review, storage, and transmission of data for BSAI vessels opting into Trolleyem. The BSAI EM review fee would be an equitable and transparent fee system such that each vessel is paying a fee in proportion of their actual annual pollock harvest. Relative to contract or grant development for data review and our management priorities for that, I encourage the agency to develop a funding vehicle that prioritizes cost efficiency and builds on the results of the EFP. The process used in the EFP has worked very well and is demonstrated to be cost effective. The agency should maintain flexibility to select providers and reviewers competitively, always acknowledging that there may be a trade-off between flexibility and cost efficiency. Relative to crab, this program will increase accounting of all PSC species, including crab, as it allows for full accounting at the shoreside processor rather than expanding observer sample data collected on the back deck of a vessel. Discussions of sampling priority should continue to be addressed in the annual ADP and other processes for determining sampling priority and making changes to sampling protocols. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dwight. Let's see if there's any questions. I guess I'll make a clarifying question. I think you caught it as you were making the motion, but the first line identifies alternative 2 as a preferred alternative, and then the fifth line suggests preliminary preferred. It sounded like as you were making the motion, you had caught that. I would read this to be preferred alternative and not preliminary.
You're correct. Your listening skills are as good as ever.
That's it. Ms. Kimball?
My question, Mr. Chair, is does that need to be formally amended in your opinion, or is that a catch?
I don't think it needs an amendment. Okay. Further questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion, and I will be supporting it. I appreciate staff and the PIs and everyone that's put effort into this program, and I appreciate them answering all my questions throughout the presentation, which is why I don't have any questions on Mr. Twite's motion. I do really feel indebted to the staff and everyone that went through this 2 years of pilot projects and now 3 years of an EFP process. I think it's a testament to the EFP process in general, that we get to a point where we can iron out so many of these issues, even right up until this meeting, in order to put forward a program that we all feel comfortable with. We didn't have any testimony or written letters in opposition to this program. And it is a big change and improvement, I think, in monitoring for the pelagic trawl fleet in both the Bering Sea, the Central Gulf, and the Western Gulf. It also includes those that use tenders. And that was a question at a point in alternative 3, whether we were even going to include the tender fleet in this motion in the final program. But the agency and those in the Western Gulf have worked out those issues and have a program that seems like it'll work very well for Western Gulf shoreside processors and for the fleet. I just want to emphasize the level of data collection that we're looking at. This is 100% review of the EM data, a significant amount of sampling at the shoreside plant, full accounting of all vessels catch and almost full retention. And it's achieving the major data quality goals that this program set out to do in a way that will hopefully save money as well. So I'm just very appreciative of the effort that went into this. I do appreciate Mr. Twite's notice of the potential and hopefully the commitment by the agency to get out to the Western Gulf, do the walkthrough of those plants, very different from Central Gulf plants. I think it's important. I think it's what got us to this stage in CMCP development in the Central Gulf. And so I expect that to go well in the Western Gulf too, but it does need to happen. I think we got testimony in particular at the end there on the improvements to safety, stability, and of course, the sustainability. And I would like to echo those comments that came through public comment and just appreciate again, all of the work that went into this process. I'm really proud that we've come to this place. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just want to thank Mr. Twite for the motion and concur and align myself with all of Ms. Kimball's comments. I particularly wanted to point out and appreciated Mr. Twite mentioning in his motion comments the very clear cost efficiencies that we anticipate will occur, particularly for the Bering Sea vessels. But again, I'm optimistic and really hopeful that this program also will realize cost efficiency for the Gulf of Alaska vessels that have worked with the agency and so well to highlight their needs in the Gulf fisheries and perhaps needs for different considerations. And my hope is that we will accomplish cost efficiencies there too. And finally, I'd like to thank Mr. Twite for addressing the crab PSC monitoring testimony that we received. I think that is a really helpful solution, and I definitely support that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just, I guess, pile on with my appreciation here and acknowledge, as others have, that this is the result of a lot of collaboration between industry agency staff and the Council's Trolleyem committee. So a huge thank you to all the industry partners and staff that got us to this point. This collaboration, extended in spite of significant obstacles with the pandemic-related challenges. And the EFP process proved we're able to collect biological data and data needed for in-season management in a cost-effective manner with a combination of electronic monitoring and shoreside observers. And importantly, this will increase the amount of monitoring for Trolleyem, CDs, and tenders, which means improved PSC accounting, an important priority for the agency, for the council, and for the industry as we all strive to limit bycatch, maximize retention, and reduce Atsy discards. So I'll be supporting the motion as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to continue the parade of support, but having being a new face here at the table and not having been involved in this process all the way through, it is impressive to look at it with new eyes and see the collaboration that's taken place to make this come together between the industry, the staff, all of the folks involved. I've been involved in a number of efforts like this with the Pacific Council down south, and I don't know that we ever had quite this good a collaboration and support at the end of a large process as I'm seeing here today. So everyone should certainly be proud of themselves and pat themselves on the back, but at the same time, you're moving forward with a large and important program here that obviously has a lot of support from fishers, as well as processors, as well as agency and everyone that work together. So I'll be supporting the motion, and good job, everyone.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I did want to briefly address it. Several folks have already spoken to a couple of the national standards, but I did want to do a quick walkthrough on the national standards as well as the council's ecosystem vision. Relative to National Standard 1, that conservation and management measures shall prevent overfishing while achieving on a continuing basis the optimum yield. The movement of this, the movement towards increased retention, full retention essentially, here is, in my judgment, a step towards more fully utilizing the resource that's being harvested or being affected by fishing. And so not only is it, it doesn't detract from our ability to meet National Standard 1, I believe it actually increases it. National Standard 2 regarding best scientific information available. We've certainly heard clearly from staff in the presentations of the expected improvements and accuracy, particularly of our PSC species that should come with this. National Standard 3, the data collection changes that may result from the implementation of the proposed action will not affect the ability of NIMS to manage individual stocks. National Standard 4 about conservation and management measures not discriminating. The proposed action allows the council and NIMS to establish an EM option for all vessels using pelagic trawl gear. It also addresses potential inequities in funding and responsibility for the program between the harvest sectors and the processing sectors. And so even though that's not specifically described in National Standard 4, certainly the spirit of National Standard 4 in terms of treating all involved sectors equitably is maintained through this. Relative to National Standard 5 and the emphasis on efficiency, again, I think we've heard a lot of testimony both from the public as well as from staff about more efficient monitoring, both in terms of human resources as well as costs. National Standard 6, taking into conservation management measures, taking into account and allowing for variations among contingencies in fisheries, fishery resources and catches. Again, we've seen that EM is a very flexible tool and increases the ability for fishery managers to adapt to varying fishery data needs. And the incorporation or the reliance on the annual deployment process is a key element in that. It's not a one size fits all program. It's been very carefully designed to take into account the varying needs of stakeholders in different areas. For example, the structure is anticipated to allow Bering Sea participants to realize cost savings. In the Western Gulf, the program allows for the use of EM on tender vessels to improve salmon bycatch accounting. In the Central Gulf, the program provides flexibility to use EM trips based on whether or not pelagic gear will be deployed. So it's a program that, even though there's a great deal of uniformity, there's also very specific tailoring to meet the individual needs of each of the regions. National Standard 7, conservation and management measures shall, where practicable, minimize costs and unnecessary duplication. There's been a great deal of care taken in the design of this program to achieve cost efficiencies, but also, again, to achieve efficiencies in how information moves through the system and the use, how we're using the human observers in the shoreside plants. National Standard 8 regarding the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities. The proposed action provides an alternative monitoring option that has been requested by the Pollock CV sector to reduce the economic and social costs associated with deploying human observers. Reducing the number of observers on CVs is expected to decrease the number of negative interactions between observers and vessel crew. Overall, it's a voluntary program that is not expected to create adverse impacts on fishing communities. The locations of landings are not expected to change, which means fish tax distributions will not change. Distributional impacts could result as more expenditures are made to support EM. And it's certainly our hope as a council that much of that will be in the fishing communities themselves. Certainly that's the place where they can be of best service to the harvesters. National Standard 9. Minimize bycatch, and to the extent that bycatch cannot be avoided, minimize the mortality. The action is certainly neutral to that, but again, our estimates of bycatch will improve in terms of precision and accuracy. And finally, safety at sea, National Standard 10, that's been spoken to in public testimony, as well as mentioned in the staff briefings, but this is expected to, by shifting human observer effort from vessels to the shore plants, this is expected to have a positive net effect on safety at sea. Relative to the council's ecosystem vision, in considering this action, the council is being consistent with its ecosystem approach policy. This action expands the tools available for appropriate and conservative monitoring of fishing activities and improves data collection of PSC. Directly supportive of the council's intention to provide best data possible for scientists, managers, and the public in order to ensure sustainable fisheries for managed species and their effects on the associated ecosystem components. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Further comments or amendments? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to start by aligning my thoughts with the appreciation and support for Mr. Twite's motion. And with that, I'd like to offer an amendment. And that would be the council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with section 303C. And therefore, the council authorizes the executive director and the chairman to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to be submitted to the secretary under sections 303C are consistent with these instructions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Is there a second? Mr. Curlin, thank you. I don't know that you need to speak to the motion or the amendment. Okay. Any questions or amendments or comments on the amendment? Is there any opposition? Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Final comments on the motion. Mr. Witherow. Oh, sorry, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two quick subsets of comments. The first, NOAA's Office of General Counsel Enforcement Section has asked to place a few concerns on the record about the design of the program. Congress entrusted enforcement of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and its regulations to the Secretary of Commerce and the Coast Guard. Under 16 USC 1861A, the provisions of the Magnuson Act shall be enforced by the Secretary and the Secretary of the Department in which the Coast Guard is operating. The Act does not authorize delegation of that responsibility beyond the use of other federal and state resources and via enforcement agreements outlined in 16 USC 1861. In enforcing the Act and its regulations, the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement and the Coast Guard play important oversight and compliance roles in sustainably managed fisheries. Incentive plans may run afoul of 16 USC 1861A if they outsource enforcement of the Magnuson-Stevens Act or its regulations to industry, as that responsibility is vested by statute in the Secretary of Commerce and the Coast Guard alone. NOAA's Office of General Counsel Enforcement Section raised concerns with the incentive plans proposed in the Trolleyem action at the June 2022 Enforcement Committee meeting. Specifically, the minutes read, a committee member expressed concerns that an industry performance plan or industry incentive plan as proposed would amount to industry self-regulation and could diminish the important oversight and compliance roles that the Office of Law Enforcement performs in sustainably managed fisheries. Looking now at the motion before the council, it does not appear that the motion conflicts with 16 USC 1861A and the plain language of the statute. However, the enforcement section has asked that these concerns be placed on the record. Turning now to my second set of comments, I just wanted to circle back to the discussion on MRAs and pollock trip limits. I like the way that Mr. Twite referred to it as a shorthand. We've seen referenced throughout our discussion to continued monitoring of MRAs and pollock trip limits, but under the recommended program, in order to facilitate maximum retention, those regulations would not apply to vessels and Trolleyem. I do think there's value in having clarity on the record before the council takes final action, just so it's clear what the council intends, and so it is clear to industry participants and the public what's been proposed to be changed. Based on the motion offered and Mr. Twite's comments, it's clear that the council intends that vessels participating in Trolleyem would be exempt from the regulations imposing MRA and pollock trip limits. To the extent that the council wants to incentivize that vessels participating in Trolleyem continue to behave as they did prior to implementation of Trolleyem, it is incumbent upon the council to indicate that IPAs should develop performance metrics to limit changes in fishing behavior, and then incumbent through NMFS's implementation of the council's recommendation to have clear standards for the required elements of IPAs. Ultimately, the IPAs would spell out the monitoring and repercussions that flow from vessels not meeting those performance metrics, but we want to be clear that there are no MRA or pollock trip limit regulations that would be enforced against Trolleyem vessels if the secretary were to implement the council's recommended action. So in sum, Mr. Twite's motion addresses and resolves this, providing clarity that under the council's recommendation, the Trolleyem program would implement industry-managed incentive plans to provide a framework to meet annual performance standards that limit changes in fishing behavior due to what is recommended to be the removal of regulations governing MRA and pollock trip limits for vessels participating in the Trolleyem program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Watson. I really appreciated your second comment. And it's entirely consistent with the intent of the motion that I made, as well as the points I've spoken to, doing it a little more eloquently than I did, as a matter of fact. I continue to be puzzled by the first comment, and I recognize that's not your comment. You're relaying it on behalf of others, but it certainly seems to me as if it's largely a misunderstanding. And maybe I'm just making a comment for the record here. I think they've completely misunderstood the intent and are not tracking with the several other programs that agency staff brought up when I specifically asked them what types of analogs are we already using. Very similar sort of provisions, and in no case has the kinds of concerns been raised with those programs, which are very successfully operating, meeting council's objectives continuously. Concerns have not been raised about those. And so I keep coming back to, it must just be a pretty fundamental misunderstanding of what we're trying to do here that gave rise to the initial set of comments. Because if they're correct about this proposal, then in essence, I think they're calling into question a lot of instances where similarly successful industry-run programs are achieving council objectives without the need for regulatory structure or oversight.
Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your comment. I guess speaking back to the shorthand, I think part of the confusion for both, I will be clear, for both the enforcement section and the Alaska section, was that continued use of the shorthand to describe that the incentive plans would enforce the MRAs and pollock trip limits. And so hearing that, I think put us all on alert that that would be improper to delegate to industry the ability to monitor and enforce the regulations that we have on the books. Through a lot of discussion with NIMS, quite frankly, in the last few days, we've come to understand what the analysis conveyed, what your motion intended. And so I think there's clarity for this action that we don't see it as an improper delegation, that there's benefits to having, as you spoke to, a flexible and adaptive incentive plan agreement that leaves some of the, development to performance metrics and how that would, how that could prevent changes to fishing behavior to industry, NIMS, and the council to figure out and implement. In my discussions from the enforcement section, I think they just wanted to reiterate, because they have raised these concerns throughout. And again, I think some of it is just confusion over the nomenclature we're using. And as we drilled down into the precision of understanding what we're actually doing here, I think the concerns were mitigated. But it was important to the enforcement section that they at least raise for everyone's awareness, the council and the public, that there are some limits to what we can, quote unquote, delegate to industry to monitor and self-regulate.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe prior, if Ms. Watson agrees, prior to the final analysis being submitted to the secretary, we can clean up the language to be sufficient to not have that miscommunication, because it sounds to me like the motion is very clear and you're in agreement with that and doesn't result in any improper delegation, but maybe we need to mine the analysis language to ensure that it's consistent. Does that sound agreeable?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, I think we would agree with that. There's certainly a few spots that could benefit from some clarity in the analysis. And we, once the council takes final action, the agency always has the ability to clean that up through the secretarial review draft. And a lot of what we've heard in your comments speaking to the motion, and particularly Mr. Twite's talking points, have certainly alleviated any concerns we've had about some of the imprecision of the language, and also really appreciate Mr. Twite speaking to the national standards. While I think there was a lot of components to the analysis that spoke to the national standards, it wasn't directly fleshed out in Chapter 5. So we really appreciate Mr. Twite speaking to that on the record.
Any further comments? Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, calling the roll to identify a preferred alternative to implement EM for pollock CVs and tenders. Ms. Drobnica. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland. Yes. Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down. Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further, Mr. Twite?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick discussion maybe of next steps for the Trolleyem committee. We could also defer this to staff tasking, or we could address this right now. It's your call.
I think we would typically bring that up in staff tasking.
Then I can hold it. Just notice for the public that interested in having a discussion about the next steps for the Trolleyem committee regarding the status of both current and potential future EM projects and the appropriate composition of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further? Okay, great. Well, thank you for all your work on this and for all the staff and the public's work on this. Great job. Okay, let's see, it's 11 o'clock, we can move right into agenda item C4. Just stand down for a hot minute while staff gets prepared.
Sound check.
Hey, Sam, this is Maria. Just keep on talking and I'm going to adjust some things here.
Okay, Maria, I pinned the view of the council room to see when they were ready and seem to have lost my mute unmute button.
I think we got you pretty good. Thanks.
Maria, I'm actually going to sign out and sign back in because I've lost my mute button.
You lost your mute button?
Yeah, I think it would be easiest just to sign out and back in. Sorry, Shannon will have to give me back.
Sam, you should be good. Sam, you show muted now.
Hi, Maria.
Okay, great. Still sound good.
Council, please come back to order. Members of the public, if you want to continue with your conversations, please take them into the hall. Okay, we are ready to begin the staff presentation on agenda item C4, and here to give that to us is Sam Cunningham and Dr. Kelly Cates. Good morning. Mr. Cunningham, are you with us? And if you are, you might be on mute.
Hey, Sam, you're muted.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, do you have me now?
The audio.
Thank you to the admin staff for unmuting me. And thank you.
Mr. Cunningham, we're going to need to address some audio issues here.
Sorry, one more time, Mr. Chairman, do you have me?
Keep trying.
Mr. Chairman, I hear you just fine, and I apologize. Let me know if you're getting me.
It sounded like it might be improving there, but just start talking about baseball or something.
That would be a distraction to me.
Okay. Try again, Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Chairman, could I just request 5 minutes to talk to Ms. Davis?
Sure. It was starting to sound better there.
Okay, well then we can power on if this is better. Things look a little bit different on my end.
Well, okay, let's go ahead and stand down for a few more minutes and allow you to have that conversation. It was not coming through very well there. Stay close, everybody.
No, we can make this work. Just finish what you're telling me.
Okay, so there should be a bar when you move your mouse down. Can you see? Can you turn? How come something's stopping? Okay, he's muted or not? Okay, so you're not muted now, so people can hear me talking to you. And you can't see yourself, can you? Sarah, can you give? I'm gonna see what Sam's seeing. Can you? controls here. Okay, I can control standards. It says,
If I switch to view standard, I can, okay, that looks better. Can you see what I'm seeing? But I think when Shannon gives me control, this is all going to go away. This wasn't a problem in the AP.
how about you say show meeting controls? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Okay, give it back to Sam now. Give control back to Sam. Okay, that's what you need to do. I got it. Okay, Sarah's gonna give you control. Okay, now you set up remote control.
Yep.
Okay, now in the yellow bar at the top, where it says more, you say show meeting controls.
Okay.
Got it?
Let me make sure I can control the slides.
Yes, you can.
I don't know why that defaulted differently, but I guess this will work.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Sam, do you want to just test your audio again? I think it should be okay.
Test. Test.
Thanks, Sam. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, council, let's try this again. Good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Trying to think of something witty to say. Sorry for the rain delay, and we'll just pretend that that never happened. So if we're ready to proceed, are you ready, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and thank you for allowing me to participate remotely, and thank you to Dr. Cates from NIM staff, who's going to be presenting with me and sitting up there helplessly as we figure this out. So we're going to present to you this morning the initial review draft of C4, an action to authorize the use of longline pot gear in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery. The council developed the action alternative and a purpose need statement in February of 2022 after reviewing a discussion paper. The council's purpose and need frames this around the need to mitigate killer whale depredation that's impacted the non-trawl sector, or the hook and line CP sector specifically's ability to fish for Greenland turbot, and to provide an opportunity for those non-trawl vessels to bring their participation levels back to where they had been prior to 2021, especially when targeting ceased, and roughly to a pattern of participation that had been consistent for about half a decade up until 2018. And the council's purpose and need also highlights the potential for better accounting for stock assessment by reducing the unobserved mortality from this whale depredation. The action alternative is pretty straightforward, and you've included an option that would allow vessels using longline pot gear to remove the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction when they are directed fishing for turbot in the Bering Sea. So the action alternative would amend federal regulations, but not the groundfish FMP for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. This action alternative is framed around directed fishing, and it may be helpful for the council to signal its intent regarding the ability to retain species other than Greenland turbot and Bering Sea longline pot gear, and whether the selection of the option signals an intent for single pots used to fish for turbot would also be exempted from the 9-inch tunnel opening restriction. And I should note that single pots are currently authorized as a gear that can be used in this fishery, but they have not been in the past, primarily because of the inefficiencies of using single pots at the depths where turbot are fished and the currents in that part of the Bering Sea. So that latter point is mostly semantics, since there hasn't been any single pot fishery And also, we don't conclude in the analysis that we would expect fishing with that gear in the future. The draft regulatory language that we've provided in section 6.2 of the document would address that. So the council might be more concerned with regulations that create regulatory discards, and in consultation with NIM staff, a narrow interpretation of this gear authorization could mean that incidentally caught non-turbot species that are commercial species like cod, arrowtooth, and Kamchatka flounders would be considered prohibited species when longline pot gear is being used, and thus would not be retainable. And regardless of whether a non-turbot species is retainable by how the regulation is crafted, it's important to note that catch and longline pot gear would accrue to incidental catch allowances, or ICAs, which affect whether and when directed fishing is open for other species and the ability to retain species above MRAs. So PCOD incidental catch allowances are a little bit different in that they're set separately for the non-trawl and trawl sectors. And in that case, incidental catch of PCOD in a longline pot fishery would not affect the trawl sector. And then just noting, I'm not going to go into this in the presentation, but we do provide evidence in this paper working with Science Center staff and depth data that the amount of cod expected to be encountered at turbot depths is relatively low, and that any instance of longline pot hauls ending up in PCOD targets that could accrue to the Bering Sea PCOD pot CP tech would be very rare and would indicate clear topping off with cod on a turbot trip. Incidental catch of non-turbot flatfish might affect how ICAs are set for some species commercially targeted in the trawl sector, and thus how much of the TAC is part of the directed fishing allowance and how quickly those species might be put on bycatch status. And section 335 of this paper provides the best available data to gauge expected non-target catch in a turbot longline pot fishery using similar targets that are fished at the depths where you would expect to find turbot, or looking in the Western Bering Sea, other fisheries, target fisheries where pot gear was used, noting with the caveat that pot gear data is relatively sparse in that western part of the Bering Sea. And Dr. Cates will speak more about this in the EA portion of this presentation, but wanted to get some of that out in the open as you can think about it while we go through the presentation. And then finally, Mr. Chair, the action alternative as it's crafted right now would allow any vessel, a CP or CV, to utilize longline pot gear in the turbot fishery as long as it has Bering Sea and non-trawl endorsements on its LLP license. And based on the rarity of catcher vessels targeting Bering Sea turbot in the past 2 decades, the geographical remoteness of the fishing area, because of those reasons, this document's primarily focused on the activity of non-trawl CPs. So this is a high-level summary of the background on the fishery we provide. The non-CDQ turbot fishery has been able to open on the May 1st regulatory start date in recent years, and that's a result of both a rebound in the TAC that's shown on the next slide, and also a voluntary non-regulatory agreement between the Freezer Longline Coalition Cooperative and Amendment 80 that they reached to split the TAC between the 2 historically active gear groups that have targeted this fishery in the Bering Sea. And that agreement has increased the coordination and management confidence for NIMS in-season staff, allowing them to keep the directed fishery open. That voluntary agreement had improved fishery management for a time, but currently its effects are somewhat on hold as killer whale depredation essentially halted non-trawl effort starting in 2021. It is notable, though, that the agreement is specific to 2 cooperatives, not to a gear group, and that those 2 cooperatives represent the historical participants in the fishery, but don't necessarily represent all of the possible participants that could take part in this, or that would benefit potentially from this gear authorization. And then the 2 other management notes on this slide are that there's no pot limit expected to be associated with this action alternative at this time. And the other is that the 9-inch maximum tunnel restriction already does not apply to vessels with unfished halibut IFQ on board. However, to that point, we note that it is a rarity among the non-trawl vessels that have historically targeted turbot to have halibut IFQ. So this slide summarizes the trend in non-trawl targeting of Greenland turbot and the decline starting around 2018, as you can see in the table. It shows how we looked at the universe of LLP licenses that could theoretically be used to participate in this fishery, and then how we work backwards to a rough estimate of how many are likely to participate under a new gear authorization, at least in the near term. Starting back with the discussion paper you saw in February, a primary question surrounding this action was whether authorizing longline pots is likely to result in a return to pre-2018 non-trawl participation, or whether it would bring in new entry, either from within the FLC cooperative or from other non-trawl CPs. And that question again relates to whether and to what extent the action might disrupt that non-regulatory agreement between FLC and Amendment 80, or how easily additional non-trawl effort could be incorporated into the non-trawl side of that voluntary tax split agreement. So to be clear, the existing agreement is not an allocation to either trawl or non-trawl cooperative, and the fishery is open access subject to LLP license requirements. So here we show where we worked backwards from 77 non-trawl CP licenses that can fish in the Bering Sea, and note that of the 41 licenses that aren't already part of the FLC cooperative, which we assume can work internally to optimize participation and effort subject to the TAC and to the cod opportunities that are their primary fisheries, and also to whale issues. So of the remaining 41, only 13 have been utilized on BSAI CPs during the analyzed decade. And almost half of those are associated with Amendment 80 vessels that are unlikely to use non-trawl gear. So that leaves you with 7, and 4 of those have history as pot cod CPs. And that's somewhat notable because the turbot fishery has generally been a complementary fishery to cod fishing. But then again, there's nothing inherent to having been a pot cod CP that means a vessel is particularly likely to gear up and go off the Bering Sea slope to target turbot in the future. This slide gives just a high-level overview of those two sectors, as well as a description of the CDQ reserve allocation of turbot. At the top, you can see that the non-CDQ TAC was pretty heavily utilized up until 2016, had declined some, and then in 2020 and 2021, you can pretty much intuit that the non-trawl portion of the fleet had become inactive. For the hook and line CP sector, which again in the past has been synonymous with the Freezer Longline Coalition, that is a cod-focused cooperative. In general, within that cooperative, within their cod activity, there's been consolidation in the number of active vessels. So in some sense, that can be hard to project future effort, because you'd have to disentangle just what the vessel operators and owners in that cooperative are doing with the size of their fleet. We do note that CDQ groups, most of the CDQ groups have either license or vessel ownership interests in FLC. And then in general, the data in the paper underline the fact that the Greenland turbot fishery has been prosecuted by a subset of FLC vessels, and it's generally a complementary fishery that makes up a small, rarely more than 10% share of gross revenues for the vessels that are active in the turbot fishery. Sorry, I need to go back there. The trawl CP sector of this fishery, again, is all encompassed by the Amendment 80 cooperative, similar to the FLC vessels. Turbot's a supplementary species. For a subset of the vessels that are active in the fleet, typically there's some number of Amendment 80 trawl vessels that remain in this area after the first part of the year, where yellowfin and rock and flathead sole are targeted. Other vessels might move into the Gulf of Alaska or the Aleutian Islands, Some remain behind and tend to end up in target fisheries for turbot, arrowtooth, or Kamchatka flounders. Again, similar to the freezer lungline vessels, even among the vessels that stay and do end up in the turbot target are getting a minority of their annual gross revenues from this fishery. And then finally, in regards to CDQs, as I said, the turbot is allocated as part of the CDQ reserve. The utilization of that quota is quite low, and that's because there's no need to tap into that, typically because the TAC itself is not heavily utilized. So most of the turbot CDQ reserve that we see getting used is covering incidental catch and AFA fishing. So here I want to spend a little bit more time. This was in response to a specific request from the council in February. Between this section of the paper and this slide and the appendix that we added to the paper, we've looked at the spatial and temporal overlap of trawl and non-trawl gears in the area. I will first add the caveat that the data we used for this is catch accounting data that falls into the turbot target, which could be a little bit messy for the trawl sector because, as I mentioned, the Amendment 80 vessels are sort of co-targeting turbot along with other flounder species. For ease of understanding, we focused on data that come from turbot target trips. And perhaps throughout this meeting, we'll understand from public testimony whether that was an adequate representation of this fishery and whether we need to try to take a different view of this. But what we find here is spatially, the fishery is occurring off the Bering Sea slope. There's a low frequency of instances where both the trawl and non-trawl sectors are operating in the same ADF&G statistical area and week. And we also found that that was just as true in 2017 and 2018 when the hook and line CP sector was more active than it was in 2019 and 2020 when they were still active in targeting turbot, but less so. When you look into the appendix, which is not on this slide, that shows you the time component of this analysis. Of the 26 weeks we analyzed, there were only 6 that had multiple instances of both of these sectors operating in the same area and week over that 4-year period of time we looked at. That generally occurred in mid to late June and into mid-July. And similarly, there were only 3 statistical areas where there were multiple instances of both sectors operating in the same week and area combination. But when looking back at the data that underlies the figure you see on the slide, those areas aren't necessarily even splits of trawl and non-trawl effort and reliance. So when you might see evidence of trawl and non-trawl vessels in the same week and area, it might just be, a non-trawl vessel dipping into an area where there are mostly trawl vessels or vice versa. One thing that you see in the appendix that came through pretty clearly is that just the general conclusion is that this is not a spatially congested fishery, that typically we're seeing vessels by themselves targeting turbot in an area and in a week. And in most cases, when there are multiple vessels from the same sector, from both sectors, the total raw number of vessels is just 2 or 3. If there are multiple vessels in an area week combination, they tend to be from the same sector. And as we note here on the slide, that the historical participants come from single cooperative sectors that promote communication as one of their core cooperative values. Obviously, because we're looking at historical data, we're not accounting here for potential new entry from non-trawl participants. That's something we'll discuss more later in the presentation. And then we note that one thing we haven't incorporated into this spatial and temporal analysis is what the presence is of gear targeting golden king crab, which is the one crab species that does seem to be targeted in this area. That's an external consideration to what the council asked us to do. I think what we can say looking back is that there haven't been reports, even between trawl and non-trawl gear targeting turbot. There haven't been reports of gear conflict. I think we would have heard also in February if there had been reports of gear conflict with gear targeting crab. I think we heard pretty clearly in February and again in court and discussions as staff with some of the non-trawl participants interested in this fishery that with any new gear authorization, there's going to be a period of experimentation about where the time, area, and depth of fishing occurs. But with the fishery being fairly low volume and with a limited number of participants that have cooperative affiliations, our supposition is that decisions about when and where to fish are going to be driven mostly by the TAC for the species and also where the market size fish are being found. And then again, how longline pot gear might perform differently than hook and line gear. And then I think as Dr. Cates will mention later, we do give some consideration to safety at sea in the management section. There's not certainty as to whether vessels would be using conventional heavier groundfish pots or collapsible slinky pots. And that could have a difference in the timing of fishing, because if going from hook and line, long line gear to pot gear, if there's more concern about deck loads and rougher weather later in the year, that could have some effect on the timing of fishing. But these are things that are not something we can analyze objectively through previous experiences. And then in the paper, won't get into the specifics of it here, but we tried to incorporate previous analyses of the timing of gear rotation and just the physical footprint of longline pot gear relative to hook and line gear on grounds. Most of that previous analysis was related to catcher vessels, mostly related to the targeting of sablefish. I think one thing we can say is that hook and line or pot longline gear is somewhat less nimble and responsive than mobile gear like trawl gear would be to the presence of other gear on the grounds. So we've just done our best to line up existing information. And this is an area where I think the council will probably benefit most from hearing from the public who might want to utilize a new gear type. These next two slides are things that you saw in February, so I'll move through them fairly quickly. This is just providing evidence of killer whale depredation in this fishery. This slide is not updated since then. It's showing that within the longline survey, the Bering Sea stands out in terms of survey stations depredated by killer whales, and then the percentage of depredated skates within the survey has been around 50% and leveled out there for more than the last decade. This next slide has been updated to include 2021 data from what you saw in February, and it's substantiating the impression that killer whale depredation is in fact driving the response in the longline sector, that the percentage of gear that is encountering marine mammal interactions is much higher than it was in the first part of the last decade. And then also that Greenland turbot stands out in the sense of that it's the species observers are noting as being depredated most commonly, either being preferred because it's the most prevalent species, it's on exposed hooks in areas where these depredating whales tend to be, or there's just something about turbot that appeals to killer whales. This slide is a high-level overview of the information we provided on this CP fishery and its ties to communities and dependency on this fishery. Again, I've described it as a complementary fishery. We looked at community associations through Homeport mainly, which is self-reported, and tried to cross-tabulate that with vessel ownership address. In most cases, the two are the same. You can see from that information, and we note in the paper, there are through Homeports likely some affiliations with CDQ groups, vessel ownership. And then we look at revenues at those vessels that report home ports in Alaska versus in Washington, and what the relative reliance is on the turbot target fishery, or just turbot retained catch in general. And as I mentioned before, it's kind of difficult to disentangle or looking ahead to impacts of this fishery, whether leaving it how it is or trying to revive it through this new gear authorization, what that would mean for vessels' marginal change in activity and how that flows through to states and regional economies, because the non-trawl sector has had some changes in the number of vessels that participate or that have participated in recent years. There were only 2 non-trawl CPs that consistently generated more than 10% of annual revenue from turbot across all the vessels that retain turbot. So not necessarily targeting, the average percent of total revenue was around 3%. And then looking at where those vessels either interact with Alaska coastal communities through port calls or areas of crew exchange, provisioning, et cetera. Most of that centered around the Unalaska Dutch Harbor area, and relative to the total volume of fishing economic activity in that community, the direct contributions from turbot are fairly small. So it fits with the general conclusion of the impact section that the action alternative and the effects of selecting the action alternative are fairly tailored to the historical participants in this fishery. So I just have a couple slides walking you through our comparison of alternatives. For alternative 1, no action, I think you heard in the SSC report, just the need to be clear about whether the council is considering no action as leaving the sort of performance of the fishery and the non-trawl fishery at 0, as it has been for the last 2 years, or setting the baseline as how it was operating several years ago when it was a non-trawl fishery with 3 to 5 vessels targeting turbot each year. We highlight that the survey and observer data that we showed you before do indicate that killer whale depredation is the driving force behind this change, and that if no action is taken, it's unlikely that there would be a return to the status of the fishery as it was 3 to 5 years ago. Any vessel making that attempt would likely face high costs and would be experiencing the disincentives that caused the cease in operations. And as I said, the economic impacts are expected to be pretty localized to the direct participants. Again, it's hard to gauge whether the continued lack of a turbot opportunity would lead to fewer FLC vessels being active over an entire year, or if it just might mean that some crew lose marginal fishing opportunities. And that's where it's a little bit difficult to disentangle from the decisions that the FLC stakeholders are making that are primarily driven by the status of their cod fisheries. So turning to the action alternative, these next couple of slides divide up the discussion by how they appear in the paper. As I mentioned before, participation, the extent to which it rebounds and the level that it lands at have been the primary topic of discussion. The document concludes that it's likely to return to the pre-2021 level, although the efficacy of pot gear is relatively untested. There may be some burn-in time or growing pains, but the expectation among the stakeholders who are interested in using this are that turbot can be successfully targeted with pot gear. I think holding a major change in the Bering Sea non-CDQ TAC to the side and major changes in the cod fishery, which is the primary business for most of these non-trawl vessels, there is sort of a soft ceiling on the amount of entry into this fishery just because of the size of the TAC. So each additional vessel, fishing for this TAC would be looking at diminishing potential returns that might not surpass the opportunity cost of fishing in a fairly remote fishery at the CP operational cost level. And in the EA portion of this presentation, Dr. Cates applies a proxy range of 4 to 9 vessels, which is looking kind of at the most recent and then the high about a decade ago end of non-trawl participation, assuming that it probably wouldn't reach the 9 vessel level if it was only FLC vessels re-entering the fishery, but that leaves room for a small number, which we think at most it would be a small number of non-FLC vessels that might participate in this fishery. Here in the slide, regulations would allow for more. So in summary, the 3 drivers of future participation are most likely opportunity costs, obviously what else these vessels can be doing, the operational cost, and then in the paper we do provide a market profile for Atsy turbot as best we could, just focus on turbot, and then generally what are the headwinds for Bering Sea flatfish right now. And that colors the range, again, that Dr. Cates will describe we applied in the also, the retention of non-turbot species, I'll leave this mostly to Dr. Cates to describe in the EA, but as I mentioned before, regulations could create regulatory discards that would still accrue to ICAs and catch limits that might affect the timing of directed fishery closures and then what could be retained in other fisheries, like, for example, the trawl sector. So the ability to retain more than the MRA of turbot if a trawl vessel is in a target for Kamchatka or arrowtooth flounder. We mentioned that the participants would have individual incentives to minimize peacock catch. It's not expected, as we demonstrate through the depth data. And then I noted that there's a small likelihood of vessels ending up in a peacock target and having that catch accrue to the pot CP cod sector, which has a pretty low TAC. So that would be a concern, but the way that targeting works on a haul level and on a trip would mean that a vessel would be pretty obviously topping off. And then I think I mentioned in the introductory slide that whatever cod catch accrues to an ICA in this longline pot fishery would inform the ICA set for the future that only covers the hook and line and pot sectors. So it wouldn't be affecting the ICAs for the Amendment 80 sector. For timing location of fishing, the regulation itself that would flow from the action alternative doesn't determine or constrain when and where fishing occurs within the regulatory season of May through December. Operationally, vessels would have more flexibility since they're not planning around whale avoidance. And as I mentioned, might choose to fish earlier depending on the type of pot gear they're using, although that's anecdotal and unknown at this time. And that the optimal timing for this fishing isn't known if it would be any different with pot gear versus long line gear. The other effects that we describe in relation to the trawl sector, some of which we've touched on, we're assessing the risk to the existing voluntary agreement between FLC and Amendment 80 is low. I think that, again, is something that hopefully can be elaborated upon during public comment. As I mentioned, directed fishing closures for turbot might affect retention in the trawl sector when Kamchatka and arrowtooth are the targets. And the only way that this happens under the action alternative would be if non-trawl catch kind of bounces back in a way that's out of line with the past. So, you know, it was basically, that's another way to say it was working pretty well from 2015 to 2019 or 2020. So the expected change as a result of alternative 2 would need to be, I think, pretty large. Maybe the caveat to that is that Kamchatka flounder is pretty fully utilized. So it might be the most likely if a lot of Kamchatka flounder turns up in longline pots used to target turbot, it might be the most likely to have a directed fishing allowance closure. And then, let's see, I already mentioned that that the trawl sector would not be affected by the PCOD, ICA, and the non-trawl sector. So this is the last slide before moving on to the EA. The option under alternative to change the tunnel opening restriction is fairly straightforward, assumed to be a benefit to those who would participate in the turbot fishery. Because there hasn't been a pod fishery, there isn't available data to compare the size of turbot caught on hook and line with the turbot that you would expect to be caught in longline pots. We did turn to the stock assessment author to understand what size turbot were being caught in cod pots primarily, and some sablefish pots, but cod pots would be the ones that would most likely have had the 9-inch tunnel opening restriction. And there was, not just the tail end of the distribution, but a fair number of large sized turbot that were ending up in those cod pots. And again, those cod pots were probably fishing at lesser depths. So I guess from that, we conclude that people have already had the incentive to fish at depth to target larger turbot. And it doesn't seem that the 9-inch restriction was necessarily preventing larger turbot from potentially entering pots. So removal of the restriction would be a flexibility measure, but not something that we see as the option alone being a strong driver of where non-trawl vessels that are taking advantage of this gear authorization would fish. The council finally asked in its purpose and needs statement, suggested a look at whether the action alternative would benefit stock assessment, and in the judgment of the lead author, there's obvious benefits to removing a source of unobserved mortality that would be more difficult to account for in terms of the assessment model. The most important thing to understand, though, will be the difference in selectivity between longline pots and hook and line gear. And that's not something that the author thought could be assessed beforehand. So I think the conclusion there is that benefits to the stock assessment process are likely, but are not objectively able to be analyzed at this point. And so I will either pause for questions now or pass to Dr. Cates to talk about the EA.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Cunningham.
Great.
Cates.
Thanks, Mr. Cunningham. Through the chair, for the record, my name is Kelly Cates, staff with NIMS Sustainable Fisheries, and I'm going to jump right into section 5 of the analysis, which looks at environmental impacts. Several assumptions were made when analyzing environmental impacts. First, we presume that the intent of the considered action is to restore fishery participation to recent historical levels. The most probable scenario of a directed fishery participation lies somewhere between the average historical participation, which is roughly 4 vessels, and the greatest number of vessels to have participated in a single year, which is 9 vessels. It is worth noting here that we also assume that new participants would not enter the fishery, given historical participation, market constraints, and the remote location of the fishery. The analysts believe that conservatively assuming a scenario of 9 vessels allows analysts to visualize what would likely be the greatest level of impact under alternative 2. However, as previously stated, the more likely scenario in the near term is closer to 4 vessels, as Sam previously discussed under sections 3 and 4. We also assumed that the turbot fishery would remain constrained by existing regulations concerning the location and timing of the fishery, PSC and bycatch limits, and all other accountability measures, none of which are nominated for change under this action. Similarly, it is not expected that the fishing footprint for harvest of Greenland turbot would change under alternative 2, as a historic footprint covers the preferred habitat of marketable Greenland turbot. Lastly, with a switch to longline pot, it is expected that an overall decrease in depredation events would occur, as baited exposed hooks provide an easier snack than fish enclosed in pot gear. So with those assumptions in mind, we considered impacts of the proposed change on various resource components. The components discussed in this presentation are Greenland turbot, non-target catch, marine mammal, and seabird components. For a full discussion of all resource components, you can view those in section 5 of the analysis. So starting with impacts to Greenland turbot as the target species, as stated in the previous slide, this action could restore recent historic fishery participation and allow for a more fully utilized TAC, closer to levels that were observed prior to 2018. However, a large increase in participation does not seem likely, given that the TAC was not fully utilized during the relatively stable period of participation that ended around 2017. Also worth noting is that the initial TAC for Bering Sea non-CDQ Greenland turbot increased in 2022 and is approaching the level seen in years in which there were more non-trawl vessels targeting the species. However, again, as previously discussed, a large increase in participation does not seem likely. Effects to Greenland turbot are more likely to occur with the timing of the fishery, as Greenland turbot fishery participants have indicated to the analysis that they do not intend to alter fishing locations as a result of a switch from hook and line gear to longline pot gear, but also noted that any new gear implementation entails a learning curve for vessel operators. It is reasonable to expect that fishing locations will remain largely the same because the most productive place to fish for market-sized Greenland turbot is along the Bering Sea slope. As for the timing of the fishery, it is possible that as depredation becomes less of a concern for vessels, that the fishery becomes completely decoupled from whale behavior and is instead determined by individual vessel fishing plans and the relative attractiveness of the turbot fishery relative to other fisheries. In recent years, while the fishery is open from May 1st to December 31st, most fishing has occurred between June and August, and that timing was at least in part based around avoiding killer whale depredation. So with the threat of depredation reduced, effort in the directed fishery may more fully span the allowed season. With a reduction of Greenland turbot depredation, it is likely that any previously unobserved mortality due to depredation would also lessen. However, it is beyond the scope of this paper to understand the magnitude of how many fish would be saved by a reduction in depredation. Overall, the proposed action is likely to result in a more fully utilized TAC. However, as unobserved mortality of Greenland turbot would be reduced due to a reduction in depredation events, it is unclear at this stage how many additional fish would be harvested by this regulatory change versus saved from depredation. Regardless of any outcomes of this action, the Greenland turbot stock is evaluated biannually through a rigorous scientific process, and any future concerns in stock structure resulting from alternative 2 would be addressed.
Dr. Cates, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cates. I do have a question, and I apologize if you already covered this, but earlier in your comments on the slide, you mentioned in the analyst estimation, there was an unlikely, it was unlikely that there would be a large increase in participation. What is large, and is that in reference to the 9 vessels that you referenced earlier in terms of your analytical range?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. A large increase would be more than 12 vessels. So in recent historical participation, so since 2010, at most, there was 9 vessels ever to target the fishery, but the average has been 3 vessels along that same analyzed period. So a large increase in participation would be 5 more vessels than we would have previously expected.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, moving on to non-target species. So in the current Greenland turbot hook and line fishery, the predominant species incidentally caught are grenadier, skates, sablefish, and Pacific cod. And considering how catch of incidental species may change with the switch to longline pots, the sablefish pot fishery serves as the best proxy for what a Greenland turbot longline pot fishery could expect to catch, based on the depth at which these 2 fisheries occur in similar pot configurations. Aside from halibut, which were likely co-targeted for IFQ retention, the next highest ranking non-target species in sablefish pots were grenadier, arrowtooth flounder, and Pacific cod. It is likely that introducing longline pot gear to the turbot fishery would reduce the incidental catch of grenadier and skates, which appear less prevalent in pots. It is also likely that the incidental catch of Pacific cod in the Greenland turbot fishery will remain a presence, but a relatively small one due to the depth at which turbot are targeted. The effect of alternative 2 on incidental catch of sablefish is unclear. Sablefish are targeted at similar depths to Greenland turbot, and the proportion of sablefish incidental catch was higher in the turbot hook and line fishery than in Pacific cod fisheries. However, it is unknown whether the use of pot gear with escape rings will mitigate some sablefish bycatch in ways that are not possible when fishing with hooks. And it should be noted that escape rings are not currently required in regulation, but most manufactured pots have them. The effect of alternative 2 on incidental catch of halibut is also unclear. Any vessel that possesses unused halibut IFQ on board would be required to retain the halibut if the IFQ season is open. In terms of gross incidental catch, pots catch fewer halibut than hook and line gear in the Western Bering Sea Pacific cod target fishery, though both were at low proportions of total average catch. In the sablefish target, pots caught more halibut than hook and line, but sample sizes in the relevant area were also small and co-targeting of IFQ species was likely. In the Greenland turbot hook and line fishery, halibut was encountered at a much lower rate than sablefish, perhaps signaling the significant difference in depth fished. Of note, halibut PSC mortality for all Western Bering Sea non-IFQ fisheries for hook and line and pot gear was significantly lower in pots, with the important caveat that the pot sample size was small. Currently, halibut caught in pots are assessed a higher DMR than hook and line caught halibut. And for crab species, estimation of bycatch in other pot fisheries shows that golden king crab would have the highest likelihood of interacting with the Greenland turbot longline pot fishery, but that overall bycatch would not be expected to be high. Other species of crab, such as tanner, snow, and red king crab, generally occur shallower and closer to the mainland than where the Greenland turbot fishery would operate, and it is not likely that high numbers of crab would interact with the Bering Sea turbot fishery. It is possible that blue king crab could interact with the turbot fishery, but unlikely based on the fact that blue king crab only appear in incidental catch data at Pacific cod target depths. Precisely predicting how a new authorized gear type for a fishery may affect non-target species is impossible, yet taking the information above collectively, it is reasonable to assume that effort is not likely to increase to a level or change in such a way that would jeopardize the continued stability of groundfish, halibut, or crab species. Next, we'll move into marine mammal considerations. As discussed in section 5.4 of the analysis, there are 3 marine mammal species that theoretically could interact with a longline pot Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery, which are the killer whale, humpback whale, and sperm whale. The Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery for hook and line is listed in the list of fisheries as a category 3 fishery with a remote likelihood of or no known incidental mortality and serious injury of marine mammals. As of 2018, which is the most recent data available on reviewed marine mammal interactions with fisheries, 0 mortality events have been documented for killer, humpback, and sperm whales. And killer whales have only ever been documented as depredating the hook and line fishery. For marine mammals, there's one primary area of concern under the proposed action, which is how the number of vertical lines deployed by fixed gear vessels might increase or decrease. Vertical lines are the most common element of fishing gear with which marine mammals can entangle. From conversations with industry, it appears that the configuration for each gear type, as far as vertical lines are concerned, would be similar, and each would involve 2 vertical lines per set. All else being equal, if a similar number of vessels participated, the number of vertical lines would not increase. Even if a modest increase in vessels was observed, which, as previously discussed, is not likely, effort of the total fleet would likely be spread more evenly across the season, which could reduce the total amount of gear in the water at any one time. And in addition, the fleet as a whole would likely require less sets to achieve similar or increased catch due to efficiencies gained by lack of depredation opportunities. Additionally, vertical lines between the gear types differ in attractiveness to killer whales that are attracted to hook and line gear by virtue of exposed, hooked fish upon which to feed. Fishing with pots reduces the threat of depredation by enclosing fish where whales cannot access them. Eliminating the opportunity for easy depredation would discourage whales from targeting vessels, which could ultimately reduce the chances of an entanglement event. However, it should be noted that this scenario could be complicated by the potential use of slinky pots in a longline pot setup, as there are currently no studies on how marine mammals may interact with slinky pots. Next, we move into seabird considerations. The main threat to seabirds from non-trawl gear is from baited hooks of hook and line gear that float near the surface and are easily accessible by diving birds. In all likelihood, allowing for a switch to longline pot gear will decrease the overall take of seabirds. Table 511 in the analysis analysis shows takes of seabirds from 2011 through 2021 for all Bering Sea pot fisheries. Comparing that table to table 510 shows that more take occurred in the Bering Sea hook and line Greenland turbot fishery than for all Bering Sea pot fisheries during the analyzed time. By allowing longline pot gear in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery, a decrease in hook and line gear is expected, and therefore a likely decrease in the overall number of seabird interactions is expected. Other considerations involve indirect effects for seabirds from fisheries, which can occur in the form of direct effects to major prey species or direct effects to major prey species habitat. Forage fish are generally assumed to be the main prey items of seabirds and are not likely to be impacted under alternative 2, as they are not currently targeted, nor would they be targeted under any changes proposed under the alternative. In addition, forage fish are not evaluated for essential fish habitat. However, the 2017 Essential Fish Habitat 5-year review concluded that none of the stocks for which stock assessments are available are experiencing habitat reduction within core EFH in ways that are more than minimal or not temporary. No recommendations were made to change management in regard to fishing within EFH. Therefore, a shift to longline pot gear in the directed fishery for Greenland turbot is not expected to have negative direct or indirect impacts on seabirds. With that, I will conclude our discussion on environmental impacts and move into management considerations. First up, we have monitoring. CP vessels operating in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands are typically in the full coverage category of the observer program. All vessels that have fished Greenland turbot during the analyzed period were in the full coverage category, and this potential action is not likely to directly affect observer coverage levels, though the number of deploy days could increase if total fixed gear efforts increase. NMFS will consider if existing monitor requirements are sufficient depending on the future scope of this action. Another monitoring consideration for this potential action is whether observers on CPs deploying longline pot gear would have adequate and safe access to unsorted catch, given that catch is brought on board during a pot haul in a manner different than during a hook and line haul. There are some major differences between observer sampling and safety protocols for pot hauls versus hook and line hauls, and these differences are described in the NMFS observer sampling manual. Currently, as many as 5 active FLC vessels are set up to fish with both pot and hook and line gear and are in compliance with observer protocols for pot gear due to participation in other pot fisheries. Any other hook and line CP that elects to fish longline pot gear could incur costs or would need to implement operational modifications to accommodate observers on deck in terms of safety and compliance. Lastly, for catch accounting considerations, it should be noted that catch must be reported by gear type, even if a vessel fishes multiple gear types on the same trip. On CPs with full observer coverage, the catch data is already reported by gear type since observers record the gear deployed at the haul level. CPs fishing multiple gear types would also need to submit separate reports by gear type for their daily production reports and landing reports. If a CV were to utilize both longline pot and hook and line gear on a single trip, the vessel would need to create 2 landing reports at the end of a trip. And no vessel may fish both pots and hook and line gear on the same longline set, but may fish both gear types on the same trip. Finally, it should be noted that NMFS has previously indicated its intent to modify requirements for catcher processors using pot gear to improve data quality and timeliness. These proposed modifications, however, should not affect FLC member vessels as they are already required to follow the suggested requirements. Next, we'll move into management. For this action is not expected to alter many aspects of management for Greenland turbot. For the Greenland turbot fishery, as the fishery will still be constrained by existing regulations concerning the location and timing of the fishery, PSC and bycatch limits, and all other accountability measures in place. The main management consideration is a change to regulations that would authorize an additional gear type for the fishery. Current regulations prohibit catch of Greenland turbot using longline pot gear in the Bering Sea. These regulations will need to be changed to allow for an exemption for the allowance of longline pot gear in the Bering Sea while direct fishing for Greenland turbot. In addition, the option under alternative 2 would allow for an exemption from the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction. Current regulations define pot gear as having a tunnel opening no wider than 9 inches. Regulations would need to be changed here to allow for an exemption to the maximum tunnel opening. And our last slide, we will discuss enforcement considerations. And for gear preferences, the Office of Law Enforcement does not have a preference on what type of pot is used and would prefer regulatory language that is less restrictive and prescriptive to allow for flexibility and innovation for fishery participants in the future. In addition, OLE has indicated that they do not have a preference for how gear is set up, as long as it is consistent between fisheries. For example, OLE does not have a preference on string pot numbers, nor ultimately how many pots are allowed per participant. Under option 1, OLE does not have concerns with removing the 9-inch tunnel opening requirement. Rather, consistency between fishery achieved by removing the requirement is preferred, as was discussed in the council's April 22 omnibus action under element 4. And of further note, as regulations are currently written, vessels that have unfished halibut IFQ on board are not restricted to a maximum 9-inch pot tunnel opening. Whereas if a vessel does not possess halibut IFQ on board, then the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction would apply. It would be at the council's discretion how they would wish future regulatory exemptions to be written. Either the Greenland turbot fishery is exempt period from the tunnel maximum opening restriction, or it is exempted if only they have unused IFQ on board. Further enforcement considerations consider catch of halibut and sablefish. For a vessel targeting Greenland turbot with longline pots that also possesses halibut or sablefish IFQ, that vessel would be required to retain those species up to the amount of their quota during the IFQ season. Bycatch of halibut that occurs outside of the IFQ season, occurs on a vessel that does not possess IFQ or is under the legal size limit, could not be retained. Non-retainable halibut must be released with a minimum of injury. Sablefish caught with non-trawl gear on a vessel without an IFQ permit may not be retained unless the vessel is fishing on behalf of a CDQ group. Lastly, retention of groundfish other than turbot would be prohibited under the proposed action. If the council desired to allow retention of some groundfish, additional regulatory changes would be required, but are beyond the scope of this current analysis. And with that, that concludes our presentation of the initial review analysis of allowing longline pot gear as an authorized gear type in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery. We are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cates. And Mr. Cunningham, any further questions? Okay. Let's go ahead and break for lunch then. Sorry, what's that? We'll go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15 and we'll take our AP report at that time. We will not be taking our AP report in full. We'll take those stepwise through the issues until we get to Bristol Bay Red King Crab, then we'll take the rest of the report at that time. So come back at 1:15. Okay, council, please come to order. All right, good afternoon. We're ready to take our advisory panel report on C4. Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. All right, bear with me as this is a long one to read. The AP recommends moving the initial review analysis forward for final action with the following revisions to the purpose and needs statement and to alternative 2. Revisions are presented in bolded italics from the council's February 2022 motion. Purpose and need. Whale depredation is precluding directed fishing for Greenland turbot by commercial hook and line gear vessels in the Bering Sea. Participation in this fishery has been a significant source of income for a number of hook and line CP vessels that primarily target Pacific cod. The importance of turbot fishing increased for these vessels as Pacific cod tax in the Bering Sea saw major declines between 2012 and 2021. Although single pot gear is currently authorized for Greenland turbot, single pots have not been deployed because of their inefficiency in the depth and location where the fishery occurs. A regulatory amendment that would allow vessels to use longline pots when fishing for Greenland turbot would likely resolve the depredation problems and allow this fishery to resume. Other benefits of reduced whale depredation on Greenland turbot could improve catch accounting for managers and data quality for the Greenland turbot stock assessment. The use of longline pots could disrupt historic and current participation in the hook and line catcher processor and the Amendment 80 sectors. This could result in fishery closures and undermine the intent of this action to allow harvest by active participants. Limiting the use of longline pots in the Bering Sea to only the hook and line CP sector when directed fishing for Greenland turbot would allow active participants to continue to participate in the fishery without increasing the potential for new fishery conflicts. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Longline gear is not authorized for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. Alternative 2, authorize the use of longline pot gear only for vessels in the hook and line CP sector when directed fishing for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea. Option 1, exemption from the 9-inch maximum tunnel opening restriction. The 9-inch maximum tunnel opening requirement does not apply to longline pots used in directed fish for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea.
Thank you for the AP report. Are there questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your report, Lauren. I'm looking at the last bullet of rationale from the minutes. It does look like there are some members who expressed concerns in the discussion, but ended up supporting the amended bolded language in the end. And it was stated that because they felt that the amendments were more reflective of the original intent of the action. Wondering if there were any other points of consideration that were brought up during that discussion beyond the intent that some of the AP members who were concerned about discussed.
Just to clarify, do you want me to expand further on the last bulletin within the reasoning behind that, or any other concerns beyond the limitation in the fishery that were expressed?
No, any other, I guess I was looking for an expansion of any other considerations that were discussed that AP members who had concerns beyond the intent, if there are any other issues that came up in that discussion that kind of swayed them in the direction of supporting this action?
No is the short answer. I think that the conversation that warranted this bullet point was limited to the concern around limiting the participation. And I think the language that was used was creating a rationalized type fishery by limiting to historic participants.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for your minutes. I would just make a comment, but I have to ask you a question. So I guess my question for you is, this last bullet is really helpful. It's a slight departure from what we usually see. And I was wondering if you can make sure you share with the other vice chair and the rest of the AP that I appreciate that kind of input, even though there was a unanimous vote. Otherwise, we don't really get a feeling for the flavor of the discussion. So my question is, can you do that again in the future?
I appreciate that. And like I said, the AP was unanimous in agreeing that the intent of the motion was to fix the specific problem that was brought forward, though there was some concern around the limitation.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lauren. I just have a question about the discussion around the new language and the purpose and need. And I don't mean for this to sound too nuanced, but it explicitly says the use of longline pots could disrupt historic and current participants, and this could result in fishery closures. Was the AP discussing, is the point that the use of longline pots, if it draws in new participants, could disrupt? It's not longline pots disrupting these people?
Your interpretation is correct. The
Okay.
concern is around new participants would disrupt the historic participation of the fishery, especially due to the decreasing tax that they're experiencing.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again. Okay, that bring us to public comment. We have 5 signed up to testify. First up is Chad C. and Chris Woodley.
All right. Chair, members of the council, my name is Chad C. with the Freezer Longline Coalition, and here with Chris Woodley with Groundfish Forum. We've decided to come up today jointly to express our support for this action and for the action in the AP to move forward this initial review with the approved revisions to the purpose and needs statement into alternative 2. So I'll start and I'll turn it over to Chris for some additional comments. FLC wishes to express our support for the unanimous AP motion to move forward the initial review on C4 Greenland turbot longline pots. We want to thank the authors of the initial review for their work to perform this analysis. We believe the analysis does a great job identifying and supporting the need for this action to address whale depredation in the hook and line CP fleet in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery. As the 2 sectors that have consistently participated in the Greenland turbot fishery in the Bering Sea, we are testifying today with Groundfish Forum that to request that this action move forward with the modification to alternative 2 and the purpose needs statement. The initial review is a follow-up action first initiated by council at the request of FLC to address whale depredation experienced by our vessels that has significantly limited our Greenland turbot harvest in recent years. This is a proposed action to help address an existing immediate need by freezer longline vessels to restore our ability to participate in this fishery. In recent years, whale depredation in the fishery has increased to the point of denying opportunity for our vessels to harvest turbot using hook and line gear. The analysis notes that participation by our sector has declined to the point that in 2021 and 2022, there has been no targeted fishery for Greenland turbot by our fleet. While our freezer longline members are predominantly reliant on the Pacific cod fishery in the Bering Sea, for a number of our vessels and their crew, the Greenland turbot fishery has provided an important source of supplementary revenues during the year. The dramatic recent years decline in the federal Bering Sea Pacific cod TAC, along with the now annual early closures of the Bering Sea cod fishery, generate added importance to our members to restoring our ability to engage in this fishery. The intent to address whale depredation experienced by the hook and line CP sector is reflected in the purpose and needs statement crafted by council at the initiation of this analysis, which states an intent to provide a regulatory amendment allowing hook and line CPs to resolve the depredation problem and allow this fishery to resume. The analysis prepared for this initial review clearly shows that whale depredation has significantly limited longline operations in the Greenland turbot fishery. The proposed action would authorize the use of longline pot gear in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery by the hook and line CP sector. Longline pot gear has proven effective in other hook and line fisheries in reducing whale depredation. Seeing this, the hook and line fleet, CP fleet, sought the allowance of longline pot gear for use by our vessels as a potential solution after many years of unsuccessful efforts to mitigate whale predation by other means. As noted, the members of FLC and Groundfish Forum are the only fleets that have consistently participated in the directed Greenland turbot fishery. With Council's encouragement, since 2015, FLC and Groundfish Forum have had a voluntary agreement to coordinate harvesting activities within and between their sectors to avoid a race for fish and minimize potential conflicts on fishing grounds. This agreement is an essential component to ensure coordination on the fishing grounds and an orderly and well-managed fishery. The modification to Alternative 2 will help ensure stable conditions in the fishery, particularly in light of the existing low tax and the potential for further reductions to the allocations. The analysis shows that in the most recent years, since 2013, less than 5 hook and line CPs have targeted Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea. The council also heard today that the analysis was done with the presumed intent that the action would restore the fishery participation to recent historical levels. At the AP motion with the modified language helps ensure action is consistent with this improved presumed intent. Without the modification, increased harvest by FLC members and new entrants not a part of the voluntary agreement could easily result in NIMS adopting a precautionary approach and close directed fishing to avoid exceeding the TAC, especially at existing TAC levels, which are expected to remain low for the foreseeable future. The proposed exemption to the 9-inch tunnel opening restriction on longline pots is also an important element to carry forward in this action. The analysis notes that removing the 9-inch tunnel opening would be preferred by NOAA enforcement in that it would provide consistency between fisheries, allowing council's action in April on the IFQ omnibus agenda item. Our fishermen cite the importance of a larger opening to facilitate successful harvest of Greenland turbot with longline pot gear. That I'll turn it to Chris.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum supports the AP motion, which passed unanimously. Within our membership, we have a subset of vessels which harvest Greenland turbot, and you will hear from 2 of these member companies later in public testimony. Groundfish Forum and FLC have a longstanding tax sharing agreement in place to coordinate harvesting of Greenland turbot within and between the sectors. This agreement ensures effective communications between sectors, avoids a race to fish, and minimizes potential for fishing gear conflicts on the grounds. The proposed action is very simple and narrowly tailored to address the specific issue of allowing FLC member vessels to utilize longline pot gear, which we believe would minimize and avoid whale predation and would allow FLC's continued participation in the fishery. In summary, Groundfish Forum supports this action and believes that it would continue to ensure the stable conditions which provide for directed fishing and retention of turbot between the 2 sectors, and especially in light of the current and relatively low tax. And right on time. That's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you both for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris and Chad, thank you for your testimony. Both of you mentioned the gear conflict provisions in your cooperative agreement or intentions in the cooperative agreement. And it's my understanding that, and staff highlighted that there's another agreement with the crabbers in regards to golden king crab in relationship to gear conflicts. Wondering if you anticipate any need for further collaboration there, or any concerns with the overlap of those 2 agreements and under this proposal or an alternative proposal. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Drobnica, let me try to take a shot at that. So the agreement that I think that you're speaking to is in regards to Amendment 80 fishing in the Aleutian Islands, and is with a small number of crab boat participants that operate out there. That agreement is more formalized, but the elements of it are very similar to what we currently practice with FLC. I wouldn't envision that we would need anything, in addition to what we already have, but that wouldn't preclude that from happening in the future. I think one of the key things to keep in mind, though, is that particularly as it relates to our existing agreement on the Aleutian Islands, it's with a very limited number of participants. It's a handful of boats between each sector, which makes it manageable and and it gives us the ability to operationalize it. If you're talking about a larger number of boats, I think it becomes much more challenging very quickly. I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chad, Chris, we just heard at the end of the AP report, this characterized as kind of analogous to creating a rationalized fishery. Is that how you're viewing it? Is it like setting up a limited access privilege program?
Mr. Chair, John, through the chair, we wouldn't characterize that as at all being this creating a rationalized fishery. This is an allowance for one sector that's participated in the fishery for many years to have the ability to use a new gear type. It's not precluding anyone from who can now participate in the fishery to continue to participate in the fishery. It only gives us an allowance to be able to go out and harvest using bungline pots. So from our perspective, it is not in any way an effort to exclude or to rationalize this fishery.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kurland, yeah, I would agree with Chad. I mean, I think from our perspective, I mean, it is just a subset of vessels, first of all, within the Amendment 80 sector. There is no, there's not a tax split within our sector. To try to achieve something like that, I think would be, it's kind of, I guess, creating a problem where there's not one right now, or creating, potentially creating a conflict. So we do not see this as as rationalizing this fishing sector at all. All of our member companies still could participate in that fishery if they want, if they chose to do so.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Joel Peterson and Dave Little. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Joel Peterson, President of Bristol Wave Seafoods, and with me is Dave Liller, CEO. Just real quickly, a little context about our company. In October 2019, Blue North Fisheries and Clipper Seafoods merged, and simultaneously at that time of merger, Bristol Bay Native Corporation bought about a 75% interest in us, and we expect that at some point in time they'll probably own 100% of the company. I'm going to talk a little bit here about kind of my own experience in fishing turbot, and I targeted or fished in it in 2003 to 2012. 3 times in those 10 years, I made the majority of my income from this fishery. I can also say that the largest paycheck I ever got was from a turbot trip. So there's certainly some potential for that fishery to be very lucrative. One new development that I think I should address is that there appears to be some folks from outside of our sector that have kind of suddenly come forward and expressed some interest in this fishery. But I think it would be rather inappropriate if we allowed one sector or one group of people to kind of utilize this crisis that we have, this crisis of whale predation, and use that to kind of catapult them into this fishery that they don't have a lot of experience in, or perhaps have never participated in before. Let's see here. I don't have a lot more. We certainly echo the comments, the joint comments that Amendment 80 and FLC made before us. And I think just in closing, I would reiterate that, we're here because our sector has effectively been kicked out of a fishery. And, we would just really appreciate the support from council to help us handle this whale predation problem and, help us get back in this turbot fishery. I'm happy to take questions, Dave, unless you have something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add,
we've been in, the freezer longliners have been involved in this fishery since late 80s, early 90s continuously. And the only other group that's ever been in it is the trawlers. Back in the 90s. They weren't referred to as Amendment 80, but it's a lot of the same people that were always in it. And we've thought about, pressing the council for years about making turbot a limited entry fishery and making it exclusively for freezer longliners. We never did that. We never felt that there would be a good enough justification for making it a limited entry fishery just for freezer longliners. But the whale predation and the decline in the turbot resource have brought us here to the table. And we can solve the whale predation problem with pots, we believe. But with the resource at its levels, tax have been being set around 4,000 tons. We can't afford to open this up and create a whole new fishery for a dozen new boats. Then we've defeated the whole purpose of the agreement that we had with the Amendment 80 folks, and they lose out because we can't stop other folks from coming into the fishery, and our agreement with Amendment 80 doesn't really mean much if a 5 or 10 new boats come in and take the whole quota. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you both for your testimony today. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dave and Joel. I just got a quick question on the inability to retain some of the species that you might catch when you're fishing turbot by pots. It was revealed to me, I wasn't aware of that. I was thinking cod was a mandatory retention species, but when you're fishing with these longline pots, you would not be able to retain cod or Greenland turbot. And I think maybe there was a couple other things that would show up in your pots, but it occurred to me that I don't think that's an issue because you're not going to be catching cod at those depths. I just wanted to check with you, Joel. You fished a lot of turbot. If that's an issue that you're going to have to discard these things that you previously might.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Down. Yeah, definitely cod is a no factor concern for us. We're targeting turbot. We usually start at about 360 fathoms and work our way up and down from there. And you're not going to find a lot of cod deeper than 120 fathoms. And most of it is done in 60 fathoms or less. So, I mean, there's a pretty big disparity in terms of where we'd be looking for these two different species, Kenny, if that answers your question.
And I might add to that, there's a number of freezer longline companies, ourselves included, that have black cod IFQ. And in the past, when we had a more vibrant fishery and we had 6 or 7 or 8 boats, we'd have these interlease share black cod deals with the other boats in our group, and so that when they caught the black cod as bycatch, they were able to retain it because they had IFQ on board. And so I don't think we've ever discarded sablefish. Halibut, like almost nobody has halibut IFQ because that's a different issue. And we do catch a couple of halibut, but we've always released them with careful release with the hook and line. And I think it'll be even better with the pots. So the mortality should be pretty low.
Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony. I was just wondering if you think that when you deploy slinky pot long lines, do you think that that's going to change your fishing footprint, or are you anticipating that basically it's going to be the same number of strings that you normally would fish and there's just going to be pots attached to them?
Mr. Chair, we really don't know. We've never fished for turbot with pots. So this is a grand experiment, and we're happy that you guys are accommodating us in our quest to go on this experiment and find out if they'll actually go into the pots. We don't know. We do know that the slinky pots have doubled or tripled or quadrupled our catch per day on black cod. Even aside from whale predation, they're just fishier than the baited hooks.
it should be an interesting experiment, especially the first few times you try to do it. So, thanks.
Any further questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Arnie Fugavog and Jason Anderson. Following them will be Oystein Lone and then Greta Goodmanson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Jason Anderson, and I'm with the excuse me, the O'Hara Corporation. And I'm here with Arnie Fugavog, who works for North Star. Together, our two companies represent the majority of the trawl turbot fishery. This is a small fishery that is part of the Deepwater Flats complex, but it's also a really important fishery for us. This happens in between the spring, fall, and the spring, the fall yellowfin sole fishery. In general, this is a small boat fishery that typically has participants that aren't able to fish in the Gulf or in the Aleutian Islands in the summertime. As the analysis notes, NMFS closed this fishery in 2013 and 2014 due to low TAC and concerns about potential fishing effort. In the meantime, you asked us to work with the freezer longline sector on a tax sharing agreement that would give NMFS confidence to open the fishery. NMFS reopened the fishery in 2015, and we've been operating under that agreement ever since. So the council asked us to work collaboratively. We did that, it worked, and we had a fishery since then. So unfortunately for the freezer longline sector, whales have learned to take turbot from their gear. So we support their ability to switch gear and re-enter that fishery. We're concerned about the potential for additional participation outside the vessels that have historically participated and are outside of our agreement. The current TAC is low. Indications are it's going lower, and additional participation, even on a small amount, could destabilize the fishery, cause in-season to manage conservatively, and that fishery could just go away for all of us. The intent of this action is narrow and is intended to allow the freezer longline sector to resume this fishery. It's not intended to expand the turbot fishery beyond current participants. We encourage the council to adopt the changes in the problem statement and alternative two that are outlined in the joint FLC groundfish forum letter, the AP motion and the AP motion, which passed unanimously. We've reviewed the analysis and all the options that have been adopted by the AP does is clarify the intent of the original intent of this action, which was to allow the freezer longline sector to resume their fishery. Thank you. Do you have anything back?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, just we've been a long-term participant from, as Dave Little said, the early 90s. I think we were some of the first boats in there, and we're highly dependent on in the summer when we're not in the Gulf and don't fish in the Aleutian Islands. So it's a really important fishery to us, and we are very concerned of potential new entry, and that's the biggest issue. We have a good agreement with FLC, and those boats will be outside of that, so there won't be basically any control over those boats. So appreciate the AP motion and hope you can support that.
All right, thank you both for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fugavog, I think this may be the only time we see you testify at this meeting, and I think we would be remiss to not acknowledge your 30 years in the process and wish you a happy and successful retirement as you move along. And so taking a page from Mr. Mesereau's book of how to turn a comment into a question and probably breaking Mr. Caneen's rule on softballs, I'm going to just ask you then if you will miss us as much as we'll miss you.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Yes. As I learned in the last 30 years in the process, never say never, because remember, I was a longliner a long time ago as well. But yeah, it's very, very bittersweet. I really will miss all the people in the process. And you'll still see me around, probably never here again, never say never, but likely never here again, but certainly I'll come in and check on you guys and look forward to seeing you down the road.
Ms. Kimball.
I'm sorry, I have an actual question about the testimony. Just to be clear, and I do apologize if I didn't hear you say this already, Mr. Anderson, but you support the AP motion. If the council didn't proceed in the way that the AP proceeded, would you support the action at all? I want to understand if you'd prefer status quo if we didn't go the direction of the AP motion.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball. So the freezer longline sector came to us early on when they were thinking about proposing this in front of the council and asked us if we had any concerns. And this is something that we raised as, potential to blow everything up. And so, that we worked together over several months to come up with an idea that would work for both of our sectors. I think it's probably fair to say that our concerns are strong enough. We heard from people at the AP that they were interested in entering this fishery. Our biggest fear is that we go out and we're fishing in May, June this summer, or over the summer, and Mary sees a couple of boats enter the fishery that she's never seen before. She knows that aren't part of the agreement. She shuts it down and the fishery just ends. And so we couldn't support an action that would, I think, result in that outcome.
Okay, any further questions? All right. Thank you both and congratulations, Arnie. Okay, next up is Oyster Loan. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, council. Yeah, my name is Oyster Lone, longtime active fisherman. Fished 10 years in the CP longline fleet from 2000 to 2010. I fished turbot most of those years along with peacock. In 2011, I bought the vessel Pacific Sounder 98 crabber. I took my experience in the CP fishery, converted our vessel into a part-time catcher processor for sable fish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands. We also do crab and pot cod. In 2012, we bought a CP endorsed LLP AI Bering Sea, Western Gulf, Central Gulf endorsed permit non-trawl. We used that permit for fishing as a CP processor in the AI and Bering Sea for turbot in 2012 and 13. Also purchased Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands IFQ black cod to strengthen our operation. With the uncertain times, I support this action of going to pots. I've struggled with whales for many years. This makes sense due to the killer whales. We have not participated much in the last few years because of the whales. Last year, we experimented with 7x8 Bering Sea crab pots with sock tunnels for sable fish and had a good results in the Aleutian Islands. We are looking to move forward with gear testing next year for turbot and sable fish. We are working with Alaska Bering Sea crabbers with experimental triggers and tools to reduce bycatch. I think some of this will help in deep water pot fishing as well. That being said, it's a very clean fishery in the Bering Sea for turbot. We actively fished sable fish pots last year, and I'm in the process of buying pots for next year's sable fishery. Turbot is a very specialized fishery and targets around 280 to 350 fathoms. It's never been a fishery where lots of boats have participated, and I think there's room for participants. Turbot can only be frozen at sea, not delivered on ice due to the nature of the fish and enzymes breaks it down fast. Listening to testimony on the AP, my only concern with getting locked out of this fishery. I hear and ask for 4 to 7 vessels. Will our vessel be able to participate? Please keep an open mind for participations for the future. With the uncertainty situation in Bering Sea crab, I'm going to need every tool in my box to keep income up. I paid for this permit and I'm just asking for my right to fish our permit. As I see, fixed gear fishing has gotten harder and harder to stay sustainable. Having a multiple fishery makes it so we can survive. We need different fisheries to stay in the business. I support the pot program and everything except for any form of rationalization or elimination of LLPs in this fishery. Reading AP motion, I think I'm okay, but just want to make council aware and think about the little guy in this picture. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lone. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lyon. I just want to make it clear so we understand, you feel like based on the AP motion, you wouldn't be excluded from participation, or I guess that's my question.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm just concerned. I'm the little guy. We haven't fished because of whales. We bounce around, we do different things. And this from last year's fishery to this, we're going to be buying a bunch of slinky pots and we're experimenting with big crab pots. And I think they could probably work for turbot, but we're not, I just want to leave the toolbox open. We might not have any crab here.
Right.
We might not have much to do at all. So that's making me look to switch back over to fish more black cod and turbot along with that. Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Lone.
Thank you.
Okay, last up will be Gretar Goodmanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Greta Goodmanson, just testifying on my own behalf. And I believe in essence, what you're doing here is you're rationalizing this fishery, an open access fishery through the back door with this motion. The intent of the purpose and need was to help cure the whale depredation. Whether you let everybody participate or just the longliners, you have succeeded in that. So I think you still fulfill that purpose and need. And if you don't believe we're rationalizing it, at minimum, you're monopolizing it to a handful of boats. From the presentation, most likely 4 to 5. And I'm not a lawyer by any means, but reading National Standard 4, we should be allocating equally to all fishermen. And National Standard 5, we should not be regulating inefficiencies. And I believe in the presentation, he said a single pot boat, which I could go as a single pot fishing, is not cost effective and not feasible. So I would hope you would look at this and find a better solution than what we currently have here today.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. When you say you would like us to find a better solution than the solution here today, are you talking about the alternative 2 in the council's current analysis, which is to authorize longline pot gear for directed fishing in the Bering Sea?
I'm not sure what alternative 2 says at the moment, but I'm saying it should be open to all as it is currently. And I agree with the fact that you should build the longline pots and get the whale depredation, and that's the purpose and need in this motion. And I believe if you leave it open to all that want to go, you still succeed in that. And with crab way down like it is, there's an opportunity for somebody, if they wish to make the investment and go do that, but with this, they won't be able to.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goodmanson.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. I understand there might be some questions for staff before we're ready for action. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this question is for Dr. Cates. I should have asked her during the EA section. And I can't remember, I do have the slide presentation up, but it would have been the part of the analysis on impacts on non-target and PSC species. And I noticed in your presentation, it was a slide with the map, I think maybe in some of the overlap and other fisheries. My question is about Pribilof Island golden king crab. And I remember there was something in the text next to that map that perhaps a next iteration could expand, presumably the overlap. My question was, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you this earlier, I'm recalling, I think, a comment or maybe question during the SSC presentation of this agenda item, and perhaps a recommendation for something for the analysis relative to the potential impacts of the proposed action on Pribilof Island golden king crab, but I didn't see that in the SSC report. So can you help me recall if I'm just misremembering that or what that comment might have been?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. I think that was actually a two-part question getting at two different things. So one aspect of it is that in a future analysis, in addition to considering the sablefish longline pot fishery as a proxy for what a Greenland turbot fishery could look like, the golden king crab fishery could also be looked at to see what incidental catch of certain species looks like. So I think that's one part of it. And then as I recall in the SSC, the question was more if there was catch of golden king crab and a Greenland turbot longline pot fishery, how would that be accounted for? And our answer is, as with all crab species, that accrue to our PSC counts.
Thank you for that, Dr. Cates. And would your, absent any specific recommendations in the SSC report, would your intention be to incorporate those comments, questions into the next version of the analysis? Or if the council was interested in you doing that, would it be necessary for us to request that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. Either. I mean, we were informed that it would be useful to consider the golden king crab fishery as a proxy. I think we were planning on doing that. But if the council definitely wanted to see that, we would ensure that it was in there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cates.
Okay. All right, I don't see any additional questions for staff. Let's go ahead and take a little break here before we take actions. 10 minutes, okay? Let's come back in 10 minutes, so 2:10. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to take action on C4. Council, what would you like to do? Oh, Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion. I've sent it to staff. I'll give staff a minute to, it looks like we're up presenting. The motion is up on the screen. This motion to allow pot gear in the Bering Sea Greenland turbot fishery. Add the following to the text to the end of the current purpose and need statement. New text is in bold. Whale deprivation is precluding directed fishing for Greenland turbot by commercial hook and line gear vessels in the Bering Sea. Participation in this fishery has been a significant source of income for a number of hook and line CP vessels that primarily target Pacific cod. The importance of turbot fishing increased for these vessels as Pacific cod tax in the Bering Sea saw major declines between 2012 and 2021. Although a single pot is currently authorized for Greenland turbot, single pots have not been deployed because of their inefficiency in the depth and location where the fishery occurs. A regulatory amendment that would allow vessels to use longline pots when fishing for Greenland turbot would likely resolve the deprivation problem and allow this fishery to resume. Other benefits of reduced whale deprivation on Greenland turbot could include improved catch counting for managers and data quality for the Greenland turbot stock assessment. The use of longline pots could disrupt historic and current participants in the hook and line CP and the Amendment 80 sectors should it encourage new entrants with no previous activity in the fisheries. Alternatives. I've added alternative 3 and designated alternative 3 and option 1 as preliminary preferred. Alternative PPA is underlined. Alternative 1, no action. Parenthetically, longline pot gear is not authorized for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea. Alternative 2, authorize the use of longline pot gear when directed fishing for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea. Alternative 3, authorize the use of longline pot gear only for vessels in the hook and line CP sector when directed fishing for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea subarea. Option 1, exemption from the 9-inch maximum tunnel open restriction. The 9-inch maximum tunnel opening requirement does not apply to longline pots used to directed fish for Greenland turbot in the Bering Sea sub area. And with a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Second. Seconded by Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to thank the analysts, Mr. Sam Cunningham and Dr. Cates, for a thorough and well-presented analysis. My lack of questions at the presentation was a reflection of the clarity in this analysis. The intention of my motion is to move forward for analysis and final action at a subsequent meeting, the following purpose and need statement and add an alternative 3 and further select that as our PPA. This is similar in intent to the AP motion that passed with unanimous vote of all members and modified the purpose and need in alternative 2 to clarify the intent of the original proposal without adding significant additional time or analytic burden on the council and staff. This is a minor modification of the council's purpose and need statement to ensure the original intent of this proposed action is met. The hook and line CP fleet has sought the allowance of longline pot gear used by their vessels as a potential solution after many years of unsuccessful efforts to mitigate whale predation using their existing hook and line gear. This action was originally proposed to allow current participants to innovate and not to inadvertently create conditions that could result in new effort by vessels in a small fishery that occurs in a limited geographical area with trawlers and hook and line CPs working together to avoid gear conflicts. Careful coordination among the current participants is essential to ensure gear conflicts are minimized. This action is intended to return to pre-2021 level of participation and is not intended to create an opportunity for new entrants, which would be problematic on several fronts. What this action intends is to allow the council an opportunity to allow the fishery to move forward in a manner that will avoid a race for fish and minimize potential conflicts on the fishing grounds. When the Groundfish Forum and the FLC were in discussions on asking the council to act to divide the turbot between FLC and Groundfish Forum's active participants, the council itself encouraged the two rationalized groups to go and figure it out. This is exactly what these two groups did. With council's encouragement since 2015, FLC and Groundfish Forum have had an agreement in place to coordinate harvesting activities within and between their sectors to avoid a race for fish and minimize potential conflicts on the fishing grounds. This agreement is an essential component to ensure coordination on the fishing grounds on an orderly and well-managed fishery. This agreement allows NMFS to open the turbot fishery with minimum risk to overharvest. For instance, turbot ICA is set prior to annual FLC Amendment 80 TAC agreements. Uncertainty about the amount of non-trawl effort in a given year would likely result in a higher ICA, which affects the amount of TAC available for directed fishing. This agreement is an essential component to ensure coordination on the fishing grounds and an orderly and well-managed fishery. Under Alternative 2, the analysis concluded that nothing would preclude vessels without past participation from entering the directed fishery for Bering Sea Greenland turbot using longline pot gear. Section 3.2 of the analysis notes that there are up to 41 non-trawl endorsed catcher processor LLPs that are not members of the FLC Groundfish Forum agreement that has been in place since 2015, and also the agreement that allows National Marine Fisheries Service to open the fishery. I believe that Alternative 2 is analyzed does not meet the intent as outlined in the purpose and need statement. And quoting from the purpose and need, a regulatory amendment that would allow vessels to use longline pots when fishing for Greenland turbot would likely resolve the deprivation problem and allow this fishery to resume. Creating conditions that destabilize current participants is not now, nor was it ever the intent of this action. That's the reason that I've selected Alternative 3, the new alternative, as the council's preliminary preferred alternative. Additionally, I would point out that Greenland turbot stock abundance is relatively low and has been trending lower in recent years. Hook and line CP cod vessels need this to prosecute their fishery, without which they would continue to be excluded from the fishery because of the whale predation problem. While I recognize that Alternative 2 allows longline pot gear to be used only by the active participants in this fishery, it does not take away anything from anyone that was involved in the fishery in past. Those vessels still have the option to operate as they have in the past. Pointing out a few things from the PowerPoint that we saw in a purpose and need statement to mitigate killer whale predation is that has impacted the Greenland turbot hook and line CP fishery was one of the summary points that we saw in the purpose and need. One of the summary points was to provide opportunity for non-trawl vessels to revive participation in the turbot fishery. And the third summary on the purpose and need was to put potential for better accounting for stock assessment by reducing unobserved mortality from deprivation. On the 9-inch opening option, the council has seen the negative impacts to regulate gear configurations. Let the fishermen figure out the best size for turbot and innovate ways to minimize bycatch. The analysis notes that removing the 9-inch tunnel opening requirement would be preferred by NOAA enforcement. We're talking about a relatively small number of vessels here that have been targeting turbot. The hook and line vessels since 2013 has been 5 and trawl 7. The CP hook and line vessels that targeted turbot, the CP hook and line vessels that targeted turbot derive 12% of their total gross revenues from that species. It's from the analysis. And I just remind council members that 12% of your gross revenue can oftentimes equal a very large part of your net profit. So without this action, we are likely seeing vessels tied up and crews losing their jobs. So again, from the environmental impact analysis, the presumed intent of this action is to restore fishery participation to recent historical levels. That's for these 5 CP vessels and 7 trawl vessels that have participated since 2013. to meet the intent of this action and modifies the, to meet the intent of this action, I've modified the purpose and need and alternative, added alternative 3. Those were things that were necessary. And with that, I'll take questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, questions on the motion, Ms. Baker?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Down. I do have a question, and I apologize if you spoke to this and I didn't hear it. I'm wondering about the option in your motion. In the current alternatives in our analysis, option 1 applies to alternative 2. And it's not clear in your proposed motion if option 1 applies just to alternative 2 or alternative 2 and alternative 3. Can you help me with that?
Being that as I stated in my rationale, it's the preferred option by NOAA enforcement. And I think we've gone round and round on this here at the council, that we're better up to leave these kind of innovations and tunnel size openings and stuff to the people that are innovating these pots. Would be my intention that option 1 would be is part of the preliminary alternative under alternative 3, but would also be an option if the council was to decide to select alternative 2.
Okay. Further questions? Okay. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Down that his reference to the hook and line CP sector is synonymous with the freezer longliner cooperative that's referred to in our regulations in a footnote. One and the same.
Thank you for that question. I think the answer to that is yes, it's synonymous with the participants in the hook and line CP Pacific COD endorsed vessels that are potentially members of this agreement. But I think it could be fleshed out further in the analysis so that we know that it's a well-defined fleet that we're talking about. Certainly in alternative 2 would be a much broader fleet than that, and would include other people such as the folks that we heard in public testimony that would have an interest in this. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I
Ms.
think
Radnicka?
Mr. Downs spoke very well to his motion. I would just like to express support. I do think that it clarifies the intent better of the previous motion that was in front of the council, and also preserves the opportunity to look at this more widely and is responsive to some of the testimony that we heard. We'll have another opportunity to get some clarity on participation levels in the future, but really hones in on the immediate problem and addresses, I think, some of the concerns that we've heard from stakeholders who have been most involved in this fishery. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Radnicka. Further comments? Okay. We can go to a vote then. Is there opposition? No opposition. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, anything further under C4? So, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, I want to, now that we've taken action to move this analysis forward for final action, I wanted to confirm my interest in my discussion earlier with Dr. Cates, that I am hopeful that the council and agency staff can incorporate the SSC comments on the impacts of the proposed action on the purple alpha island golden king crab fishery in the next version of the analysis. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. All right, so that will conclude our action on C4 today. Just a heads up for the public, we'll get into agenda item C5 now. If we make good time, I can envision getting to D1, but don't anticipate that we would get to D2 today. So anybody interested in D2, just plan on tomorrow. So with that, let's move into C5. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff, and Bering Sea Plan Coordinator. Also with me, Sarah Cleaver, council staff, Groundfish Gulf of Alaska Plan Team Coordinator, and Chris Lunsford from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, who is the co-chair of the Gulf of Alaska Plan Team. We will be walking you through your C5 agenda item. We will be tag teaming a little bit in terms of order of presentations. Very good. First, I just want to orient you to everything that's posted to your agenda item. You do have a link to the Groundfish Plan Team agenda. All of our presentations and documents from that meeting are posted to that agenda. You have the 3 different Plan Team minutes, the Joint Groundfish Plan Team minutes, the Bering Sea Plan Team minutes, and the Gulf of Alaska Plan Team minutes. I do want to note for you, when you open up those minutes, the header for each of the sections is a hot link that will lead you directly to the presentation for that agenda item for all of those minutes. In addition to all of the tables that you have posted to your agenda for the ABCs, OFLs, and PSC for both FMPs, you also have separately from this agenda item an additional aspect of it with respect to spatial management. So we'll cover that after we've gone through specifications and the actions before you. And then we have 2 different spatial management papers. One is more of a policy paper, but also touches on black spotted rough-eye issues that is linked to a Plan Team paper on black spotted rough-eye. And then you also have a separate one that is on the Gulf of Alaska, other rockfish DSR spatial management. So Sarah and I will walk through those after we've gone through the Plan Team presentations. Your proposed specifications then are also on your agenda. And the way that we've organized our PowerPoints today, we'll go through the Joint Plan Team report first. And then as we go through each of the individual plan teams, at the end of them, we're going to go through the action items for the council today with respect to the information that's listed in your action memo. So rather than going through the action memo first, we will do it at the end of our slides so that you have it before you what the actions are that you're taking. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Cleaver to walk you through the Joint Plan Team report.
Thank you, Diana. Mr. Chairman, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. So our Groundfish Plan Team meetings occurred earlier in September, and we had our joint meeting for the first couple of days, and then we separated out into our Gulf of Alaska team and our Bering Sea Aleutian Islands team. This was a hybrid meeting, so it was our first back in-person plan team or Groundfish Plan Team meeting. It was really great to be able to see everybody in person again, but we also offered an option for people to participate fully remotely as well. We had a few new appointments on both teams, so we're really appreciative to have those new appointments and the participation of some new plan team members. This shows our joint meeting agenda items. And so the red indicates where we had plan team recommendations, and there are links to each of the presentations that were presented at the plan team underlined. And I'll note that we do have that, the stock prioritization report separately, so we won't be discussing that here today. As this is proposed specifications, we're just going to provide a very high level overview of some of the topics that came up at the plan team. And there, as always, there's a lot more detail within the plan team reports. At the joint meeting, we had a couple of model changes and several informational talks. Dr. Clay Shotwell provided an update on the ecological and socioeconomic profiles, the ESPs, and to note that there will be 4 groundfish report cards for the ESPs coming out in November. And we can present on those at the December council meeting. So those will be for sablefish, Gulf of Alaska pollock, and then the 2 Pacific cod stocks. And the report cards are not full ESPs. They're really just updated indicator data where it's possible, and then some other minor changes as well. We also got an update from Yvonne Ortiz, and she provided some of the she provided all of the climate overviews by region, and the council will receive a full report of those as well in December, under the ecosystem status reports, after the plan team receives those full overviews in November. We also received an overview of ecosystem surveys, and Dr. Stram and myself will go into a little bit more detail on these within our individual Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands presentations, but there were 4 surveys in the Bering Sea. One of the surveys, the spring larval survey, was canceled, but in the Bering Sea, there were warm year conditions and cooler conditions observed in the Gulf of Alaska. And there were also more large and small copepods in the Gulf of Alaska, with more age 0 Pacific cod and pollock. For the longline survey, this was an Aleutian Islands and Gulf year. It's every other year for the Aleutians and Bering Sea. And this year, that survey showed a continued increase in Alaska-wide sablefish. So if you go to that presentation, there's a figure of the relative population numbers, and those were up 17% this year. The plan teams also received an update on the Forage Fish Congress, which happened earlier this year, and that focused on the major scientific goals and knowledge gaps by region and included some recommendations for future research priorities. And the joint plan team recommended that the forage fish workshop requested by the council, I believe that was last year, occur after the forage fish assessment for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and that is planned next year, so that we could have the workshop and the assessment cycle coincide with one another. And I'll note that part of this is due to having a new author on forage fish for next year.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, since there's a lot in this, I want to go through them as we see them, but there's no further direction. Do I understand that correctly, that you need from the council, since we've already supported a forage fish workshop and we didn't specify timing? So you're not looking for anything from the council on this? Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So this originally actually came out in the Bering Sea plan team in November of 2021. There was a recommendation that the SSC picked up on and the ecosystem committee picked up on for a forage fish workshop, and the council picked up on that, I believe, in February of 2022. And so we're hoping that we can use the Bering Sea forage fish assessment and combine kind of the requests coming out of the ecosystem committee and the SSC to have one forage fish workshop that will involve a lot of public involvement, was part of the ecosystem committee and the council's motion there. So yeah, we don't need any further council direction at this time for that. And I think the steering committee for the Forage Fish Congress actually indicated that they're hoping to present to the council's ecosystem committee possibly in December of this year. So they're in the process of trying to plan for that. We had a lengthy discussion at the plan team on sharks, including the Pacific sleeper shark stock structure update. So we had the team had recommendations kind of in line with what the author's recommendations were, to have some small changes to data collection, mostly having to do with Atsy accounting. And these changes could substantially improve the author's ability to assess Pacific salmon or Pacific sleeper shark. I think specifically that was in reference to trying to gain more information about shark lengths in the observer data. And there were also a few model updates that are planned for November that we'll hear more about at your December meeting. And one of the hopes, or one of the plans that the assessment author brought forward, which the plan team endorsed, was trying to improve some efficiencies within the shark stock assessment by having one combined document for Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska sharks. They would still have separate model configurations for the Bering Sea and for the Gulf of Alaska, but all of the kind of biological and life history information would be in one place within the shark assessment document. We wanted to highlight that, so Ben Fissel presented the September draft of the Economic Safe Report, but Ben's leaving the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And so this year is his last presentation of the Econ Safe, and the teams acknowledge that Ben has had many years of service and a lot of contributions towards producing the Econ Safe. And the team suggested that because there will be these transitions as there are new staff coming on for the economic or for drafting the Economic Safe, that within the council process, we could poll how different people use the Economic Safe Report and specifically try to determine which items are most useful. The author noted that this transition phase to new staff provides an opportunity to explore new ways of presenting information. And so if anyone has any feedback there or ideas, please just let us know and we'll try to communicate that with the author. So that's our very brief overview of the Joint Plan Team report. We can take any questions on that, or Diana will move into the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands report.
Okay, I don't see any hands popping up. Dr. Stram.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah mentioned this, but I just wanted to really highlight, we have, I think, 4 new plan team members on the Bering Sea team. We've been understaffed on the Bering Sea team for a number of years. They're a fantastic group of people that we have collected, and it's going to be really important going into November to have all of these people on board. They're very engaged, they're very qualified. It was a really great meeting to have everyone engaged, and it's really nice to have the team back at full strength. Just a couple highlights on the AI and the bottom trial survey. Before I go through those, I do want to say that there's been a huge turnover in the survey group. So while they are not understaffed, they have about more than 50% new staff, really incredibly talented, young, engaged staff on their survey team, which is fantastic. And I'll talk about some of the data products, public facing that they're doing, but also a real challenge for them in a survey year where they had both the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea survey. There were staffing issues with the Dyson from the vessel perspective, which also complicated things, but both the AVO group, the AI survey group, the ABS bottom trial survey group really worked incredibly hard and produced results from the surveys. Usually those are not available in September, and they were all available in September, which is a huge kudos to that group. Again, just a couple highlights from the Bering Sea bottom trial survey. A larger cold pool than in recent years, but still more warmer conditions, just a larger cold pool. There were fewer lengths collected than last year's survey, but that's not a reflection of staffing. That's a reflection of optimizing the lengths that they are collecting on these surveys. They were basically over collecting, and now they've optimized that to be more efficient. The biomass is generally up in the Bering Sea, down in the northern Bering Sea in aggregate. And then the 2 things I really want to highlight, and you can click on these in your both in the planting minutes as well as in the PowerPoint itself. The FOSS is the Fisheries One-Stop Shop, and you can click on that, and it's a public-facing database where they've put all of the survey, both the temperature and the species distribution information in there. So you can pull up anything that you want in different layers, and that they've really worked hard on these public-facing databases. And the DISMAP is a distribution mapping and analysis portal. So both of those, you're able to access information that the data that the survey has collected. They were working to get the 22 survey data in there at that time, but it's really helpful for the public. And those are all, again, publicly available, and they're working on, they'd like feedback to their team. If there's any issues you run into or things you'd like to see, they're very helpful in that aspect. AI bottom trial then, water temperatures remain above the long-term average. Biomass of 6 of the 10 species increased, and that's in ACA. You already heard about sablefish, POP, black spotted, rough eye, and then white blotch skate. All of those were up, the rest were down. That data, again, to highlight that AI, I would say that the AI bottom trial, it's important to note too, because of the 2020, this survey has not occurred since 2018. So all the comparative information that you see in those presentations, if you click on them, is all compared to 2018 because of that lapse in the survey in 2020. And again, lots of personnel changes on that survey, but a real effort on all the survey teams to collaborate even more so with the authors. And then finally, the acoustic trial survey. This is the survey that they actually did have staffing issues on the Dyson for a variety of reasons. And so they had to overcome a number of challenges on that survey, and that they could only plan for 2 legs when it began. And then the 3rd leg, staffing availability, became available at the last minute. So they had to kind of rearrange their survey plans. As a result of that, they had to do wider transect spacing and reduce trawling, but were able to cover the whole area plus a cross transect. So there's a little bit higher uncertainty in the survey results for the AVO for the acoustic trawl survey this year than in previous years. And that's just a result. They statistically accommodate it, but it's a result of that reduced trawling and wider spacing. And again, the backscatter in the northern extension west of 170 was low. And this, you'll hear more about this in December because this AVO index is used for the midwater pollock, so it goes into the pollock assessment. Similar to Bering Sea, so this, similar to the joint, this is just a listing of models that we reviewed at the Bering Sea Plan Team and which topics we had that are reflected in our minutes, or the stocks that had either minor or moderate or no changes to the model changes. And again, all of these will be reflected in the final assessments that you will see at your December meeting. And now I'm just going to go through the actions in front of the council under this agenda item. Again, you're setting proposed harvest specifications, recalling that the proposed specifications are used to inform the proposed rule, to notify the public of council action. You will be taking council action on the actual numbers coming out of the November full assessments, the updates in November that you'll take at your December meeting to set your final harvest specs. So in general, proposed specifications are based on the previous year's 2023. So the ones that we set in 2022 for 2023. The tax that you set must accommodate the state waters, GHL, and the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. You are also accommodating a sablefish GHL, which I'll get into in just a minute. And then your PSC limits, your flatfish flexibility, your DMRs, your discard mortality rates for halibut, and then the Three River Index. I have more slides on those. This is just the table that's posted to your agenda item. And again, you also have the AP specs to your agenda item. So just to talk about a little bit about Pacific cod and sablefish, the GHL for the Aleutian Islands is at 39% of the ABC, so you accommodate that. The Bering Sea is set at 12% of the ABC. We knew that those were bumping up last year, so you already accommodated those in your 2023 specs, so we already accommodated the increase for this year. And you set aside 45 tons for the area of jig fishery as well. This year, for the first time, you're accounting for a GHL in the sablefish fishery and the sablefish harvest in the Bering Sea. That's to be set at 5% of the combined BSAI ABC. And the set aside is new in 2023, but it's not a new fishery. The issue is that previously that was fished in the state waters, was fished by IFQ vessels. And so they catch accrued to their IFQ directly under the TAC. Now, recently, non-IFQ vessels are fishing in the state waters fishery. It still accrues towards the TAC. So if you don't use that 5% set aside, there's a risk of exceeding the TAC. So that's the reason why you're doing that in this year. Table 7 then posted to your agenda gives you the flatfish flexibility, and this is where you set your ABC surplus and then determine what you want for your ABC reserve. PSC limits then are set for red king crab, tanner crab, and snow crab and herring. Those are set in regulation, but based on biomass estimates. Those crab estimates in your tables 8, 9, and 10 have been updated for the crab stock assessments that you just heard earlier this week. Just to note that the red king crab is at its lowest level of PSC limit at 32,000. Snow crab's at the floor of your harvest control rule for snow crab PSC, and tanner's in the middle stair step. Herring, we don't have that estimate yet, but it'll be updated prior to your December action. I want to note that the red king crab saving sub area will be closed to non-pelagic year if ADF&G does not set attack for Bristol Bay. So if the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery is closed for the 2022-2023, then the area, the sub area, red king crab savings sub area will be closed to non-pelagic trawling in 2023. This table provides you, this is from the your plan team reports. The DMRs for 2023-24 are in table 12 of your agenda, but this just provides you a difference. We're using the same methodology that we've used in previous years, the updated DMRs. You can see that the pot care, the DMR went down rather substantially. The rest of them are just either minor increases or decreases from previously. And so the DMRs in your table 12 reflect the updated that are posted on this agenda. And then finally, your PSC limit for Chinook salmon, this is set in regulation, so there's no action required by you. Again, just to remind you that it does, the PSC cap fluctuates based on the estimate of abundance from the Three River Index, which is the combined postseason adult abundance of the Unalakleet, Upper Yukon, and the Kuskokwim rivers. That Three River Index, ADF&G has a letter that's been posted to your agenda and sent to the council, giving you the level of that. The index level right now is at 158,646 salmon, which again, for consecutive years, below the threshold of 250 salmon, so that the Chinook salmon PSC will be at its lower cap levels and lower performance standard levels. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman, for the Bering Sea specifications and plan team report.
Don't see any questions.
All right, Mr. Chairman. So moving on to our Gulf of Alaska groundfish plan team report, which will be kept very brief. We're mainly just focusing on a overview of the Shelikoff survey results. So as you'll see on here, this is our these are the agenda items that we took up at the plan team. Again, red is where we had plan team recommendations, which are detailed in our report. We had a few informational items and a few proposed model changes that are going to be brought back to us in November. For the winter acoustic Shelikoff survey, which looks at Gulf of Alaska pollock, the highlights here were that the pollock distribution was contracted and had moved to the southwest, and the biomass was about 52% below the historic mean. And this is really the lowest that they've seen since 2012 for this survey. Similar to what Dr. Stram highlighted for the survey issues that they had in the Bering Sea. So a member of the public at the Gulf plan team raised a question about staffing for the surveys in the future. There are new employees, as Dr. Stram mentioned, who have been hired to support this survey. And the survey organizers are talking to leadership about trying to get additional support to maintain the MACE survey operations. There were also some discussions at the plan team about survey vessel dependability and some mechanical issues that came up and other problems that that the team had noted or had seen related to the NOAA survey vessels. And the survey staff at our plan team meetings noted that once they were at sea and the survey was underway, there really weren't any huge problems. Everything aboard went rather smoothly, but the issues that occurred were really occurring kind of above the vessel crew and scientific staff level. At the plan team meeting, we heard that NOAA leadership does need to hear from stakeholders kind of about their priorities with these surveys, and that logistics may be difficult next year and might persist because of some staffing issues and COVID. And so the plan team noted that this is a topic of conversation in several regions, and there aren't any easy solutions, but we wanted to make sure to highlight those issues for the council.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just on those last statements, and I apologize, I can't bring up all the meeting reports at the same time, but who was asking for stakeholders to be more vocal to NOAA leadership about surveys as a priority? And I only ask because I feel like our region has been more vocal than almost any other region on the need for core data and support for both the surveys themselves and the associated research that supports our stock assessments. In fact, there was a huge industry letter just in the past month or so with just about every stakeholder in this region signing on to how critical that data is. Is there something more specific stakeholders could be doing that was identified at the plan team level that we should be aware of? I know it's slightly out of bounds, but it came up in the report.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, I think that at our plan team meeting, it was a member of the industry that highlighted these issues and just noted that it would be worth bringing to the council's attention to make sure that the council were on record highlighting some of these issues as well. And the people who presented our survey information, just in response to the industry bringing this to their attention, said that it would be important for NOAA leadership to hear this from the council. All right. So that brings us to what the council's action at this meeting is. And so at this meeting, the council is recommending for proposed rulemaking, the Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for the upcoming 2-year period, similar to what, or the exact same as what they do in the Bering Sea, but we have a few different specifications that we need to make in the Gulf of Alaska. In the Gulf, the tax are typically set to ABC, but for the proposed harvest specifications, these are really just usually rolled over from the 2023 specifications that were set in regulation earlier this year. So the specs for the following year, 2024, are usually just set equal to the upcoming year. For the Gulf of Alaska, the council would need to recommend Pacific cod tax for the Gulf that are a 25 to 30% reduction from ABC in order to account for the state GHL fisheries. And using the area apportionments from the proposed 2023 Pacific cod ABCs that were recommended by the plan team, the 2023 and 2024 tax for Pacific cod would be adjusted as listed in table 2 on your plan team proposed tables attachment, which is on the e-agenda. In addition to those total allowable catch specifications, the council will also recommend the gear and target fishery apportionments for prohibited species catch limits for halibut. And those 2023 and 2024 PSC apportionments are listed in tables 9, 10, and 11 in the Gulf of Alaska plan team tables attachment. For the Gulf of Alaska, the salmon PSC limits are not specified on an annual basis because those are set in regulations. So you don't have to do that as you do in the Bering Sea. Lastly, for the Gulf of Alaska, Table 12 has the updated halibut discard mortality rates, and at our September plan team meeting, the plan teams reviewed these, and the halibut DMR working group had a change in the Gulf of Alaska non-pelagic trawl CP sector. So those were edited in the middle of our plan team meeting, and the revised numbers are here on the screen and included in the report. And this was basically that the trawl CP sector in the Gulf had the sample size in order to calculate the Gulf trawl CP DMR instead of using the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands proxy. And so that revised recommendation is shown here at 83%. And again, this is table 12 on your e-agenda. I believe that's what we have for the harvest specifications portion, and I'll turn it to Diana for spatial management policy if there are any questions.
Dr. Stram.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we're going to move into some slides on the spatial management policy and then specific examples. So just a little bit of background to have you recall the development of the spatial management policy. And again, I would note that this is a paper that's posted to your agenda, and as well as the appendix to it that I'll walk through. So the development of the spatial management policy by the council was a result of years of discussions at the joint plan teams. And if you recall, there was previously a stock structure work group. That stock structure work group ended up producing a publication which became the stock structure template that we now apply to all of our stocks on a various basis to determine stock structure. So based on all of those reports and discussions by the stock structure work group, in December of 2012, the council had indicated its intention to develop a spatial management policy, but it wanted to do so in a transparent public process. As a result of that, you held a spatial management workshop in 2013. The report from that workshop is appended to the paper that's posted to your agenda. It was extremely well attended. We had over 70 members of the public there, presentations by all of the council and as well as NIMS and ADF&G, all of the plan teams, all of the plan team chairs, members of the council, and it was actually co-chaired by Mr. Hendershot and Mr. Twite. The goal of that workshop then at that time was to discuss the management, enforcement, and implementation issues that the council and its committees should address. This is also just after we put into place annual catch limits. If annual catch limits or total annual catches are recommended by sub area. So understanding that management tools for sub area allocation could include industry could voluntarily implement these tools. NIMS already has the authority to employ those or that the council could consider for action. And this really was mostly based on sub-area allocations of TAC or ABC, or the SSC always has the authority to recommend that themselves. Just to highlight then for you, and this is posted on the council's website. So then in 2014, as a result of the results of that workshop, the council adopted a spatial management policy. I'm not going to go through all of it, but basically the first step of it is identifying that stock structure does exist for a specific stock, such as all of the issues you had with Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands cod, and the eventual separation of that into a Bering Sea stock and an Aleutian Islands stock, or other spatial management measures that should be considered. And it should come from the plan teams and the SSC advising the council under step one that there is a conservation concern. It's supposed to be pinned to a conservation concern. The next step then, once a conservation concern has been identified to the council, is that the council requested that the agency, public advisory bodies, council or NIMS should identify economic, social, and management implications and potential options for management response, and identify a suite of tools that be used to achieve the conservation and management goals. Specifically, that was not intended to be a council analysis. It was deliberately structured to be, it could be a report, it could be a workshop, it could be a white paper, but that was not a specific aspect. And then to the extent practical, further refinement of stock structure or other spatial conservation concerns and management responses should be discussed by iterating through that process above, with the end result always being that if there is evidence of stock structure or conservation concern for different spatial stocks, that the SSC always retains the ability to separate those, as with BSAI cod, into two different stocks for separate specification setting. You also proposed a timeline that to go along with this in terms of year one, notifying the stock structure, with the idea that if that were to occur during our specification cycle starting now, by the spring of that year, then you would have some sort of suite of management tools compiled for discussion by whichever measure you went about doing that. And then the next year, when you receive your report again in September, you would discuss the suite of tools and the approach for the use in the coming year. A year following that, then you would update on the application of the tool and see whether or not it's deemed insufficient or insufficient to address the issue, and then consider other measures. So I'm just going to go through, we have two examples of the application of this policy in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. And I'm going to walk through the first one. So in the Bering Sea, it's a black spotted rough-eye rockfish catch in the Aleutian Islands. That's the issue. In the Gulf, the issue is moving DSR out of the other rockfish complex to create a GOA-wide DSR complex. Sarah will walk through that. That's a separate paper. Just to remind folks, in terms of the issue for black spotted rough-eye, there are two management areas for black spotted rough-eye now. It's managed as a combined Eastern Aleutian Islands and Eastern Bering Sea stock, so the EAI EBS stock, and that includes 541. And the other is a Central and Western Aleutian, so 542 and 543. So that's how we set OFL and ABC currently for black spotted rough-eye. The concern is the catch in the Western Aleutian Islands. So that's been a concern since 2005 that's been raised by the author, the Bering Sea Plan Team, and the SSC. And it's regarding the disproportionate exploitation rates in the Western Aleutian Islands. And just without going through this whole, I don't know if I have a cursor, that dark blue line that you see that goes above, that is the Western Aleutian Islands, and that's the exploitation rate over time. Between 2005 and 2009, the considerations for stock structure and resulting assessments separated out the Bering Sea stock from the Aleutian Island stock, but the specifications of that time remained BSAI wide. The stock structure work group was actually initially formed to address this issue itself. In 2021, as a result of bringing this back to the SSC and raising strong concerns, as well as a workshop that we held in 2016 and the resulting maximum subarea species catch MSSC for the Western Aleutian Islands and the Central Aleutian Islands, the council also requested, the SSC requested genetic information. So this is just a snapshot of the presentations that were given by the OCBE lab geneticists on this issue, talking about the genetic diversity of the species versus its demographic connectivity. And the end result of their recommendations were basically that the genetics don't indicate that it's a separate population across those areas, but that that's not necessarily telling you that there is not an issue with disproportionate harvesting. So basically, lack of genetic evidence doesn't mean that lack of action or management action should be taken for this particular stock because of the issues of long-lived connectivity. It's unlikely to genetically diversify itself, but there still could be spatial issues. So where are we now? This just gives you from 2015 to 2022. On the left-hand side, you see what the catch is in the Central Aleutian Islands and the associated MSSC for that area. And I would note, by the way, that there's an updated table to your agenda, table 1, to correct a labeling errata. So this is the corrected. And then you see what the remaining catch under the MSSC is for the Central Aleutian Islands, and then to the right for the Western Aleutian Islands. The issue is in the Western Aleutian Islands. It's that this non-regulatory catch target was put into place that is reported on annually and has been exceeded in all years except for 2016. So that is the concern that keeps being raised. That was the tool that we created coming out of the workshop in conjunction with the council's policy. Since that time, more information has come out on genetics, additional information has come forward, and we are still using this MSSC. So in conjunction with that, the council had requested we come back to you with a discussion paper to address these issues and to what extent the spatial management policy is working to address the concerns. What we're looking for is the additional direction on whether we continue to hold workshops, write discussion papers, or how else do we address the council's spatial management policy other than the iterative way we've been addressing it, and no additional action has been taken. So essentially what we're looking for is how do we assess whether or not the application of that kind of a tool is sufficient to address the issue? That's the point that we're supposed to get to in this policy, and whether or not we're continuing to use the council's spatial management policy. So additional considerations then, just to give an indication of the sub-area ABCs. So the sub-area ABCs again, they're combined in the Central Aleutians and the Western. Those have been exceeded since 2019 as well. But that is not to indicate that that's an ACL overage. Sub-area ABCs are not at the level of which you assess ACLs, that's at the combined level. But then also to the right on the top is black spotted, to the bottom is rough eye. These are the most recent survey results for black spotted rough eye, since we obviously missed the survey in 2020 and we just had the survey in 2022. They've gone up substantially. There's a lot of uncertainty. There always is with rockfish and surveys, but both black spotted and rough eye, black spot is up 65% from the AI survey in 2018. And rough eye is up 133% from the AI survey in 2018. Again, the last survey we had of these stocks. So where do we go now? Again, this is the information that we have. The MSSC in the Western Aleutian Islands has been exceeded in 2015 and then every year since 2017. The sub-area ABC has been exceeded 2019 through 2022. There's absence of genetic evidence, but that's not definitive absence of spatial concern. We have an increase in the survey estimates, and we will have a full assessment with the updated survey data in November of 2022 for December council review. So that's where we are with black spotted rough eye and the spatial management policy.
Mr. Down.
Thank you. And actually, I just want to note that Ms. Van der Hoeven has been very good and explained a lot of this black spotted rough eye stuff to me. So she's probably going to be frustrated that I'm asking a question of something she's probably already explained to me. But so we've got this disproportionate exploitation rate. I'm assuming that's set because I would think that with any species you could find that because the exploitation rate is going to be where the vessels are fishing. So I remember when we drew the line at at area 541 and created the Western Aleutian Islands subcategory for these fish. So, but I'm still not totally tracking what the concern is. If there's no genetic difference between these fish, why is this set out as something that is different than we do for other fish? It seems like it's a anomaly to me that we would look at exploitation rate as the sole reason to separate out area 541 from 542 and 543 and create a new subcategory, and then say that's because exploitation rate, because that's where the fishing was going on. That's why people are catching more of these in that area. So I must be missing something. Thank you. Can you explain that to me?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Down, I can try, but I think the issue is really largely, there's many issues that are folded in. One is that the survey and the fishery are in different locations. So where the fishery is catching the fish and where the survey is seeing the fish are different. That's not to be unexpected in terms of untrawlable grounds and the Aleutian Islands area, and particularly that. The other, it's a long-lived, which makes it more vulnerable to overfishing rockfish. The author has raised these concerns on an annual basis since 2005, concerned for localized depletion. That's the main concern. Concerned that the area, the lines, as you said, are maybe they're somewhat arbitrary. And so that basically if you're fishing around that line, we're talking about what's on one side of it, and the fishery could be, the other side is just falling into a different area, and it's because of the line. And that's something that the author has brought up multiple times as well, that maybe those lines should be changed, because maybe the issue is more that it's that whole population and we're looking at it based on where a line falls. That's why we've gone through all of this effort. Believe me, we spend an incredible amount of time talking about black-spotted rough-eye at the plan team meeting on an annual basis. That's why we looked into the genetics. So we're bringing it back to you. I can't speak for the author or for the plan team. I'm just saying that we are bringing it back because we keep bringing back the information that keeps being requested. And we're producing for you the results of the tool that the council put into place. We're just asking, should we do more, or is what we're doing right now sufficient? I guess is what we're asking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my second question is then, since your last point was you're asking whether this is sufficient or not, I guess in order for me to answer that question, I would ask you that, does the new data point created by the 2022 survey increase, does that get us, I know maybe we don't know this quite yet, but is that going to get us out of this box of exceeding these numbers as we did in 2015 and every year since 2017?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Down, again, we haven't had the survey since 2018. So we did have a full assessment in 2020, but again, without new data point for the survey. We will have a full assessment coming to us in November to review. And I think we'll know more in December as to whether or not this still remains a concern or is not, hopefully.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was actually getting to my question. I was going through the SSC minutes and didn't see mention. I know you mentioned earlier they didn't review the spatial management paper, but this species is in the Bering Sea specs, and I don't find anything in the SSC minutes saying that we need to have action at this meeting or take some sort of change in our draft specs. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kimball. Yes, the SSC has reiterated their strong spatial concern for this stock, conservation concern for this stock. And so that they did their part. And what we are responding to and bringing this back to you at this meeting is the council's request to review these discussion papers at this meeting. The SSC didn't take these papers up because their concern had already been expressed. They weren't looking for guidance on the spatial management policy. They were trying to do their part of it in saying they're expressing their strong concern. What we're asking for basically on behalf of the plan teams is, are we applying this policy as intended? Are we supposed to be doing more? We've really gone rounds on not knowing any other tools at this point that we could be employing for black-spotted rough-eye other than this MSSC. And we don't have we're looking for council direction on, should we continue to bring this concern back? If so, on what periodicity? Or should we not be that concerned if we get a new assessment? So, thank you.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stram, this has been a subject of a lot of energy at a lot of levels, and I agree with you that it's very murky, sort of where it is right now. It sort of reminds me a little bit of going to the dentist and having the dentist say, you know, that one place on the tooth there, you know, it's still, I don't know, it doesn't look very good. Is it giving you any pain? Well, no. You know, we'd have to do a root canal. Do we really want to do that yet? So and they call it a watch list, essentially. You know, we've got that one on a watch list, and this feels like that, where there's disquieting signs, but nothing really adds up to. I mean, there's no sign that there's a crash or anything. There's no sign of localized depletion. The catches are still coming in higher than we'd like them to, which is both a problem, but also, I mean, if that continues, then, you know, it's hard to add it up, and we know the disruption it would cause to fix it with the tools that we can currently see right now. There's no easy fix without some fairly major disruptions to a lot of other species. And so I think the council, the dialogue has been roughly, you know, the cost benefit dialogue. We've never really, but you're right, at least in my memory of the development of spatial management policy, we put together a really good policy for flagging where we probably have problems. But what we haven't done is that next step of figuring out for these species that don't fit well into either a fix it or don't worry about it category. And we could create one and call it the watch list, and maybe create a set of indicators that when we'll continue to spend more time on it than it's probably worth, but we'll keep looking for, you know, once it exceeds certain indicators, we can either take it off the watch list or we'll put it on the fix it list. In a way, I think that's what we've been doing poorly, just through you know, our default treatment. But is it worth trying to make that maybe a more explicit sort of, here's the categories, here's the boundaries for this species, and you've suggested several that make some sense that we could be working with. And we either have it in the fixed clearly needs fixing, clearly doesn't need extra attention, or on this watch list. Does something like that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Twite, yes, that's a pretty accurate representation of where we've been at the plan team level as well. And I'm not speaking from the author's level. The author is concerned, and I don't want to undermine that at all. The author is very concerned. That's why this comes up. From the plan team perspective, from the SSC perspective, obviously the strong concerns have been raised. It is disconcerting when you always see catch from one specific area on a long-lived species. But from the plan team's perspective, and we think we are applying the spatial management policy as intended. The only tool that has been put forward thus far is clearly not constraining catch below it. Is constraining catch around it okay? I don't know. I don't think we know. I think it might be, if that's the wish of the council, it could be a useful topic for us to have in conjunction with this and other rockfish species at the plan team meeting, to see whether or not there's some sort of metric we could develop by which the metric that we developed was the stock structure template. That was the metric where we were supposed to elevate concerns of stock structure. That is working just fine. The policy is working in the way that I believe it was intended when you created it, to elevate levels of concern. What we don't know what to do is what to do with them, exactly as you described, in that it's clearly still a concern, but we don't know how much of a concern or what else we have in our toolbox to do. We don't want to go to the extreme on the toolbox, and because the repercussions of that are pretty severe, but we don't know what else to do than this. And we're either looking for direction on just keep thinking about it and keep trying things, or we're not concerned any longer. And I don't know that you're at a point where you can say that. Maybe when we get to the full assessment, maybe the plan team has further discussion of what else do we do. We have quite a disproportionate amount of discussion of this particular issue at every plan team meeting. Thank you.
Any further questions? Well, I think that calls for a break. Let's go ahead and come back in 15 minutes. Yeah, 3:35, and we'll finish up the report. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we can continue with our presentation on specs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we will head into our presentation on the Gulf of Alaska, other rockfish and demersal shelf rockfish spatial management policy. And I just wanted to note that, or say thank you to the authors of the previous paper on this, which was a 2017 appendix to the other rockfish safe, and folks from In Season as well, who helped put together a lot of this discussion and try to separate out some of the nuances of this issue. In October of last year, the council supported moving to step 2 of the spatial management policy for consideration of separating out DSR from the other rockfish complex Gulf-wide. And so this is the paper that's attached on your e-agenda is an update to that 2017 appendix to the SAFE on this topic to ID economic and management implications and tools to achieve conservation and management goals. The previous 2017 paper highlighted some of the relevant considerations for this change, which I'll describe the specifics of in a minute. And the paper included some potential ABC and OFL overages, the considerations to the stock assessments and jurisdictions, as well as in-season management issues and potential for conservation concerns. So as described in section 2 of this paper, both assessment authors, the plan team and the SSC have been making recommendations on this topic since 2015. And so this is an example of some of the challenges that we've been facing with the spatial management policy not working quite as it was intended to, because we seem to be stuck at step 2 of the spatial management policy, and it's unclear what the authors, plan team and SSC should kind of keep working on or do if there's no council action on the issue. This is on page 2 of the document, so just kind of taking a step back and reminding the council of what the issue here is. The other rockfish and DSR assessments include the DSR subgroup, which has 7 species that are overlapped between the assessments. So this is canary, china, copper, quillback, rosethorn, tiger, and yellow eye rockfish. And these species are assessed within the DSR assessment in NMFS area 650, which is East Yakutat and Southeast, but they are assessed within the other rockfish assessment in all the other areas further to the west. And the authors, plan team, SSC have expressed concerns regarding the appropriateness of that current management grouping for the DSR species. So it's been recommended by all of those bodies to remove the DSR subgroup out of the other rockfish assessment in all areas west of East Yakutat or Southeast outside and move them into the DSR assessment, which would ultimately create an expanded Gulf-wide DSR assessment. This is more appropriate based on the biology and the life history of the other rockfish and demersal shelf rockfish species. On this slide, we have the DSR subgroup distribution and a little information on the catch composition of the DSR subgroup itself. And so the Gulf-wide total annual catches of DSR are relatively small. They don't exceed 500 tons. And yellow eye rockfish comprises the majority of the catch composition of the DSR species in all regions, as shown here on the slide. Yellow eye rockfish has been estimated to be one of the species that's most vulnerable to overfishing in the Gulf of Alaska, and that 2017 document concluded that it should be monitored more closely instead of grouped into such a large and somewhat unrelated complex, the other rockfish complex, which has, I believe, 20 other rockfish species in it. So the crux of the issue here is that in the region where DSR are most common, Southeast outside, these 7 species of rockfish are already being managed separately. So the action here before the council is considering whether to separate out the DSR in the other 4 regions as well, and retaining the status quo assessment structures prevents appropriate monitoring for the DSR species. In East Yakutat and Southeast Outside, there are state-managed directed fisheries as well as non-directed fisheries included in that assessment. And in Southeast Outside, hook and line gear in the IFQ fisheries, it accounts for over 95% of the DSR catch. And full retention of all 7 of those DSR species has been required since 2005 in Southeast Outside. The table on the slide here shows the catch of DSR species in all other areas outside of Southeast Outside by gear type. And in these areas, the National Marine Fisheries Service prohibits directed fishing for most rockfish species at the beginning of the year because the TAC for these species doesn't support directed fishing. So catch of the DSR species is really limited to incidental catch in these areas. Much of the catch of DSR across the area occurs on hook and line vessels, primarily those that are targeting Pacific cod or halibut. And starting in 2020, as you'll recall, the operators of fixed gear catcher vessels required to have a federal fisheries permit must retain and land all rockfish that are caught while fishing for groundfish or IFQ halibut in the Gulf. So this was the council's full retention of rockfish action that was a couple years ago. So if a rockfish species is closed to directed fishing, only a proportion of landed rockfish may enter commerce and be sold. That's our maximum commerce amount, or MCA, as defined in regulation. And if the TAC is exceeded, rockfish go on PSC status, which for fixed gear vessels means that they still have to retain rockfish, but they cannot sell it or it can't enter commerce. Aside from being caught in the hook and line fishery, DSR are also caught incidentally in trawl gear, generally while they're targeting other rockfish such as Pacific Ocean perch and to a lesser extent arrowtooth flounder. And species in the non-DSR subgroup, so the other 20 species of other rockfish that are part of the slope subgroup, are mainly caught by trawl gear. And the trawl vessels, as well as fixed gear catcher processors, are allowed to retain and sell other rockfish and DSR species up to an MRA, maximum retainable amount, as defined in regulation. And so once the MRA is reached, or if rockfish are placed on PSC status, then they must be discarded. I'm just going to skip over this slide and come back to it right after this slide that's on the screen here. So per the council's direction to update the 2017 paper, we went back to the SSC recommendations from 2021 on what to include and found that the 2017 paper really did address a lot of these questions. And so in this paper, we've just tried to update the answers to these questions where necessary and revise the paper with updated catch data and any applicable changes to fisheries regulations that have occurred since then. And so the SSC's question of should a combined assessment with 2 tiers be considered? That's what I wanted to highlight on the previous slide here. After the SSC received that 2017 discussion paper, they recommended using what was then known as Alternative 3A, and that basically indicated that the authors should use the Tier 6 methods for the 6 non-yellow eye rockfish DSR species Gulf-wide. And in East Yakutat and Southeast, the Tier 4 approach currently used for yellow eye rockfish would be maintained, but the Tier 6 methods would be used for yellow eye in all other regions. Additionally, the complex ABCs and OFLs would be the sum of the individual species estimates by region. And the SSC has continuously supported these recommendations for the council to move forward with step 2 of the spatial management policy for this complex.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying with that slide. Is that saying that there's already a recommendation? Should DSR be split out from the other rockfish complex to maintain an OFL for East Yak and Southeast Outside, its own separate OFL and ABC, and then maintain a new OFL and ABC for the combined rest of the Gulf DSR. Is that what this is saying, or is this something else? I'm not following.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball. So I don't think that the SSC's recommendations referenced a recommendation to how to move forward with the OFL, but this is really specific to how the authors would handle the tiers of individual species within the stocks. And the OFL issue will come up later within the slide or within the PowerPoint.
So then thank you, Mr. Chair. It wasn't understanding this. Is this just FYI for the council that we'd be looking at two different tiers for the same stocks in different areas?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thanks.
As far as looking at some of the potential impacts of moving the DSR subgroup out of the other rockfish assessment, so it would afford a higher level of monitoring for the vulnerable DSR species rather than keeping them grouped into the larger and unrelated complex of other rockfish. But there are some other kind of management and fishery considerations to highlight. And one of those is shown on page 11 of the paper in table 5. This change would mean breaking the ABCs into essentially what we've been describing as smaller boxes, and this could lead to a potential ABC or OFL overage due to these small ABCs. So to reduce the potential of overages due to those small ABCs, as well as considering the non-target nature of the catch of these species, particularly outside of East Yakutat and Southeast Outside, in 2017, the authors had recommended, and the SSC at the time had concurred with combining the Western Yakutat ABC with that of the Western Gulf and Central Gulf areas because the fishery characteristics differ between East Yakutat, Southeast Outside, and then the rest of the Gulf. However, this breakout would result in smaller and potentially difficult to manage ABCs, even if the Western Gulf, Central Gulf, and Western Yakutat ABCs were combined. As far as some further assessment considerations, so the current DSR assessment in Southeast is conducted by ADF&G, and it includes state managed fisheries. And so that assessment structure, if this action were to move forward, this assessment structure would still be retained and incorporate the DSR species to the west of East Yakutat and Southeast Outside. And so being tier 6, it would be relatively simple to add these DSR species to the existing assessment. And the plan that's been discussed at the plan team and in the previous paper was that NMFS would continue to lead the portion of the DSR assessment that relates to the Western Gulf and Central Gulf, while ADF&G would still lead the portion of the assessment that relates to Southeast Outside. And this would not change the current jurisdictional structure. The state of Alaska would still maintain the kind of delegated management of DSR fisheries in the Southeast Outside and East Yakutat area. And NMFS would manage the DSR catch in the federal fisheries west of East Yakutat and Southeast Outside. At this meeting, the council has the opportunity to discuss any concerns about spatial management of DSR and other rockfish that would interfere with the recommendations to move the DSR subgroup out of the other rockfish assessment, creating a Gulf-wide DSR assessment. I wanted to highlight a few kind of regulatory considerations. So the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish FMP provides the council with the authority to split or combine stock or stock complexes if sufficient biological information is available. So from a regulatory standpoint, implementing this change does not require any changes to the FMP. And the proposed changes would reorganize the other rockfish and the DSR complex structures, requiring a regulatory change specifically to Table 10, which defines the basis species for retention. And that table is Table 10 at CFR Part 679. If the council does not identify any concerns, this change to the DSR subgroup could move forward in next year's harvest specification cycle. And so this is an update, updated information from both what's in the paper as well as what we discussed at the AP. If the council were to move forward with this, the authors would bring forward an example of the assessments during the next full assessment cycle. And so this is our updated information. We wouldn't want to bring an example of this split out forward in November because that split out was not something that was provided in September, and we don't typically bring forward new assessments in November that haven't been reviewed by the plan team in September. And the next other rockfish assessment is next year in 2023. If the council does identify specific obstacles or constraints at this meeting, we request additional direction as to how to move forward, including what type of timeline we might be able to work with. Lastly, because this is the plan team report as well, I wanted to include a slide on the plan team recommendations on this. So we have had a few clarifications and corrections here over the past few days as far as the intent of our plan team recommendations. And in our minutes, we had that the plan team recommended that the 2022 DSR assessment incorporate an example of how the DSR Gulf-wide OFL and the ABCs would be calculated under this revised categorization, including corresponding changes to the other rockfish OFLs and ABCs. And so our clarification here, our authors and our AFSC leadership have clarified that this would actually occur in the 2023 assessment, not prior to this November. And the reference to the Gulf-wide OFL is actually intended to mean the Western Gulf, Central Gulf, and Western Yakutat, while still maintaining a separate OFL for Southeast outside DSR. The team also suggested that the council begin the planning process for the rulemaking needed to revise regulations associated with the establishment of a Gulf-wide DSR category per potential council action on this item. And I think that is what I have on DSR, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to reconcile all the timing issues that are incorporated in these last few slides. And so changes at this meeting, I guess, from where I thought we were coming into this meeting is that there is not a recommendation to split out in this assessment, or that's not possible because we didn't do that for the September assessment. The recommendation would still be to look at or evaluate splitting it out in the 2023 assessment. And then we would see at that time, not just changes or impacts on the DSR complex, but also what that does to the other rockfish complex, which seems to be pretty important to understand. So, and at that point, we'd have a full assessment of other rockfish. So so this is all now like kind of a next year effort. When you said we should start the planning process for rulemaking needed to revise regulations, I guess that presupposes we're going to do this split, which may very well happen, but are we getting ahead of ourselves trying to revise regulations prior to seeing the next 2023 assessment, or am I reading that incorrectly?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yeah, I think there's a lot of clarifications on timing that we needed prior to this. So you're correct in this would be something that would be looked at in next year's assessments. And I think part of that is because there are a lot of new changes that may be presented next year in our other rockfish assessment that haven't necessarily all been considered since we haven't had a full assessment in this cycle for that. I think the reference to the planning process for rulemaking is just that we do have two separate pieces of action that would need to be taken here, the changes within the assessment as well as the changes to the regulation under table 10. And so just trying to make sure that in the background, we have the timing of both of those changes aligned would be important. And we don't necessarily need to start one without the other.
Any further questions? Okay. right, thank you very much. That'll bring us to our advisory panel report. Remind members of the public who wish to testify to please sign up prior to the end of this report. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Duo is back. Ruth and Lauren here to give the AP report on C5 groundfish specs. Motion number one, the AP recommends the council adopt the proposed 2023-2024 BSAI groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and set tax with all proposed specifications consisting of rollovers of 2023 final specifications from 2022-23 harvest specifications. The tax for both Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries. The tax for sablefish has been reduced in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands by 5% to accommodate the GHL fishery. The AP recommends that the council adopt the proposed flatfish ABC reserves 2023 and 24 annual and seasonal PSC limits and apportionments in the BSAI as provided in tables 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Finally, the AP recommends that the council adopt the proposed 2023 and 2024 halibut discard mortality rates for the BSAI as shown in table 12. Tables 7 through 12 are found in the meeting agenda under C5. So that was motion number one. Sure.
Are we good to continue? Okay. And motion number two, the AP recommends the council adopt the proposed 2023 and 2024 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and set tax as shown in the handout with all proposed specifications consisting of rollovers of final specifications from 2022. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska cod and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries. The Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod adjustments are shown in table 2. The AP recommends that the council adopt the proposed 2023 and 2024 annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as provided in tables 9, 10, and 11, and the proposed 2023 and 2024 halibut discard mortality rates for the Gulf of Alaska in table 12. All tables are shown in the Gulf of Alaska 2023 and 2024 plan team proposed tables document as provided by council staff.
Yes, and then our final motion, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, the AP recommends the council wait to break out DSR rockfish and create a Gulf-wide complex until the full other rockfish assessment occurs in the 2023 plan team cycle. Additional information should be brought back regarding impacts to the remaining other rockfish. Okay, with that, we can take questions.
All right, thank you for the report. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. That will bring us to public comment. Looks like we have 3 signed up to testify. Megan Williams and Teresa Peterson, then Todd Loomis, and then Julie Bonney. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Williams, and I am a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy. I also have Teresa Peterson online with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. I do want to start off positive today, and I'd like to commend the groundfish plan teams and the stock assessment authors and the SSC for really advancing stock assessment science annually. The process is really public and transparent. And I really have found engaging with the process to be a productive way to engage with specifications. I think there's a lot of room for optimism because of this hard work. But But despite these advances, there's also room for improvement. And so I think we always need to keep setting that bar a bit higher and higher. And this applies with groundfish specifications, of course. And in the face of climate change, this holds true more than ever. And so we are looking at warming waters, predicted reductions in biomass, declines in benthic productivity, and declines in access to subsistence resources. And so these are challenging our fisheries management in a way that, we've just never seen before. So today, our main ask of the council is that we continue to develop processes that better include equity, climate, and broader ecosystem considerations in tax setting in 2023. And I want to point out that those 3 items that I mentioned, equity, ecosystem, and climate, were all listed as key fisheries adaptation strategies that were presented to the council in the IPCC report by Dr. Holzman. So she focused on these items, and you guys heard about this on Tuesday, I believe. And so I want to draw those parallels. In terms of equity, this relates to the IPCC's mention of inclusive, participatory, and equitable decision-making. And so I think of this with regards to opportunities for coastal fishing and river communities to meaningfully engage in groundfish management. When I think of that broader ecosystem context, this links to the IPCC fisheries adaptation reference to high biodiversity and preserving ecosystem function. So I think of predator species trends, bycatch species trends, as well as the needs of subsistence users. So it's the whole thing, of course. And when I note climate, this links to the IPCC report's reference to climate refugia for climate vulnerable species and the need for climate planning and preparation, and really to strengthen the resilience of coastal communities and fisheries. So I do feel that we have 4 promising tools. I'll just highlight those. There's more than 4, of course, but the ESPs and the ESRs provide a really valuable resource to explore climate and ecosystem indicators as they relate to ABCs, but also as they relate to tax setting. The CCTF, as you'll hear about later, is uniquely positioned to really evaluate ecosystem, community, and climate indicators as they relate to predicted warming scenarios. And I also want to note there's a group of really engaged industry, tribal, NGO, community, and subsistence users that want to be a part of this process and think creatively with the council about how best to do this in tax setting. And the ecosystem matrix that we presented last year represents one example of that attempt where stakeholders are trying out new ideas. And we think that these collaborations will be really important going forward to improve the process overall. And I'll note that while we're not bringing it back this year, we are still working and thinking about the matrix and look forward to coming back with an improved and bigger version in 2023. And lastly, I'll note number 4, it's also critical that the council does have an updated analysis to support decision-making, of course. So we'll talk about this more during staff tasking, but the programmatic supplemental EIS, the NEPA analysis that underlies our management decisions, including tax setting, is outdated at this point. So it's critical from both a management and legal standpoint that the council have that updated analysis of the cumulative impacts of our fisheries. And I think that's really relevant to our tax setting discussions as well. And so I'll close and then hand it off to Teresa, of course, by repeating our initial ask that we think more about equity and climate and ecosystem considerations in tax setting. And so I left her a little time, not enough.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Teresa Peterson with AMCC and a Kodiak-based fisherman. Are you picking me up okay?
We do.
Oh, wow. This is impressive doing this together from afar. Well, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I also want to say welcome to the council table, Ms. Rodriguez, and congratulations on your appointment. And I wanted to take a moment to voice our support to continue to explore means to improve the tax setting process from an EBFM perspective as outlined by Megan. And I had the opportunity to meet with a group of young community-based fishermen a few weeks ago. We were talking about community resilience in the face of climate change. And the key aspects of the fisheries adaptation came up a number of times. And I just thought it was interesting, the overlap in those conversations and then looking through these bullets that were listed. And I guess the primary ones that came up were the inclusive, participatory, and equitable decision-making, responsible and flexible management, diversity and harvest options and livelihoods. And I think we're all having these ongoing conversations about how to adapt to climate change and encourage a more robust fisheries management system. And I think these conversations will help get us there ideally in a timely response manner. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Thank you, Dr. Williams. All right, are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Todd Loomis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Todd Loomis, and I'm here representing Ocean Peace. Our company fishes CDQ, Amendment 80, and limited access in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, and I'm here today to comment on black-spotted rough-eye and the spatial management policy. I was pleased to see at the September plan team meeting that the 2022 AI trawl survey encountered the increase of black-spotted rough-eye that we've seen in the Aleutians the last couple of years. Relative to the 2018 survey, black-spotted rockfish was up 65% and rough-eye was up 133%. At the SSC's request, the plan team received information on where the survey occurs relative to the commercial fisheries in 543. And there are a number of locations where commercial fishing happens that the survey never samples. So we took within the Amendment 80 cooperative and for all trawl fisheries in particular, we looked at the catch information for these places where fishing occurs, but the survey never goes. And on average, about 30% of our catch of black spotted rough-eye comes from these areas that are never surveyed. And in some years, it's more on the order of 45%. And I raise this issue because there's ongoing work in the Gulf of Alaska that is looking specifically at areas that the survey deems untrawlable, but that commercial fishing occurs, and whether this can be incorporated into the stock assessments. And with respect to the spatial management policy, I just want to kind of highlight some of the points that I heard today. Black spotted rough-eye is not overfished. It's not approaching overfishing. The industry has employed a number of black spotted rough-eye avoidance measures. We've limited the TAC of POP in 543, made recommendations to limit that TAC for a number of years. We've made changes in fishing practices, limiting the depths that we fish to try and avoid black spotted rough-eye. The genetic work that has been done has not found black spotted rough-eye stock structure. And the OFLs and ABCs that are recommended through this process are avoiding and preventing overfishing. I want to recognize the efforts that have been made by the plan team as recommended by the SSC and the stock assessment author to put forward new information in response to the spatial management policy. But at this point, I think we need to see how the survey increases play out in November, since it's the first time we've had a survey since 2018. And I think we also need to see how this work in the Gulf of Alaska on untrawlable areas plays out, because I think that's going to have direct applicability on this particular issue in the Aleutians. I don't think that there's anything new or different that the plan team or the stock assessment author need to do in response to the spatial management policy. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Loomis. Any questions? Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Loomis. You mentioned that the fleet had tried changing their fishing depth to try to avoid black spotted rough-eye, and yet there wasn't a significant change in what we saw then in the catch. So have you gone back and looked to see what happened with that?
So we made, and I'm just trying to think back. So looking back at like 2010, I think the average depth for rockfish fishing in the trawl fishery it was like 142 fathoms. And today it's about 101 fathoms. So we've shallowed up considerably in the fishery. And we used to catch big rough-eye. And as soon as we started shallowing up, we weren't catching big rough-eye anymore. We were catching small rough-eye. And I think what happened is the timing of our change in the fishery in terms of depth preference happened to kind of coincided with maybe a big year class or a couple of year classes in these small rough-eye. So the concern kind of shifted from they're catching all the big rough-eye to, oh my God, we're catching all these small rough-eye and no big rough-eye. And I think that can be directly attributed to practices in the fishery in trying to avoid rough-eye. Whether that was the shallowing up was the right thing to do, I don't know, but it was in an attempt to avoid rough-eye.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Last up is Julie Bonney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. I'm a groupie when it comes to the plan team meetings. I always go in September and in November. And so I want to highlight some of the things that happened in terms of the plan team process in September, and then also some of the items before you. First of all, I just want to note that the Gulf hydroacoustic surveys were negatively impacted by the performance of the Oscar Dyson this year. You saw that earlier. 2 of the survey areas were not surveyed at all. The bottom transects for the Shelikoff were not surveyed. And so we had some discussion at the Gulf Plan Team meeting about that. And they basically said, the scientists at the MACE, that the crew and the vessel, when they had everybody on board and ready to go, functioned fabulously. But the problem is really in leadership with the NOAA Corps, where they're not planning ahead in terms of getting the number of crew that they need to operate the vessels. And then they're not spending the money on keeping the vessels well maintained. And so in the code for the Gulf, we basically lost survey time because of COVID, crew, and then basically the computer wouldn't talk to the engine, so they couldn't turn the engine on. So when I look forward to 2023, we have 2 surveys for the Gulf pollock. One is the spawning survey, and then the other is the summer survey. And I think it's critical when you look at what you saw in terms of the reduction of pollock in terms of biomass, that we get that data point. So I don't know what we can do to keep the feet to the fire in terms of leadership, really doing a good job of managing those vessels. So the other issue that I wanted to talk to was the spatial management and OROC in the Gulf of Alaska. So moving DSR out of the 27 species in OROC in terms of similar life history makes sense. If you do that, your other 20 rockfish in that category, we haven't looked at what that means in terms of management for that. So I just want to remind you of problems we've had with that grouping up to this point. So I want to say in 2017, the biomass in the Western Gulf was really small. And so the plan team, SSC, and you as the council agreed to combine the ABC for OROC for Western Gulf and Central Gulf into one box, make the box bigger. Then in 2021, when the new survey information came back, the actual ABC that came out the other end was lower than the historical catch for the last 15 years. So the plan team and the SSC and you as a council all agreed to roll over the 2021 ABC and not move forward with the 2022 one that came out of the recent survey information. And just to kind of follow on with Todd, these species live in non-trawlable habitats. They're patchily distributed and they're very difficult to come up with a reason number. So the output from that was that the SSC suggested that all the natural mortalities within the OROC complex should be revisited. And that is actually in process. It was reviewed in September, and then they're going to move it to the next stage in November. There may be needs to move some of the tier 5 to tier 6 because that survey biomass isn't, representative of historical catch. So I guess my point in all of this is that we need to move cautiously forward. So the first thing is to kind of look at what they've already got in process to kind of deal with OROC in general, and then actually go through the full assessment cycle in 2023 and then decide what to do versus getting too far over the ski tips. So for me, I'm most concerned about not just what happens with the 7 in DSR, but what happens with the other 20 once you take that ABC and divide it in half. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. And I could have asked Mr. Loomis the same question. You have specific comments on the specific spatial management issues at hand for this or the next specs process, but do you feel like we have some questions in front of us on the overall spatial management policy and whether we think that process is working? So given your comments and experience with the plan team, do you feel like that process is working? Identifying management and conservation issues prior to making a split or a lump, I guess, in the specs process?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I think that the spatial management works in terms of process, but I guess the part that I feel is kind of missing is the information that we know. Do we really know enough to elevate a conservation for a species? So I think Todd's, just so one example for me is DSR, which is yellow eye mostly, and it's patchily distributed, and there's been overfished yellow eye in other regions that we're actually advocating for a Gulf-wide ABC OFL for Central, Western, and West Yak. But yet then when you look at what's going on in the Bering Sea, you're doing a sub area. So you're going smaller area. But here, when we're talking about breaking out 7 rockfish, we're talking a large area. So how do we pass the red face test on that? And I think it's because, like Todd said, we just don't have the survey ability to know how to divide those into smaller boxes.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. All right, that concludes public comment. Council like to take action? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff. Okay. The council adopts the proposed 2023 and 2024 Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish harvest specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and sets the tax as shown in the attached BSAI Table 1, with all proposed specifications consisting of rollovers of the 2023 final specifications from 2022-2023 harvest specifications as approved in December 2021. The tax for both Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries, and the Bering Sea sablefish tax has been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fishery. The council adopts the proposed flatfish ABC reserves 2023 and 2024 annual and seasonal PSC limits and apportionments in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands as provided in attached tables 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for halibut, red king crab, tanner crab, opilio crab, and herring and other gear and their gear type and target fishery apportionments. The 2023 and 2024 crab PSC limits have been revised using current biomass amounts. And the council adopts the proposed 2023 and 2024 halibut discard mortality rates for the BSAI as shown in table 12. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Okay, thank you. My motion reflects the interim proposed specs to allow our fisheries to start on time in January. Table 1, the specs table, is the same table that was recommended by our AP at this meeting. It will be updated at our December meeting with information from our updated stock assessments. Recommendations from our groundfish plan team, SSC and AP. In table 8, the PSC apportionments, herring allowances will be updated later when the biomass estimates become available this fall. And I'd also like to address the ongoing concerns expressed by the groundfish plan team and SSC regarding the spatial management and MSSC overages for Bering or black spotted rough eye in the Western Aleutian, Central Aleutian subarea. As noted in the papers prepared by staff for this meeting, the review provided by our staff presentations and public comments, we find ourselves in a challenging spot where the council's spatial management policy does not provide clear guidance on how to proceed, despite having the stock assessment author explore additional workshops on the matter, voluntary efforts by the fleet, and additional genetics work that did not clearly indicate stock structure exists in this case. All of those efforts provided only limited success. We do know that the stock is not currently overfished. We know that the trawl survey saw significantly more black spotted rough eye this year than they did the last time the Aleutian Island trawl survey was conducted in 2018. We also know that a large portion of the fishery catch tends to come from areas in the Aleutian Islands that have not been part of the Aleutian Islands trawl survey. We also know that research is happening in the Gulf of Alaska to incorporate fishery data where trawl surveys have not previously been able to sample, and this work may have applicability in the Aleutian Islands in the future. So where does that leave us now? The council has heard the concerns expressed by the groundfish plan team and the SSC about spatial management for black spotted rough eye and their questions for clarifications on how to move forward. At this point, we've used the usual tools in our toolbox with limited success and no clear next steps. We have encouraging signals from the trawl survey this summer and promising research that may help answer the questions, and as there are no identified conservation concerns at this time. The council asked the groundfish plan team and SSC to continue to monitor their concerns about the spatial management of black spotted rough eye in the Western Aleutian, Central Aleutian subarea, as additional information coming from the surveys may alleviate or lessen some of the concerns, and research projects underway may enhance information available for this stock in the future. The council is not asking for any additional work at this time and looks forward to seeing the results of the updated stock assessment this fall. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any questions? Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Vanderhoven, not to be nitpicky, but there appears to be a typo in your motion. So just so the record is clear, in the second to last sentence, the years say 2023 and 2043, I think you mean 2023 and 2024. Is that correct?
Mr. Eagle Eye, yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Any amendments? Comments on the motion? Great. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I think we can go ahead to a vote. Mr. Withrow.
Calling the roll on Bering Sea and Aleutian Island groundfish specs. Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down. Ms. Dubnica,
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Okay. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion for the Gulf of Alaska. Just trying to catch Shannon's eye and see if she has that. Okay. The motion is as follows. The council adopts the proposed 2023 and 2024 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC and the tax shown in Table 1. Final specifications will be approved in December. The tax for both Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water GHL fisheries. The proposed Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod adjustments for state water GHL fisheries are shown in Table 2. The council adopts the proposed 2023 and 2024 annual and seasonal Pacific halibut PSC limits and apportionments in the Gulf of Alaska as provided in tables 9, 10, and 11. The council adopts the proposed 2023 and 2024 halibut discard mortality rates for the Gulf of Alaska as shown in table 12. Regarding spatial management of the demersal shelf rockfish DSR complex, the council supports consideration of moving the 7 DSR species, which currently occur in the other rockfish complex, those occurring to the west of East Yak and southeast outside, into the DSR assessment and expanding the DSR complex assessment to be Gulf-wide during the 2023 plan team cycle, when the next full assessment for other rockfish is scheduled. Information should be included on the impacts of this change to both DSR and the other rockfish complex. With a second, I'll briefly speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Just a reiteration that these are only the proposed specifications. I think it's important to point that out to the public. We always receive some letters on what we should do in our tax setting process. This is fairly perfunctory for this meeting. These are the same 2023 specs that we accepted last December and were published early this year. The rationale for this motion is, of course, that we need to approve these interim specifications at this meeting to allow the Gulf groundfish fisheries to begin on schedule in January of next year. But these are not the final OFLs, ABCs, or tax. Everything you see in Table 1 will be updated in December using the latest survey information and the November stock assessments. At the December meeting is where we'll approve final catch limits, and the council will be responsive to all forthcoming stock status information. The only really different part of this motion is the last part on spatial management for DSR that we heard a lot about in the presentation and then received some public comment on. Just a reiteration that the council supported the SSC recommendation to move to step 2 of this spatial management policy. And if we boil it down, the spatial management policy is really just so we don't split or lump or change the spatial settings for our tax specifications to the point that we get ahead of ourselves and we don't understand the management implications or we don't have the regs to support it. So I think we're doing that. For this particular complex, I think we got a lot of new information at this meeting. My motion would continue evaluating this change. We have received recommendations from the SSC to look at this change previously. So it recommends evaluating this change during next year's plan team cycle for potential implementation in the 2024 tax setting process. And I think we heard already a lot of reasoning for doing that. In part, the analysis we have in front of us is really focused on impacts to the DSR complex, and we definitely need information on impacts to the other rockfish complex. In addition, we'll have a full assessment for other rockfish next year, and we'll have new survey data in addition. And I believe the plan team recommendations or the SSC also noted we'd have new information on natural mortalities incorporated into the other rockfish assessment. And that seems like it would be pretty important too. So that's the rationale for my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions? Any amendments? All right, comments on the motion? Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the motion on proposed Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications. Mrs. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Ms. Dubravka,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Anything further? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one additional motion under C5. And the motion reads, the council responds to the process questions provided by the joint groundfish plan teams as follows. If the application of the spatial management policy did not result in the council adopting management changes, the authors and the plan team should continue to monitor, and the SSC should advise the council if there are associated conservation concerns and any changes in the scale of concern, if identified, during the next full assessment cycle. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't find my rationale right now, but I'm going to speak to this. That we also received a spatial management policy paper, and it really had 3 questions asking us for further feedback on what do we do if we bring a concern to the council and the council doesn't take action? Do we keep bringing it back to the council and continue to raise red flags? Or do we do that on a certain cycle? And so 2 of those questions were related to that. And I've tried to address that in this motion, that yes, we want the authors and the plan teams to continue to monitor those situations. And the SSC is always available to raise concerns or associated conservation concerns, or especially if the scale of that concern changes. But if they're looking for a time period by which to provide a real highlight to the council, the next full assessment cycle for that species made the most sense to me. So I'm trying to respond to those questions. The 3rd question in that paper was about a spatial management workshop. I did not include that in my motion. I wasn't persuaded by any staff that have been following this issue that that would be of value at this point, and so that's why that's not included.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions for Ms. Kimball on her motion? Mr. Witherell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kimball, the addition of this last paragraph here would actually append our existing spatial management policy, correct?
That's the intent. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Witherell. Any further questions? Any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I support this approach. I think it should help us address some of the ambiguities that have existed with our application of the current policy. That should also hopefully help plan teams, SSC, and ourselves focus our attention better and sort of prioritize discussion and help us manage time better too, in terms of how we treat these, by creating essentially this sort of roadmap for these middle ground situations that we've been talking about. So I think this is I appreciate the way the questions were formed up. I think that was a very constructive sort of opening to the dialogue. And then I think Ms. Kimball has provided an answer that really clearly reflects council members' intent. So thank you very much for pulling this together.
Any further comments? Okay. Is there any opposition? No opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Anything further on specs? Okay, I don't see any. All right, well, we have a little bit of time left in the day. I think we can make a little bit of progress on stock prioritization. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Diana Stram, council staff. With me is Chris Lunsford, representing the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in this capacity with respect to stock prioritization. I just want to pull up just to provide you a brief overview before Mr. Lunsford provides his presentation. In February of 2017, NIMS and the council developed an approach for applying the National Stock Assessment Prioritization Plan to the North Pacific. That's a national plan, and Chris will walk through some of that information when he goes through his, so I won't belabor it here. But the point was that under that approach, the assessments with consistently low catches relative to harvest limits and no ongoing management concerns were reduced from what we used to have as our frequency into a longer 2 to 4 year cycle. At the time, the council defined the success for that, for the amended frequencies, as providing an increased opportunity for stock assessment authors to address analytical priorities while avoiding any significant decrease in the precision of assessment-based products such as OFL and ABC. The council also requested that you be apprised of any additional revisions after one complete cycle of the revised assessment frequencies. So that's what you're doing at this meeting right now. And then what you will hear from NMFS AFSC staff is an update on the process, and as moving all the way through to the suggestions for additional changes. So the NMFS recommendations for additional frequency changes for some stocks would begin in 2023, and Mr. Lunsford will walk through that. The council and the SSA may either choose to endorse those recommendations at this meeting or request additional analysis on information from the agency for such a discussion at a future meeting. He will go through the timing of when this will come back to you, and you heard your SSC report on this. And embedded in his is also a discussion from the joint plan teams on their recommendations as well. Mr. Chairman, with that, unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lunsford.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Diana. Good afternoon, members of the council. For the record, I'm Chris Lunsford. I'm a program manager of the Marine Ecology and Stock Assessment Program at Ock Bay Labs, which is part of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And my talk today is it's a range of things, but it's all about stock assessment. We were asked by the SSC and the council to come forward with a review of stock assessment prioritization that went through in 2017. And so when we started putting that together for you this year, we decided we'd broaden it out and make it twofold: a review of what was done there and how it's gone, along with some updates on what we're doing from a stock assessment perspective at the center, just so that we're on the same page and moving forward together rather than coming forward and surprising anyone. To start out with, I don't think there's a formal way to announce this, so we thought this was a good place to put it. We've lost several staff in the last year, and we were in the process of recruiting. We have 1 or 2 on and another one coming, but because of this, we're unable to complete full assessments for both Bering Sea Flathead Sole and Bering Sea Skates. We do and are working on putting forward partials for this year in both of those, and also a partial for Alaska Place because we've lost the author on that. And again, we're recruiting people. We're not losing people. We're just going to have to put out partials because of the time it takes to get up to speed and get these out in terms of full assessments. And we'll plan to get these back on as full assessments next year and get back on the cycle so that we keep up our stock assessment plans. So just to give some perspective to everybody, the evolution of the stock assessment from a center perspective it's been interesting. We decided to put forward a 20-year comparison. In 2002, we had 1,090 pages that we put forward to this body to review for stock assessments. In 2021, we had 3,000 pages. Everything's just kind of ramped up and has gotten bigger. We all know that. Staff workloads have adjusted, demands have adjusted. Basically, our staffing levels are pretty similar. The best estimate I could come up with was in 2002, we had 17 stock assessment authors, and this year we have about 24. It's not an apples to apples comparison because we've also taken on some crab responsibilities since then, along with several other things. But it just gives you an idea. We're pretty steady, but we've also had a lot more demands and a lot more assessments that have come up in the last 20 years. And the one thing that's helped us out has been the assessment frequencies have been decreased in response to the 2017 stock assessment prioritization effort we all went through. So the demands on the AFSC enterprise has just been, it's increased in frequency and complexity. Halibut ABM is a really good example, and we had some staff that were heavily involved in that. We're also trying to keep up with our national initiatives such as next generation stock assessment. We've elevated tier levels of stock assessments. And then the bottom bullet, I'm sure we all, especially at this meeting, can appreciate, which is species distribution shifts, abundance changes, things that we weren't expecting that are happening that we have to respond to. It's also being seen in the review bodies. The review is critical for our stock assessment scientists, both from the plan team and the SSC. And it's pretty evident that those review bodies are maxed out. We both need the time for reviewers to do it, and we also need multiple reviewers to look at each assessment. So we're thinking about that as we move forward. Also understanding that there's lots of other priorities that the council needs to be addressed besides just stock assessment. And we put this one in there. This is a Government Accountability Office report that just came out within the last month, I believe. And the second to last line there basically points out something that we're really aware of and just want to be proactive about. And that's that the agency and councils are diverging potentially, and that we want to avoid any misalignment between the priorities that the council body has and what we're doing as stock assessment groups. And so this isn't a new concept in any way. This was first introduced by a paper by Dr. Richard Mathot in 2015 that basically laid out some national standards and guidelines to create a framework to help regions prioritize stock assessments and when they're done, how they're done. He laid out a five-step process in that document. Luckily, it was the idea was to give regions some leverage and to make their own choices. And I believe he talked to this body back in 2017. And we were lucky enough in Alaska that what we chose to focus on was the target frequencies rather than something else such as, are we even going to do an assessment for this stock? So we started out in a much better situation. The choices that were made was to use our regional scaler based on commercial value, that therefore high value stocks were assessed more frequently, which we set at annually. And the ultimate decisions that came forward and moved from that was basically most of the flatfish stocks where catch was much lower than TAC, which was much lower than ABC, were chosen for less frequency assessments. It was a pretty time-intensive process that we did. The groundfish plan teams actually had an in-person meeting out of cycle, and the plan teams put forward 16 stocks for groundfish, and the crab plan team put forward 5 stocks. When this moved on to the SSC for review, the SSC went with 10 of those 16 stocks for groundfish and 4 of those 5 stocks. What was also set up, which was helpful and didn't exist at that time, was what to do when an assessment was in an off year or in a year where a full assessment wasn't done. And both the plan team and the SSC came to an agreement to basically run projection models in off years for tiers 1 through 3, or have standards laid out for the off years in the lower tier stocks. And this is just a table to show the crab species that were moved forward. The bold is the important thing here. And at this point, we don't have any more specific comments towards crab and no additional prioritization recommendations. We can certainly take questions. I know it was discussed at the SSC, but we're really going to focus on groundfish. These were the groundfish species that were put forward in 2017, and it just shows, such as AI pollock went from 1 year annually done assessments to every other year assessments. So the review part is contained right here, and it's not intensive. The SSC requested an MSC, and we have not done an MSC to let everyone know how this has gone. To take the easy part of it, the effects on the review processes are pretty simple. There's fewer assessments to review, so agenda times and review bodies have a lot less to focus on in a specific year. It also, what we've learned from that was the partials or the no stock assessments have basically require minimal attention, the way it's been set up and the way it's done from the stock assessment author standpoint. They have to put something forward, but the review bodies have much less to do. Logistically, we have gone through several different iterations and we've had unexpected events. We've also navigated the pandemic and loss of survey in 2020. So I think we've established we can keep up with the unexpected logistical hurdles that come out. And then finally, the effects on management advice is the most important thing. And that is, has catch advice met management needs? the stocks that were put forward had catch much less than ABC. So that's easy for us to keep monitoring and make sure they're in that situation. Providing a quantitative metric to put forward so somebody can really look at it and say this is working or isn't working has been really difficult for us to come up with. Anytime an author makes a change to an assessment, you've changed it from what's happened in the past. So we just felt we couldn't do an apples to apples comparison and really give people a good example. So what we've got here is a table, and this shows the catch to ABC ratios for the groundfish species that were moved forward. Pre-2017 to post-2017, it's pretty evident that nothing's really changed from what was when went into effect in 2017 to what it is now. We did choose the sculpin and grenadiers from the Bering Sea and the Gulf that have since moved into the ecosystem components, but we're still conducting assessments as planned. And then finally, this one kind of rose to the top, which is the change in ABC. And what we found is by doing them less frequently is actually created some stability in what the ABC is from year to year. And that might be of interest to industry especially. And so basically what we've coming out of that is we think it's been successful from our standpoint in the sense of authors aren't putting out full assessments for some of these stocks every year. Some of the improvements that we thought we came up with is that currently in tiers 4 through 6, there's a year that there's nothing that's done. And that means no review body sees any documentation or output from that. One thing we could do differently here is provide a automated type annual check so that it's looked at and seen by review bodies to make sure catch to ABC ratios haven't changed or something like that. And then the other thing we put forward is that I think the plan team and the SSC all agree we can streamline the review of these partial assessments. The way the output was designed, it's helpful. It shows you really quickly where the stock is at and how we can move forward. And so we don't need to make specific agenda times for each stock assessment, which is what we've been doing recently. So I can pause there. This is kind of a transition if there's any questions.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Lunsford, I when I was listening to the discussion, I got a little lost at when there was some discussion at the SSC in particular about how the CIE reviews would mesh into this and the timing of those and whether this affected the ability to have independent peer reviews of most of these. So I'm wondering if you could kind of reprise. I realize I'm asking you to give me some insights into the SSC discussion and apologize for that, but that would help me listening right now.
Yeah, through the chair, not a problem, Mr. Twite. I'm going to hit on that in this next bullet here, revisiting safe guidelines. But in general, the overview is we try to shoot for a CIE, Committee of Independent Experts review every 5 years. And what we think we can do is try to line that up better if we do less frequency on some of these to coincide. And I'm going to talk about a benchmark assessment in just a minute, that those benchmarks are coinciding with CIE reviews. And if that's okay, I'll move on and we'll go from there. So this slide is a good indication of where we'd like to go into the future. And we're basically providing that and hoping we get some endorsement and buy-in on it. One is revisiting the safe guidelines. The safe guidelines are what authors use to know what to bring forward to do an assessment, what an assessment is. And I'll get into some more details on that, but it's really about the documents that are being put forward to you folks and to what's being seen. The best practices part is really a shout out to our staff in the sense of what they're embracing and doing and improving. And it comes down to really reproducibility and best science practices. And we've come a long ways in the last few years. You're going to see that in November on several things for sure, and I'll hit on that in a minute. And then the final topic, which is probably the most interesting to people here, is revisiting the stock assessment prioritization. And we'd like to discuss reconsidering some of that for additional stocks. So the safe guidelines, and this goes to Mr. Twite's question. This is national language here. We have new assessments where something's never been assessed before. That's rare here. And then we have benchmark assessments, which are substantially different than previous. And that means really major model changes, really major things that would affect the management advice. The next term is a little confusing, but it's the full update assessment. And I think we should drop full and just go with update, because what it really means is we have a base model that we're using and we're happy with. And all we're doing is cranking the model with new data. So if we get a new survey a year, if we get new age comps, things like that, we're just putting it into the model and it's basically spitting out the results. And then the final thing is the partial updates. And that's what we're doing in the off years, which are just really short executive summary type runs. So currently at the North Pacific Council, basically all full assessments are presented as benchmarks. Full documentation is required. Both review bodies, plan team and the SSE, take them up just like they would be an update. They give it the full attention. And, our safe pages now are getting upwards of 200 pages in some of our safes. And that's even if you're just adding in some new survey data and still using the same model configurations, we're doing that much work to produce that. So the bottom line is it's inefficient. And we're basically asking authors to produce full documents, even if they're just updating catch and survey information. So we think that it would change things up by producing, I think I have another slide here. So what we think we can do is we can basically change the requirements that authors put forward for these update assessments. That would be to make abbreviated documents, which would provide the information for review bodies, council stakeholders in a much smaller package that's a little more easier to navigate than what we currently have. We propose to start providing appendices that would accompany the assessment. So a sablefish is a really good example where we go to a lot of work to put in fishery dependent data and a CPUE index for fishery dependent data in the assessment, but it's really a separate analysis from the model stuff. And so we put that in appendix because people are very interested in it, but that would just then get put back into the model run as the fishery data index. And then finally, we think this will really help streamline the presentation of results. It's going to make more efficient documents, and it's going to create less agenda time required by the review bodies. And one thing I didn't mention earlier, and I should have on the first slide, was we went through some pretty in-depth meetings with assessment staff this spring and tried to identify where we can improve things, where we can make efficiencies. And this was the thing that really came up as, besides not doing an assessment, less frequency, is streamlining what's required in these full update assessments, because it is really intensive for authors that are putting out 200+ page documents to do this every year. The best practices part ties into this quite a bit, and that is being able to reproduce things easily and quickly. We have some really talented authors, and they're moving ahead at light speed, and it basically gives the ability to pass code from author to author. We're losing some senior authors and we're feeling the hit because these people have worked on developing code for their stock assessment for years and they're handing it off, and it's a learning curve. The new practices would be using each other to develop code and being able to interpret it and be able to pick it up and run it easily. This does two things. It lets us get somebody up to speed and helps if they need to do something new from a recommendation that somebody else maybe has already done it. This also enhances our ability to do team-based approaches to doing stock assessment. We'd still have lead authors, but we'd basically have a team there ready to help and be able to step in and be able to understand everything better. And I think this really is addresses basically maintaining the capacity. And that's really what we're trying to do, is maintain the capacity so that when unexpected events, whether it's an author leaving, whether it's a snow crab major problem, we have a week to get things out, we have a group of people we can throw at it and try to get the best information forward. So this is basically, I've covered most of this, I think, but it's basically producing standardized products. The big question we put forward is, you're already kind of seeing that and you're going to see it more, I think. But if there's certain things that are needed that we don't do now, or that we're going the wrong direction, it's to keep that feedback, because once we get things automated and once we have code and it's working and running, we're going to stick with that. And if things needed to be added, we can certainly do that, but we just need the feedback mechanisms. So this is the final topic, and that's the frequency of assessments. We basically in 2017 went through an awful lot of effort. One of the products of that effort was a document by Holloway et al. That looked at each stock that we have and kind of scored it based on different scoring factors on where it fit. And that's kind of what guided the decisions that were made. Using that, but then also thinking about what we've learned in the last 5 years, we're putting forward basically 9 stocks here that are pretty easy decisions, we think. 4 flatfish stocks. Once again, the catch is well below the ABC, and most importantly, there's a low risk of overfishing if we do these stocks less frequently. We're also putting forward 5 data limited stocks. These are tier 6 stocks. The ABC is defined by time period based on catch history that the SSC has established. It doesn't change unless we come forward with new methods. Our assessments and our time series have matured so much, it's going to take a lot of development of methods to do that. So these are pretty set in stone type stocks, and most of them are not targeted, and they're tier 6 because survey biomasses have been deemed unreliable. So these are the low risk candidates that we're putting forward at this time. It shows you the catch over ABC. It would go, most of them would go from 2 years to 4 years. And it also shows what the variability of ABC. And I think when you look across those, you'll see pretty low catch to ABC, really low variability. And when you look at the tier 6 stocks, it's 0 variability because they just haven't changed and they probably won't. To give an idea what this would be and what it would look like, I just put BSAI sharks up here. There's the current frequency next to the year there, and then the proposed frequency based on a 4-year cycle. And if you look on the far right, that's kind of the key thing. Unless there's major methodologies that would change, the ABC is going to be the same. We would still look at this annually and keep up with things, but we wouldn't be producing full documentation every other year like we're currently doing. So we have this slide on there just to make sure that we think about everything, and there's going to be some disagreements on here, but that's kind of the whole point of bringing all these things forward now before we do too much work and then get asked to do other things. So yellowfin sole is a big one that came up the last time. It's an annual assessment, 47% catch to ABC with only a 9% annual change. It's a really valuable stock. It's in the Bering Sea. We're very aware of the climate change considerations, but still worth putting on the table, we think. The other one's Bering Sea Northern Rock Sole. We've also included Atkins mackerel and AI Pacific cod because these stocks are assessed annually, but they rely on a biennial survey. So in the off year, what's being put in there to change things would be age compositions, maybe length compositions that came through, but not a whole lot in terms of survey indices. And then finally, the rockfish stocks are worth looking again. These are the ones that were the different between the plan team and the SSC. The plan team put them forward because they're long-lived, and the SSC had concerns over that. But I think now that we have a process in place and everybody can understand what's done during those off years, it makes it a lot easier to make decisions moving forward. This, I just have 2 graphs to show yellowfin sole. It just shows you this one, how much lower the catch is than the ABC on an annual basis. And this one I think is a little more interesting and important. This shows what the projected ABC from the year before thought it would be at compared to what the actual assessment that year came up with, the red. And it shows you that this model is pretty stable and it's pretty good at predicting what's going to happen the next year. And so having some frequencies in there, go ahead. I can see it's coming.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lunsford. Just in thinking a little bit about yellowfin and northern rock sole, the things that kind of stuck out to me, I think there are a lot of really good ideas in here. And I think under normal circumstances, looking at 4 or 5 years probably gives you a pretty good feel. But thinking about the COVID era and the impacts that we know that had on like yellowfin markets and harvest, maybe the information has already been pulled together in the 2017 report. But I think for those 2 species, recognizing the high value and the importance to the Amendment 80 fleet, it might be worth looking at a longer time series, I think, for those particulars. But and it may well be fine, but I think those are appropriate to look at a longer time frame.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Vanderhoeven. Yes, absolutely. I think put those recommendations forth and we can include that towards the end of my talk here. I talk about what we're suggesting to bring forward, and that's easily something we can incorporate into that.
Mr. Down.
Can you just back up one slide here for me? The next back up one more. Yeah, so when you're using catch versus ABC as an indication, I just was curious if you're aware, I guess my question is, are you aware of how yellowfin sole, for instance, in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, sometimes the council may set that TAC high because that's further divided among groups. There's directed people in M80 that fish that. There's I think there's an allocation for AFA vessels. You got your TLAS fishery, and sometimes the guys at the bottom need a big ABC so they're present. So I'm just curious. I'm not certain in my mind if this is a good way to assess much of anything, because sometimes we intentionally set the ABC high to accommodate the people on the low end of the scale when the tax sheet allows the room under the 2 million metric ton cap, for instance. So which is many years. So I'm curious if you considered that as one reason why you wouldn't use this as an indication of much of anything.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. And that's exactly why I'd go to this one from a stock assessment person's point of view, which isn't looking at the catch and the TAC, knowing that that can change at this council level, and it's well beyond the biological concerns. The biological interesting part is the model from the year before guessed almost exactly what the ABC ended up being in our projection. And if you look down here, catches around here. So the margin of error or how far we are off isn't very much doing a model every other year versus doing it every year. Whereas the catch is down here and there's still plenty of room to go up and down with that ABC if TAC changes.
Mr. Witherell.
Sorry, just a quick question. Dr. Lunsford, the multi-year specs for a long-lived species like yellowfin sole, where there's a lot of biomass out there, multiple year classes, same with rockfish, makes total sense to me to skip many years of assessment. But I'm wondering if, for example, we have high variability in the environment and we have a short-lived species like octopus, would the assessment schedule you laid out be able to catch any drastic changes in those stocks with a partial assessment?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Witherell, I think that's hard to answer. So in octopus, we deem our surveys unreliable. So we have survey information coming in, but we don't know if we can believe it. What we generally rely on is catch. So I think if catch bottomed out, for instance, we would notice that and could react to that. If catch went way up, we would notice that and react to it. I think that's more of the concern for these really tier 6 species, is that we don't catch too many. In terms of responses to climate, I think it's very difficult because we don't have a strong belief that our surveys are giving us good information to follow. So that's a hard one to answer. I don't know if I did answer it, but okay.
Please continue.
Okay, we're gonna jump the summary because it's probably after 5 o'clock. So I think the take-home points are things have really changed from when I started over 20 years ago. Our stock assessments and our time series of survey information have matured. We're a lot more confident. I'm just gonna click back here. This is a really good example with yellowfin sole, how well our models are performing. Our projections are really close to what the next year model actually says it should be. And so we're able to start talking about this compared to 15 or 20 years ago. Likewise, our assessment related products have continued to decrease, and we have a lot of things that we're doing, and demands in general have increased. And I think the biggest thing to bring forward here is we want to make sure we maintain the capacity to respond and to be able to get our products done. Streamlining how we do our assessments, how many pages of documentation we put out will make a big difference for that. But also recognizing that skipping a year on some of the, or 2 years on some of these stocks isn't going to create any concerns for risks of overfishing. We always have the ability to put the flag up and trigger a full assessment, which is what we do currently. But if we keep doing that and don't maintain that capacity to respond, it won't be a hurtful effort to do that. So I am just going too fast here. So the action items for the plan team, SSC and council, bringing this forward was you're seeing changes and you're going to see changes this November too. Our REMA model that the SSC presented to you yesterday is really helping our authors automate and do things faster. So you're seeing that, but you're probably not noticing the results of that. But what we'd like to see is endorsement to keep working towards reproducibility, which is really important, not only from transparency and here's what we do, but it's also to get our authors so that we can get them working together and we can hand an assessment off to a new author, things like that. So we're going to move forward on streamlining and automating. Would like that endorsement, but also recognize we have different thoughts than what council members and stakeholders do. So want to get feedback on that. And then the final part of it is getting approval and recommendations, to look at safe guidelines, work together and move forward with some recommendations to really make things more efficient and not trying to produce benchmark assessments annually in terms of documentation and what we're doing. And then finally revisiting the assessment frequency. And we'd like to do this for next fall. And following the plan team meetings, it was easily recognized that there wasn't a good plan laid out. So I added this timeline slide in there just to give everybody an idea what we're talking about. I'm here today basically saying this is what we'd like to do. Can we discuss this? We're not putting anything forward as such. But if there's additional things to consider, and I haven't read fully the SSC minutes, but that we need to figure out, but we've gotten some good ideas from that discussion. We would propose that we work on this between October and January, and then at the February meeting, bring forward these proposed 9 plus these other ones with some narrative and documentation responding to what the SSC and the council want us to look at. Ms. Vanderhoeven just brought up one thing that we can add in there, especially it's a longer time frame for yellowfin sole. We can address that and bring it up in February and then have the conversation about reducing the frequency of some of these assessments. And with that, I'm complete.
Mr. Chairman, just to go over the teams did discuss this, as Chris mentioned, we didn't have the timeline, so we didn't, and there are some implications of what the SSC provided to you that also affect the plan teams. But just to go through the joint teams discussion of it, we had some concern that we had suggested, there's suggestion to roll over specifications for stocks that have trivial changes to harvest specifications. That would alleviate some of the review needs, but there was a question of what defines a trivial change. There's questions from the authors as to trying to define changes in that manner would actually not streamline anything for them because they still have to go through looking at what kind of the changes to biological reference points. Streamlining other ideas for streamlining the code and the processes would be better for the assessment authors themselves in terms of efficiency and gaining efficiencies in the stock assessment process. Some of the things though that we did talk about is that in looking at these different stocks, we should consider the vulnerability of individual stocks and that changes in the system need to have flexibility built in to be responsive to climate change, which is part of what the freeing up staff time is intended to do. But we also want to be able to look at sudden shifts in distribution, unexpected mortality events, et cetera. We noted that the level of review should be consistent with the number of changes in an assessment from year to year. And we had a larger discussion with stakeholders that you probably won't hear at this time, that careful consideration should be given to decrease frequencies for high value stocks. We were specifically talking about yellowfin sole and rock sole. We also had side discussions about Aleutian Islands cod as a different aspect because should the Aleutian Islands cod assessment change, which it may go to a model based, which it's not right now, that could actually have a larger effect on the modifications in the ABC from one year to the next. So changing tier levels also affects that. Just as a note in terms of, we did agree that safe guidelines should be revisited as well. When the SSC's recommendations we were not aware at the time that the teams took this out, that this would come back to the SSC and the council in February and also require plan team review. So when the SSC made recommendations that the documentation that Chris would be putting forward would include draft definitions of a benchmark and a full and a partial assessments, what those definitions of those were. Those don't exist right now for us, as well as a discussion and narrative for each of the stocks that's being recommended for reduced frequency, that documentation be put forward. They also made a request that the crab plant, and then that should go for plan team review, which we cannot do in November. So we would have to do on some interim virtual meeting. The crab plan team has also been asked to revisit their prioritization. That is something I've alerted the crab plan team chairs to. We would do that at the January meeting for the crab plan team. We went through a different process at the crab plan team when we did this in 2017 than the national level process that Chris is talking about, that the extensive one that the groundfish teams went through. We came up with a different process for crab. They would like us to go back to look at the process that we came up with for crab at that time, as well as the criteria that we used for reduced frequencies. So all of those things also affect the plan team. So we would need to then convene the plan teams to review the documentation from the agency and any additional requests that the council adds to the list that the SSC put forward, and then come back to you in February with the reports from the teams as well as the SSC and council review.
Right. Ms. Van Hoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question is for Dr. Lunsford, but Dr. Strand was pretty quick getting in there before I could get my hand up. That's okay. So I'm still thinking a little bit about the yellowfin example, and I guess I'm kind of focused there because that's the species that I'm most familiar with that we're talking about in these examples. And one of the things that kind of sticks out to me is that's a stock for which we have an annual survey and an annual assessment. And so in thinking about some of the others that are on the list, I guess I'm wondering if you've done any even kind of quick analysis to look at if things are as simple as they look for yellowfin, but for other stocks that don't get an annual survey or an annual assessment, or if there is significantly more variability there that might lead to problems if we were to extend the assessment cycle.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Van Hoven. Yellowfin's a really good example to show that, yes, we have an annual survey and that assessment's informed, but it actually shows how well that survey and that model perform. So we have really good projections. From there, it's very variable. And so I think the recommendation that I would say is to go back to the 2017 analysis, look at all the factors that we looked at then, and then look at recent years and how those stocks have changed. And in the light of climate change, everything we're seeing, we know that there could be even more variability, but I think we can address that in February, bringing back a stock by stock look at things, because when we start grouping, it just all falls apart.
Thank you. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. So we heard our SSC report yesterday or sometime this week. The AP heard the report, and I understand they didn't take any action, so we don't have any advisory panel minutes to review. I will look one more time for any testifiers. We don't have any written comments or anybody signed up to testify, so just looking back here. So we've reviewed the presentation, and again, the SSC and council may choose to either endorse those recommendations at this meeting, request additional analysis or information from the agency to inform such a discussion at a future meeting. So Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that I just sent to Shannon. And it reads, the council endorses the NIMS Alaska Fisheries Science Center recommendations on safe guidelines and best practices for producing stock assessments. Council also supports NIMS and NPFMC providing recommendations on the frequency of specific stock assessments for SSC and council review in early 2023. The second, I'll speak briefly to it.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the second. I didn't really understand if maybe a motion was needed on this, but I think we were asked pretty explicitly for an endorsement. And I'm finding the best way to do that is through a written statement from the council. So I think what they've provided as recommendations for their own staff on ways to reduce the workload, create some efficiencies on the plan team agenda, provide a team aspect to some stock assessments, that I think these are all things that we've been asking for them to do and have been working hard to try to understand what we can do to reduce the workload on these people that are so important to our process. So taking the time to have done that work, I think is greatly beneficial to the council and the public, and probably the stock assessment process itself. In terms of the frequency of stock assessments, I think pretty clearly we heard we were going to get a list for review in February 2023 is the idea. I think the 9 stock assessments that were put on our plate for potential reduction in frequency made a lot of sense and seemed like no brainers in some cases. And then there were some others that maybe you'd provide some additional information based on comments and we're maybe on the bubble, but at least we'd have an opportunity to review in 2023. So I just wanted to provide explicit really thanks and endorsement of this work that's occurred. I think it looks like a small item, but it's a huge amount of work, and I think it's worthy of the council's endorsement.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments or comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Kimball, thanks. I support your motion. A couple things that were just sort of going through my mind as I was listening to this presentation, both here and I actually sat through it at the SSC as well. One was just thinking back to our first round of stock prioritization and just how nervous many of us in the council were about moving away from as much annual sort of updating as possible on every single stock possible and really worrying about some of the consequences. And I think, even though that's not part of the presentation here today, I think explicitly, I think implicitly, you could see through a lot of this presentation that it's actually worked well. That initial round of stock prioritization has really, I think, helped us collectively. And so I think it is a worthwhile expenditure of time and energy to think about, is there more? And the more is in front of us now. There's other benefits too that I weren't really emphasized as much in the presentation, other than just the increased efficiency. In particular, just the ability for taking more of a team-centered approach to these. We're so used to the sort of the single author, single stock kind of model. That's going to get more challenging, particularly as we're going to have to view more and more of these stock assessments from an ecosystem context, from a changing climate context. And so working in teams, particularly if they can be sort of formulated in a cross-disciplinary sort of approach, I think will really help that a lot, instead of having each single stock assessment author go through their own process of how to incorporate this additional complexity. Another benefit that I heard as well is just the, and there was some about it in terms of reproducibility, but in particular, the ability to hand stock assessments on. And there was a bit of a description of the process of a new stock assessment author being handed a model that may have been written in code that they don't even know very well, and having to spend the first year of their time sort of finding their way through the model and learning how to operate it. That's just not going to work in the future. It got us through our first long period of stock assessments, but that kind of a model is just not, it's not the right model to be approaching the next generation of stock assessment authors with, as well. And as well, try to explain to an informed and knowledgeable member of the public how model works when it's written in a code that may no longer be relevant, is again, something we should avoid being in that position. And so taking that on now, even though that is an expenditure, even though that takes additional work right now, I think the benefits of that are going to be durable and long lasting. Finally, as I was sitting there listening, and this is kind of a challenge back, I think, to the folks working on this prioritization project, but also it's probably a broader challenge. I was sort of thinking about, okay, so this is a very proactive effort to really sort of clear the decks in a lot of ways. And I'd like some more discussion soon about what exactly we're going to do, we collectively, what the Science Center folks are thinking about. We got some discussion of that, some description of that, but I'd like some more focus on that. I keep coming back to the 3 key findings from SCS 7. Everybody's going to get tired of hearing me talk about those, but those are huge challenges to us. Start preparing now for increasingly complex management decisions, needed investment in the development of new data collection and analysis tools, transitioning to a more sophisticated toolbox. There's a lot of work for the Science Center and the stock assessment authors in that, a lot of work, a lot of that will fall on their shoulders. I hope that's part of the objective here, is clearing the decks so they're ready to, but I didn't hear that sort of explicitly described in the presentation, and I'd like to see that. I think the feedback in the motion here is solid feedback from the council, but I would like to, just as one council member, add a challenge to you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further comments on the motion? Okay, is there any opposition? No opposition, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything further? Okay, let's call it a day here. Let's come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow and we'll start up with the D2.